throwing things at her kids, whether you actually, I know, listen, kids can lie, I get it. And I'm just saying, whether that actually happened or not, that's what she believed, because that's what she was told by her one of her sons. So she was coming over there to, I mean, does that ring a bell of her telling you, not to be throwing things? No? What specific words do you recall that she said?
I just remember her saying, "Don't talk to my sons that way, and I'm gonna fucking kill you." I mean, that's what I heard. And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ.
And you're sure when you were on the phone with 911, you told them that she said that?
I'm almost positive.
Yeah, I mean, if someone was, the reason why I ask is because, like, if someone, let's say I'm not a police officer, or, right, and I'm just at my house and someone's like beating on my door saying, I'm gonna kill you, or I'm gonna fucking kill you, oh my God. They're banging on my door, they're saying they're gonna kill me. Like, that's a very fear-provoking statement when somebody, if you're in a legitimate fear that someone's gonna come through your door and kill you, if you're already on the phone.
I wasn't on the phone though, I was in the bathroom when she started.
You weren't on the phone with 911?
No, I was already off the phone with 911.
Okay, so she had already maybe made that statement before you even called.
Oh, the second time?
Anytime.
I was gonna say the second time, when I called, she had already said it,
Okay.
so.
But the second time you called was after you had fired the gun?
Yes.
Okay, so.
And maybe I misunderstood it, because what my understanding was before I had to walk out of the room was that when she was knocking on your door,
It wasn't enough.
the way,
Sorry.
I understand, you said that it got worse, like so I'm starting off with
No,
and then we're gonna get harder.
She started off banging on that door, and it was.
But during that initial time is when you had said before that she had made the statement that, she was gonna kill you.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
No, it's important that we learn the details, so that way as we gather and collect evidence, the details are what help us piece that together so we can see the big picture, right? I'll tell you that even as law enforcement officers, if we make a decision to use deadly force against someone, we have to sit and explain the same way with details. I did this because of this, making me feel like this, right? We're just trying to understand the details of what happened from your point of view. So as we gather our evidence, we can.
Understood.
Does anyone else live with you, Susan?
No.
Okay. How long have you owned your firearm or firearms or any firearm really?
Trying to remember what the Remington, maybe a year ago.
Okay. And was it just for personal, like protection,
Yes,
personal
it was.
protection?
Yeah,
Do you carry it with you if you go out, just for home?
Only if I take it to the range.
Okay. Do you do that often, or how often do you think that you've shot at the range?
Maybe 4 or 5 times.
Okay.
I used to be terrified of firearms. And then when the first time she threw the things at me and she was just so horrible to me, like I just had neck surgery and I'm like, she could have really killed me. And I just was like, oh dear God, she was just violent.
So your door is kind of like, probably not wood or whatever, but you can't really see through it. There's no windows or anything like that. And I know your sliding door is a little further over, but something that he mentioned, as far as our training, when we have to go through making a judgment decision where we might have to pull the trigger, we have to know what we're firing at is a deadly threat, or what we recognize as a deadly threat. So my question is, how do you know what you're firing at when you're firing through a door that you can't see through, when you don't know if there's also a child outside standing there? Or, I mean, basically I'm asking you, what were you aiming at, and what were you intending to do when you fired that gun?
I was just fearful of my life. And I was just like, go away, go away. That's all I could think was just get out of the situation, just go away already. And
But when you fire through a door that's closed, was it locked?
yes, it was locked.
Okay. And you said you're in the bathroom, which
Mhm.
I understand you said it's kind of an open floor concept in there.
Mhm.
So it's kind of open, but I'm assuming there's obviously, there's walls around the bathroom, you've got a door, you can close it. I'm not saying that you're within your right, you're in your house, you don't have to do that. But if I'm looking at a door that's secured and whether someone's banging on it or not, law enforcement's already on the way. At what point do you, you know,
The door is broken.
the door's broken?
Like that whole side panel, people have, she's pounded on it more than once. And he fixed it, but when everything started rattling so much, I was like, oh my gosh, she's gonna bust through it,
Okay.
you know?
So it's broken right now, or it was broken before and then the landlord fixed it?
He didn't, cherry rigged it. He put screws through it so that the centerpiece was supposed to stay in there, but she was pounding it so hard. I mean, everything was just rattling, and I'm like, oh my God, it sounded like a horse kick. It
So
was so loud.
one thing that I think my partner was trying to get at, and I don't know that I actually heard an answer to the question. When you're inside the house and she's on the other side of a door that you can't see through and she's pounding on the door, you make the conscious decision to aim your gun at the door and fire one round, right? Just one round?
Yes,
Fire one round. Were you trying to hit her, or were you trying to scare her off? Were you trying to make a loud noise to say like, hey, I got a fucking gun, get away from my door? Or were you think like,
I was never intending to hit her. I just thought, I thought I hit really high, you know, I was just like, kind of, you know, this is the first time I ever really used it, where I was, you know, like.
not on a paper target?
Exactly. I was like, oh my God. So I was shaking. I mean, I was just so distraught at that point in time. I'm like, oh my God, she's really gonna freaking come to my house. And I was just like, all I could think is go away, go away, go away, go away.
Did you mean to, were you aiming for the door?
I just fired the gun. Because all I could think of is I felt like I was in mortal danger. I mean, it's just how I felt.
And what made you, I mean, I know someone's banging on the door, you feel like they could get in, but at that point where nobody had breached or been able to get through that secure door, what made you feel like that was the time that you needed to do that?
I usually have a chair propped up against the door at night.
Okay.
And I didn't have the chair up there, and I didn't have the chain on the door either. So just the one lock was locked. I'm like, oh shit, you know, of all the times that I never.
But before you decided to pull that trigger, you didn't think to try to put
I wasn't
the
going near
second-
the door because she was actually physically moving the door. You know, like you could see the door moving. I'm like, oh dear God.
So the thing is, and again, I can 100% sympathize with being fed up with that kind of harassment and that kind of disrespect. But also someone lost their life last night, right?
No, I absolutely feared for my life.
So this is,
This was an absolute, it's either me or her. I mean, it's just like, I'm like, holy shit.
But did you see her with a gun or another
No,
weapon or anything like
But
that?
I don't know what she had on the outside, you know, when the lights were off, you know, so she came up, it was dark out. And I'm like, great, now she's pounding on my door, now she's scaring the crap out of me, you know, now my door's moving, and I didn't have it properly secured. And the next thing I thought she was gonna be in my house, you know, killing me. I mean, that's honest to God what I felt. You know, it's not like, you know, I'm fed up or anything, this was a real fear.
But when we first started talking, you said you made it very clear to the 911 call taker that she was threatening to kill you.
Yes, absolutely.
And if that's not on the recording, is there any reason why that's not on the recording?
I have no idea. I'm pretty sure I said it. So,
Are you just pretty sure she said it as well? That she
oh
was
no,
doing it?
absolutely, she said it.
Okay.
She was absolutely, you know.
so the way that I see it is kind of like this. You have two things that you are looking at when you're in your position. You have this fear, this imminent fear of great bodily harm, death, serious injury, right? Imminent fear. Or you have, I'm in my apartment, I'm scared as shit, and I'm trying to scare someone off. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Do you understand what the difference between those are?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand, do you have this imminent fear that you're about to die? Or do you have this, I'm afraid of what's gonna happen if this person doesn't go away? Does that make sense?
No, I felt like I was in imminent danger.
Okay. How would you define imminent danger? I just want to make sure that you because that's what the actual
Imminent
law.
danger of, let's say, someone coming at you with a nice 4-ton truck,
Okay.
straight at you, and, they're swerving with you when you're trying to run away.
Okay. So, someone coming at you and you're this close to danger. Okay.
Now, the first time that you called 911 tonight or last night, at what point did you disconnect from the call? You called about basically the kids were on in your area and you didn't want them there.
Mhm.
At what point did you disconnect with them?
They hung up with me. They said, someone's on the way, just keep your doors and windows locked. And I said, okay.
But Ajike wasn't there at that point.
No, she was not.
Okay. How long after you disconnected with them did she come over there, do you think?
I honestly thought it was you guys, someone banging on the door like that, because it felt, like really heavy bang, a guy doing it, and I was like, okay. It kind of shocked me, like, what the hell? And then she started screaming, and then, it was just weird because I just thought she is just so angry, and she's just ranting and pounding, and I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Well, from the information I got, she was angry and pounding because she believed that you had either struck or attempted to strike one of her kids with an umbrella and threw roller skates.
Mhm.
And I'm not, again, I know how kids can be, they're not always very truthful about things. But I didn't have any information provided me out there.
Mhm.
And of course, we're still going through evidence and that's an ongoing thing. But nothing that says that she threatened to kill you or that was doing anything more than trying to get you to come to the door. That she wanted you to open the door.
Why would I open my door to this woman? When she has.
I wouldn't either, I
When
get
she
it.
has thrown things at me, when
Right.
she has followed me a foot behind me, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
I mean, she's literally come up, we had words about 2 months ago, and I walked away, I said, all right, whatever. And, I said, I'm sorry, just because I wanted to diffuse it, de-escalate everything. I'm walking away, and she's literally walking 1 foot behind me, like she was, I said, oh my God, she's gonna pound me into the ground.
So, yeah, I mean, that's my question though, is if she wasn't trying to come in, she's just trying to get, and again, I wouldn't come to the door either. If you're beating on my door, wanting to cause something, I'm not answering it. But that's different than trying to bust the door down.
To me, she was.
And you
trying to
said that
bust
the
the
door's
door.
already broken, so
Yes.
how hard would it have been for her? Because she's kind of a big girl, right? How hard would it have been for her to break that door knowing you're on? You know your door better than I do, but if it's already.
Well, we did put the extra long deadbolt on and everything. I did have the deadbolt on, so I didn't know how long the door was gonna
See,
hold up.
and that's why I'm asking is
So-
because at first it's broken and now it's.
Mic check, mic check. Can y'all hear me?
So it's not, I don't feel secure. Every night I stick a chair under that door to keep, because I feel like someone's gonna break it in.
When did you install the new deadbolt, or did he did that? Someone else did that?
Yeah, Charles did it.
Okay. How long ago was that?
He just, I don't know how he did it, a few months ago.
And what was the reason for that?
She had pounded on the door once before, and kind of everything I had fixed previously, she had cracked apart. Like I said, it's not
What
the
did
first
she,
time.
what did she pound on the door for last time? What happened with that?
I think I called her kid an idiot or something like that. And I'm like, you see the sign, stop coming over here. And I can do anything I want. I can just go in and you know, it's just,
And what did she do that time? She beat on the door?
she should be down the door and I'm like, go away.
Did you call the police
I-
then?
We got called the police and this when, you know, she heard me calling the police, then she went away.
She went away. What was she trying to get you? Was she that
I have
time?
no idea. I have no idea what this woman is thinking. I mean, to me, she's
Mic
just
check.
terrifying. At this point in time, you know, I just thought she is not mentally
Mic check,
stable,
mic check.
and, you know,
Mic
every
check.
time something happens, oh,
Okay,
it's
so
not
my
true, you know, they're 100% little angels, and of course, you know, they're demonized. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
But was she trying to get in that time? Or was she just beating on the door and ranting and raving about calling her son an idiot?
I think she was ranting and raving about me calling him an idiot.
Okay,
And I'm like, all right, whatever, you know, go away, you bother me.
okay.
But at that point in time, I had all the locks on, I had the chair up, you know, like,
Did you get your gun that time?
I didn't feel, she wasn't as forceful that time as, you know, this time was, you know, like, oh my God.
And do you think the reason was because she believed that you threw something at her
I don't
kids
know what,
or?
I have no idea what she was thinking. I can't even speculate, you know, all I know is she's like, you know, you screamed at my kids or you said something to them and then she's like, I'm gonna kill you. I'm like,
And
fine.
if your camera does work, do you, you're confident that any video would back you up or, and
No,
the
I
reason
don't
I'm
know if it's
asking that
working.
is because this is the time,
Mhm.
if there's any discrepancies to clear that up now. And I'm just trying to be
I don't even know
forthright
if
with
we
you on
engaged.
that. What's that?
I don't even know if we engaged, because the last time she was there at night, I tried to play it and nothing came up. So,
Um, Did you ever know her to carry a weapon or anything?
but you can't tell who.
No,
knows
you
what.
never know,
I
that's
was gonna
right.
say,
Yeah. We have kids out here running around with firearms and stuff, so, but I guess my question is, what is it that she did that made that an immediate threat to your life that you had to shoot when you did? Or you were gonna be harmed at
I
that
thought she
second?
was coming right through that damn door. I mean, this guy was my witness, I thought that one was coming.
What
through that
made you
door.
think that she was coming?
Because everything was shaking. I mean, my mirror that was on the wall was shaking. Like, how do you shake a, you know, a cement block house? I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. That's why I thought, you know.
So she was just beating, like,
Oh, she was wild with it. I mean, she was bam, bam.
what is your door made out of? Is it like a metal or like a, I'm not sure.
I have no idea. And it just was like, oh, dear God, you know, I thought I was gonna get my,
How long do you think she was hitting the door?
oh, I can't even speculate, because it could have been seconds, it could have been, you know, when you get that fear response and, you know, she banged on it, I was in the bathroom, came out of the bathroom, and she was still banging on it. So I don't know, maybe a minute or two.
And you didn't try to call 911 back at
But my
that
phone
point?
wasn't there. I didn't know where I put my phone.
You don't remember where you
No.
put your phone?
And I was like, crap, I can't find my phone.
Okay. So you have an app on your phone that lets you review the video
Yes.
for your surveillance camera? Would you be willing to be able to let us look at that?
I don't have a phone.
Well, no, we have it in the
All right.
office
Okay.
over here, but
Good.
let me see what condition the battery's in and I'll be back in just a
Okay.
moment, okay? Thank you. Susan? Looks like we got a little bit of juice in here. This is your phone, correct? Is it an Apple iPhone?
Yes.
passcode attached to it?
It faces,
Faces?
Yeah,
What's there's a numerical to it if you don't have your face?
yes,
Do you mind providing that?
yes, I do mind.
You do mind?
I'll open it for you, that's no problem.
Okay. So this is a consent to search cellular phone and or other storage media. Okay, this is a form, I just read this to you. I want to make sure I have your address and everything written down quickly. It's been a long day. The undersigned residing at 1662 Southwest 107th Lane, is that right? Number 3, Ocala, Florida, does hereby authorize Detective Ryan Stitt and or other officers he may designate to assist him to search my cellular phone or their storage media described below, Apple iPhone. It's written permission to search without a warrant is given to me to the above officers freely and voluntarily without any threats or promises having been made. Do you understand all that?
Yes,
Okay. If you would sign on that line there, please. Thank you. You said it was a face unlock deal? And you said it's a blink?
yeah.
Is that what both of those cameras are? They both blink cameras? Is that correct though?
I don't remember if one's blink and one's ring, have to be brutally honest.
Okay, that's all
The
right.
two up front are blinks.
Okay.
It's gonna be front door.
Oh, so they both are, oh, you have a few of them? Okay. Just can't remember exactly. Do you remember when you called the first time?
No idea. That's when the kids were playing, they were so loud in the house.
Yes, it was called.
That's the front. It'll say front door on it.
Um, Now, did you delete any videos? No?
First time,
I'm sorry?
it's the first time I looked at it since before.
Okay.
That's why I didn't touch it, just let you have it.
So this is the only one, so this usually doesn't capture at night anyway, so.
No.
Does it normally capture things during the night, like?
Just look at that one and see if it usually just shows up as a dark screen.
Which one?
The yesterday. No, that's when I was recording, I guess.
And that captures a lot of stuff, a lot of activity going there, I guess.
I have my TV on 75, It just gives them, oh my God, they're ridiculous.
Okay, well,
Did you want to open again? Did you want to?
no, that's okay.
Okay.
But if it goes the way where you are released, which I said, I don't know, I have to talk to him, I'll be 100% honest. Do you have family or someone that you could stay with if that's the case?
I was gonna say, I'm gonna go get a hotel room. I'm not gonna stay at my place. I have to get the cats and take them with me.
Okay. Well, I don't even know if, like, I understand your cat, there's nobody that would be able to go over there or
I
for
wouldn't
you.
want, my sister is a brittle diabetic and she's had amputations. God forbid they saw her and they wanted to do her harm, she can't run. She works with a cane.
Yeah. All right, is there anything else that you can think of that I didn't ask or that might be helpful for figuring this all out?
Dear, I've never been in this situation before. This is all new and it's killing me.
Okay. All right, Susan, give me just a minute. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So we continue the investigation. I don't think it's safe for you to go back to that house.
I don't think so either.
But what we can do is provide you with a ride back there. You stay in the patrol car. How many cats do you have?
There's 2 cats.
2 cats. Do you drive that truck that's
Yeah,
there?
yeah,
Um,
that's my truck.
we can get the cats. Do you know where the keys are to your truck?
They're in the-
Sure.
For the record, I have all 8 of the jurors' transcripts.
Sure.
So we saw in the interview that the defendant was not arrested that night, correct?
Correct.
Was there still additional interviews and things that you wanted to do as a detective before that decision was made?
Yes, sir.
Were you in the process of obtaining a search warrant that allowed law enforcement to go back into her house or to go into her house and search for evidence?
Yes, sir.
Because of that, was she able to go back to the house and go inside while you guys were doing that?
No, she wouldn't be.
Once the search warrant was signed and allowing you to go to the house to investigate and look for evidence, did you in fact go back to the residence?
Yes, I did.
Did you go inside?
Yes, I did.
Did you examine the door and the door frame?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice any shards of wood, splintered wood on the ground near the door?
No, sir.
Let me direct your attention to several days later. Let me back up. There were the days following the shooting, as a lead detective, did you and other detectives further investigate the case?
Good morning,
Yes, sir.
Tamika. Good morning, everybody. Welcome in.
Detectives did.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me direct your attention to several days later on June 6th of 2023. Did you conduct a second interview with the defendant?
Yes, sir, I did.
Where was that done?
That was also at the major crimes unit within the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
And did the defendant voluntarily come to the sheriff's office to be interviewed?
She was provided with a ride, I believe, yes.
Who else was involved in that interview?
It was myself and Detective Daniel Pender.
And what does Detective Pinder do for the sheriff's office?
And at the time, he was a major crimes detective also.
At the time of the interview, was the defendant under arrest?
No, she was not.
Was the entire interview, the second interview done on June 6th, was it audio and video recorded?
Yes, sir.
Did you again read the defendant Miranda warnings prior to asking her any questions about what happened?
Yes, I did.
Did she again waive those rights and agree to speak with you?
She did.
Did you force her or threaten her in any way to get her to talk to you the second time on June 6th?
No, sir.
Did you promise her anything to get her to talk to you?
I did not.
Showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit U for identification.
Good morning, Angela.
Yes, sir, I do.
What is it?
It is a video and audio recording of the interview with the defendant on June 6th.
Does that recording fairly and accurately depict the relevant portions of your interview that day?
Yes, sir, it does.
And is your initials on it?
It is.
Have you listened to it?
Yes.
This time, the state would move you into evidence as State's 20.
Subject to our previous objections, Your Honor.
I recognize the previous objections, overrule them. It'll be in evidence in states number 20.
Were transcripts also prepared depicting what was said in that interview?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed those transcripts?
I have.
Have you compared the transcripts to the interview to make sure that the transcripts are accurate?
Yes, sir, I have.
Did you also initial and date those transcripts after you were done reviewing?
Yes, sir, I did.
I don't know if the court wants to take a break at this
Yeah, we'll
point.
take a break before you have another video. So we'll take about a 10-minute break, okay, everybody? Remember to put your notebooks
Okay,
down.
so they gonna
Please
take a
don't discuss
break,
the case.
but we
Thank you.
gonna go back because we just getting here and I wanna hear a little bit more of what she was just saying. How's everybody doing? Please smack the thumbs up. Again, thank y'all for coming in. We getting started a little bit later. They started, I believe, at 9, probably right at 9 o'clock, or at least they were supposed to. So we just gonna take it back a little bit because we want to hear what she was talking about in this first initial
How long is
interrogation,
An hour.
if you want to call it that.
the juror?
Right. And that's your firearm?
Yes,
We gonna
Did
listen.
they advise you that someone was responding?
yes. Had thrown a sign at me.
To remain silent.
Now
Anything you
this is-
say can and will be
this
used
is
in
what
court of
she-
law. You have the right to
I
talk to a
haven't.
lawyer.
I don't think this is the one I seen. So we gonna see what she told him at first, and we also gonna speed it up a little bit.
Have them present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot. So when you said that you came outside and they were there,
The neighbors were out there screaming, yelling.
Hold on,
kids were running back.
Listen at home.
I-N, Citizen Cat, Citizen Zebra,
thank you. And what's your date of birth? Susan?
7/23/64,
And your address?
1662 Southwest 107th Lane, Ocala, Florida, 34476.
And you live in apartment
Yes.
number
Three.
3? What's the telephone number for you?
352-777-5909.
5909? Okay. So, do you know reason why we're,
Oh, absolutely.
okay. So, you know, did the deputies like put handcuffs on you or anything with it? Because there's a lot of things going on and we're trying to sort through the moving pieces to try to figure out what happened. So naturally, you know, they want to secure
Understood.
the scene in that, under that circumstance and then, you know, to handcuff you.
Mhm.
So we're working this investigation and, at this point, you're not free to leave, so I have to make you aware of your rights, okay, before we talk. So I have to read this to you. You have the right to remain silent.
Good morning,
Anything you say can be
BFF.
used against you in a court of
So
law.
why they
You have the
taking
right
a
to
little
talk to a lawyer,
2-minute
have them
break?
present
We
with you
gonna
while you're
tune
being
in to
questioned.
this.
If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be.
He should have
appointed
been
to assist
arrested
you with
that
further
night.
questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to execute these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of those rights I've explained to you?
Yes.
Okay, so the reason I'm trying to clarify all the events that happened tonight and to try to, because really I only have, you know, statements from people that were out there. And I would like to get your side of things and try to
Okay.
understand what exactly happened tonight, or last night now, I guess it is.
Good, good. Basically, the neighbors were out there screaming, yelling, the kids were running back and forth. I had a miserable headache, went inside, laid down. They finally got quiet. I came outside and the 3 boys were there. They're like, guys, you're trespassing, come on, out of here. And he's like, I want this and I want that, and fuck you and fuck this. I'm like, oh, okay, well, big kids, you know, because they're all really young. And
So you say you came out and they were.
I wanted to check my truck. Every time I had my truck on one side, the kids would throw the balls and hit the truck.
Okay.
So I moved the truck to the other side, then they moved themselves to the other side, and they keep just,
Just
pains in the ass.
antagonizing you?
Oh, God,
Yeah.
horribly.
Okay, so when you said that you came outside and they were there, the three boys were there, where were they at?
Right in front of, that little cove that's
Like
there.
the privacy
Yeah,
fence?
they were right there. right
Okay,
in front.
inside the privacy fence, like on
No.
your patio or
No, they were
outside?
just right outside.
Okay.
And I'm like, guys, come on, leave. Because I wanted to check the truck and everything. And then they were like, I'm gonna tell my mom, I'm like, go tell your mom, I don't care, And,
Have you had problems with it before?
oh my God, yes. They've been harassing me last week. They came out on, they were actually in the vestibule.
Is it going too fast for y'all?
And they were like, wake up, wake up. I was watching TV. I'm like, really seriously, because, after a nice long shift, it's just when I want to hear these little lines.
How long have you lived there?
3 years,
3 years?
Mhm.
Okay. And how long have you been having problems with them?
like 2 years.
2 years?
Ever since she was
Is it just those same three, or do you have problems with any, does anyone else give you problems?
They want to play on that part where Charles Owens and the other part. I'm like, guys, come on.
Which part is that? I'm not sure, I don't know who Charles is.
Charles is Landon. So there's, one of the cops came out and said, oh, it's an open lot, it's not an open lot, it's an apartment of 2 properties. I'm like, guys, come on, give me some peace, because in my apartment, there's sliding glass doors, and then I have the 2 bedrooms up front, and because it's an open concept, just you can hear everything.
Sounds travel.
And it's horrible, and I'm like, go play on the other side. We don't want to play on the other side. We want to play over here. I'm like, oh, good gravy, and so they just, every time they see me, they get together and scream me out.
They live in the same building?
No, none of them live there. I was gonna say, one set of kids lives there, but the other sits on the other side. People play on the other side of the road, come on.
Okay, so they were being obnoxious out there tonight,
Oh,
and they finally got quiet, but then you go outside and the 3 of them are out.
So I just want to say, as far as AJ's kids, she don't feel like AJ's kids should be across the street, period. And I think that's why she targeted them a lot. Because you'll hear her say this in a lot of the body cam footage. They don't live over here. They live across the street.
Out
Yeah,
there.
and I don't wanna go any further because he's like, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you. I'm like, no
Who
problem.
said that?
Ajax's kids.
Okay, so who's it?
Ajak, I think her name is.
Okay.
She actually had thrown a sign at me before. She picked up the no trespassing sign and just threw it at me. She's like, here, take your fucking sign. I'm like, it's not mine, it's Charles. He doesn't want you guys here.
You see
So
that?
it's
See how she used the landlord for her muscle when she the one that's asking him to do all of this stuff? And Charles, let's remember, Charles was on the stand. He didn't have not one right. That wasn't his property.
She's been in my mailboxes. She sends the kids in the mailboxes.
When did she throw a sign at you?
Just after I had my neck fused. I'm like, oh, good gravy.
What kind of sign? Like one of the ones you buy at the store, like a plastic, like a
It was a
fence?
metal sign with a little metal, like the real estate sign. It had no trespassing, so
How
it's
big?
about that by that.
Is it the same one that was out there tonight, or is it different?
They stole that sign.
So what happened tonight that led to the conclusion that?
Well, I just.
Please hit the reactions, even if
So
you
they
can't
went home, and
type,
all of a
hit
sudden
the
she comes
reactions,
out, and
please.
She is just banging on my door, like, go away, I'm not dealing with you tonight. And then she started banging so hard, everything started shaking. I'm like, you really need to leave. And then she's, I'm gonna fucking kill you, and she's just banging away. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. And ever since she has actually harmed me, I'm like, it just keeps getting worse and worse. I'm like, I don't know what to do with her. And she banged so hard, it looked like my door was gonna fly off. And I panicked. And I was like, oh my God, she's really gonna kill me this time, And so I don't even actually remember picking up the gun. I just remember shooting.
Where do you keep the gun usually?
It's in my bedroom.
That's where you keep
Yeah,
it,
I
like
keep it in the bedroom.
in a cabinet or something, or just like,
It's just, I actually keep it in the trash can
okay,
next to the bed.
nobody would look at it.
Hey, I just want to remind y'all the hysterical crying she was allegedly doing. This was the same night. This woman don't care. She don't feel no regret. She's still angry about the stuff as she's talking.
And I didn't think about it, and I'm like, oh my God, and then I just started panicking, and I really feared for my life. I mean, honest to God, I was like, oh Jesus Christ, I'm a nervous wreck.
Knock it off.
I'm not supposed to be getting nervous or anything like this because I have an aneurysm on my left kidney artery, and so like, just supposed to stay calm.
Oh, she got an aneurysm on her left kidney artery.
And she's got the kids calling me. I'm like, I'm about level 3. Do not talk to me like I am one of your peers.
So they don't really have any
No,
respect
no
for
respect.
that. So AJ, she came to your door
Oh, yeah.
and she was
Pounding on it. I was like, what the hell? My cats went flinging.
what was she saying? Was she saying anything?
You don't talk to my sons. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm like, oh Jesus Christ, and I was like in tears. I'm like shaking, and I'm like, oh my God. And I thought she had gone away, and then she starts banging again.
Okay, so she said, you don't talk to my kid, my sons, I'ma effing take you out.
I'm like, oh shit.
Did she like try to come inside?
She was trying as hard as she could.
What do you mean?
That door was, I mean, that door was moving, and I'm like, holy shit, you know.
Did she try the door handle, or is she just beating on it to try to push it in, or what?
She was just, you know, just trying to push it in, trying to push it in, and I was like, oh my God.
She didn't try the door handle. Y'all heard it.
You just let you know it's bad.
Okay. So what was she saying again?
She's like, you can't talk to my sons that way, you know, I'm like, you're trespassing, you know.
So you were communicating with her through the door? You were-
So she said, you can't talk to my sons that way. That's all we got so far, Susan.
And I'm like, all right, just leave. You know, I don't want to hear, I'm gonna fucking kill you, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I didn't think too much of it until she really started pounding that door. I'm like, oh
I'ma effing kill you. Nobody heard her say that, Susan.
my God. Then I got scared, like terrified, scared.
Now, you had initially called,
Because it was.
did you call 911, or
Yeah,
did you use the emergency number when you called?
When the first time, because kids said, I'm gonna kill you, and then my friends kill you, I'm like,
Oh,
oh my
the
God, you know,
kids
what
said it
the hell's
first.
going on now? You know, I'm like, I don't need this aggravation.
So you called, was it 911?
Yeah, I told him.
Okay, and that was, before,
Before she-
HIT
yeah,
over?
before
Okay,
she came over.
and the kid, okay, so we get like, as the deputies are responding, the call taker's talking to you, they're putting information that you're telling them into the computer, which goes to us as we're going out there. So in that call notes, there's never any mention of you saying that they said that they're gonna kill you. It was more or less that they're harassing you, that
Oh, no, I told the lady that they
Okay.
said they were gonna kill me.
Okay.
No, I was very specific when I spoke.
okay. Now,
She made sure to say that part.
did you see who was out there at that time?
I just knew it was Ajike by her voice. She's screamed at me before, you know, and I'm like, oh, great, it's her again, you know? And I just, like I said, I just panicked, and I just got so frightened. I was like, oh my God, she's really gonna do it this time, she's gonna kill me.
Were you still on the phone with 911 when you fired the gun?
I thought that the kids went, and I was like, all right, I'll go check my truck in the morning. I didn't even leave, you know, I just went back in the house and locked the doors.
So, but you had already contacted 911. Did they advise you that someone was responding, an
Yes,
officer
they
was
did.
responding?
They said someone's
Okay.
coming out, and they said, lock the doors, you know, make sure you don't go outside. I'm like, okay, you know, usual.
And where were you at when she was pounding on the door? Were you?
I was actually in the bathroom.
You were in the bathroom. I haven't been inside, so how does it, like, when you go in through the front door?
It's all open, so
Okay.
you can see kind of the bathroom right from the front door,
Okay.
so.
And you were still able to hear her?
Oh,
She
oh
was
my
able to
God,
hear
yes.
you, that you know, as far as you know?
I don't know if she was able to hear me. I mean, she was just screaming for all she was worth. I'm like, stop, you know, and just, she wouldn't stop. And I'm just like,
Notice how she keep talking about the screaming. That's supposed to let us know how afraid she should have been because of the screaming. At the end of the day, those are words.
okay.
What else was she saying besides what you told me? Was she saying anything else?
She was just, some of it was unintelligible,
Okay.
so she was just ranting.
So I noticed there's, you have a couple cameras in the house?
Yes.
Okay. And are those like Ring cameras or Arlo
They're
or
bling.
Blink? Okay.
Then I have the one at the door, but when it gets dark out, they don't pick up anything. Which
Do they record sound though, or
I have no
is it
idea.
all motion where it only records when it captures
Yeah, when
motion?
it captures motion.
Okay. But those are working cameras?
I don't know if the door, don't pick anything up. You can look at it and stuff.
Is that through your phone that you were able to review that, or computer, or how do you,
phone.
through your phone?
Mhm.
Okay.
But I don't think it picked it up because I didn't get a ding.
But prior to her coming over there, and banging on your door, because we talked to a lot of people that were out there at the time, and there was some statements given to us that, you had, taken a tablet or picked up a tablet that was
No,
on the
sir,
ground?
absolutely not,
No?
no.
Okay.
That-
Is it one of the older ones?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was the deal with the roller skate? Because again, we talked to a lot of people who were outside and
They
witnessed some of
they
this.
keep leaving all their toys around. The other day, I almost killed myself going out. I had an early morning doctor's appointment, and I didn't see the roller skate, and I almost killed myself. I'm like, guys, you know, stop already. This is not your garbage yard.
Mhm.
You know, the kid's got his roller skates there. I'm like, you know, take the roller skates. For the roller skates. I'm like, go fetch them. You know, just enough because.
Did you throw that at them?
Oh,
or-
God, no.
Okay.
No, I
And
just.
what is the thing about the umbrella? Again, you have an umbrella?
I thought it was raining before, and I looked out and it wasn't raining. I'm like, okay. So.
And you like swung it at them or so, or one of them?
I wasn't even close. I was still inside the vestibule. So.
How can we explain that then with people saying like multiple people that weren't like talking to each other, that if they were saying that that's what they saw?
I don't know. Maybe I did step out and I'm like, guys, go away, but I would never touch them. You know,
You like swat at them with it, but not,
exactly. If I did it, it was probably because I was just so, like, come on.
but I know, at least say if you did, but is that what happened? I mean, we gotta kind of get specific about this because it's a big deal.
I understand that.
Someone's dead.
Jesus Christ.
So that's why I say it's important to be specific and honest about everything. So.
It was only because she was pounding at my door, and I honest to God thought she was gonna come in.
Okay. So we have, over in our communication center, they're putting together, because all the calls that come into 911 are audio recorded, and there were several people, even before, who were recording and getting audio of exactly what's being said, not to mention if your cameras captured anything, okay? So that's why I'm like asking you before we go through that, and if something is different than what you're telling me, we need to clear that up now, because if,
Okay.
you know what I mean, if the evidence shows something different than what you're saying, it doesn't look good, and I wanna be open and honest with you. So
I
that-
just know that she was pounding and pounding on the door and scaring the shit out of me.
Okay.
You know?
But is there any reason why, if we review that evidence, she wasn't saying, I'm gonna kill you?
That's what I heard.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I honestly got heard, it's just what I heard.
Did you ever look out the door to see? I know you said you kind of recognized her voice,
So
so,
I never looked out the door.
okay.
I was afraid to get to my door, to be brutally honest. I mean, I was like, oh my gosh, she's gonna bust it in. I'm just gonna.
Where were you standing when you shot the gun? And you said you shot the gun
Oh, yeah.
through the door?
Yeah, through the
Okay.
door. I just panicked. It was probably at the kitchen table somewhere.
Okay, by the kitchen table.
Mhm.
And how many times did you shoot the gun?
Once.
Just once? What kind of gun is it?
It's a Remington 380.
Is that the only firearm you have in the house?
No, there was a 22 Ruger.
Where's that one at?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I did it or not. I have no idea. Maybe the cops can.
And after you fired the round, what did you do?
She said, ow, and I went, oh my God, I hit her. It just, clicked, I hit her. Oh, Jesus Christ. And I thought I just, nicked something. I never ever.
And what did you go out there?
No.
You didn't go out there?
No.
Did you call 911 back?
Yes, I did call
Okay.
911.
And what did you say?
And I said, she was pounding on my door and I shot my gun. I'm pretty sure that's what I said.
Okay.
And she was threatening me and she was saying, I'm gonna kill you. So,
So she knew that she hit her and didn't even tell them that. Is what I just heard. You heard her say ow
So
or
is it
something.
A Remington 380?
Mhm.
Is it a revolver or
no,
a semi-automatic?
It's a pistol. And it's semi-automatic.
What color is the Remington?
Black.
Black. And that's your firearm?
Yes.
Okay. So, again, we're trying to like get to, and there's always two sides, right?
Mhm.
And there's the truth is somewhere usually lying in the middle somewhere. And I'm not trying to discredit what you're telling me, and I understand your concerns about, this is your area. You want to be able relaxed and not have to worry about all this, basically, yeah. But unfortunately, we can't get the other side from Ajike,
Riffraff.
It's Ajike.
right? But we can't ask her side,
Mhm.
right? So then we have to go by other people who may have seen or heard things, video, 911 call recordings and things like that.
Telling you what I know.
So is it feasible to say that this is just got to a boiling point for you that you couldn't take it anymore? And because
No,
again, if
this was
listen, if
absolutely
this stuff
terrible.
happened in the past,
Mhm.
I get it, but we're talking about a specific event tonight where she didn't make it a point that she was trying to come in. She was trying to get your attention to say, apparently, to stop throwing things at her kids, whether you actually, I know, listen, kids can lie, I get it. And I'm just saying, whether that actually happened or not, that's what she believed, because that's what she was told by one of her sons. So she was coming over there to, I mean, does that ring a bell of her telling you, not to be throwing things? No? What
Nothing.
specific words do you recall that she said?
I just
that you-
remember her saying, "Don't talk to my sons that way," and I'm gonna fucking kill you. I mean, that's what I heard. And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ.
And you're sure when you were on the phone with 911, you told them that she said that?
I'm almost positive.
Yeah, I mean, if someone was, the reason why I ask is because, like, if someone, let's say I'm not a police officer, or, you know, right, and I'm just at my house and someone's like beating on my door saying, I'm gonna kill you, or I'm gonna fucking kill you, oh my God, they're banging on my door, they're saying they're gonna kill me. Like, that's a very fear-provoking statement when something, you know, if you're in a legitimate fear that someone's gonna come to your door and kill you, if you're already on the phone.
I wasn't on the phone though. I was in the bathroom when she
You were on the
started.
phone with 911?
No, I was already off the phone with 911.
Okay, so she had already maybe made that statement before you even called.
So the second time,
Anytime.
I was gonna say the second time, when I called, she had already said it.
Okay.
So,
But the second time you called was after you had fired the
Yes.
gun? Okay, so,
And maybe I misunderstood, because what my understanding was before I had to walk out of the room was that when she was knocking on your door,
it wasn't enough.
she.
Susan
the way-
lied.
I understand. You said that it got worse.
Just got
Like,
caught up in one
so
of
I'm
them.
starting off with
No,
and
she
then we're
never,
gonna get
no, she
harder.
started off banging on that door and it was,
But during that initial time is when you had said before that she had made the statement that, you know, she was gonna kill you.
yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just,
No, it's important that we learn the details, so that way, as we gather and collect evidence, the details are what help us piece that together,
Mic check.
so we can see the big picture, right? I'll tell you that even as law enforcement officers, if we make a decision to, you know, use deadly force against someone, we have to
Okay.
sit and explain the same way with
Shout out to
details.
Sister
I did
Girl in the
this
building.
Because of this, making me feel like this, right?
Drop the link.
We're
Okay,
Just trying
hold
to
on a
understand the
second.
details of what happened from your point of view, so as we gather our evidence,
Mhm.
we can.
understood.
does anyone else live with you, Susan?
No.
Okay, how long have you owned your firearm, or firearms, or any firearm really?
Trying to remember what I said, maybe a year ago.
Okay. And was it just for personal, like, protection,
Yes,
personal
yes.
protection?
Yeah,
Do you carry it with you if you go out, just for home?
Only if I take it to the range.
Okay. Do you do that often, or how often do you think that you shot at the range?
Maybe 4 or 5 times. I used to be terrified of firearms. And then when the first time she threw the things at me and she was just so horrible to me, I'm like, I just had neck surgery and I'm like, she could have really killed me, you know? And I just was like, oh dear God, she was just violent.
The first time she threw the sign, she had just had some type of surgery on her neck and they could have took her out. So she's explaining why she got the weapon. She got the weapon for AJ. And she even had mentioned the video that we watched yesterday that was in April. She mentioned that incident.
So your door is kind of like,
Let me
probably
take
not
that back.
wood or whatever, but
I'm sorry, I just,
No, it's important that we learn the details, so that way, as we gather and collect evidence, the details are what help us piece that together, so we can see the big picture, right? I'll tell you that even as law enforcement officers, if we make a decision to, you know, use deadly force against someone, we have to sit and explain the same way with details. I did this because of this, making me feel like this, right? We're just trying to understand the details of what happened from your point of view, so as we gather our evidence,
Mhm.
we can.
understood.
does anyone else live with you, Susan?
No.
Okay, how long have you owned your firearm, or firearms, or any firearm really?
Trying to remember what I said, maybe a year ago.
Okay. And was it just for personal, like, protection,
Yes,
personal
yes.
protection?
Yeah,
Do you carry it with you if you go out, just for home?
Only if I take it to the range.
Okay. Do you do that often, or how often do you think that you shot at the range?
Maybe 4 or 5 times. I used to be terrified of firearms. And then when the first time she threw the things at me and she was just so horrible to me, I'm like, I just had neck surgery and I'm like, she could have really killed me, you know? And I just was like, oh dear God, she was just violent.
So your door is kind of like, probably not wood or whatever, but you can't really see through it. There's no
No.
windows or anything like that. And I know your sliding door is a little further over, but something that he mentioned, you know, as far as our training, when we have to go through making a judgment decision where we might have to pull the trigger, we have to know what we're firing at is a deadly threat, or what we recognize as a deadly threat. So my question is, how do you know what you're firing at when you're firing through a door that you can't see through? When you don't know if there's also a child outside standing there, or, I mean, basically I'm asking you, what were you aiming at and what were you intending to do when you fired that gun?
I was just fearful of my life. And I was just like, go away, go away. That's why I think was just get out of the situation, just go away already. And,
Okay, I see you.
But when you fire through a door that's closed, was it locked?
Yes, it was like,
Okay. And, you know, you said you're in the bathroom, which I understand you said it's kind of an open floor concept in there.
They
So it's kind of
interviewed her
open,
twice
but I'm
to
assuming
answer your question.
There's walls around the bathroom.
That I
so the
see.
door, you can close it. I'm not saying that you're within your right, you're in your house, you don't have to do that. But if I'm looking at a door that's secured and whether someone's banging on it or not, law enforcement's already on the way. At what point do you,
the door is broken.
the door's broken?
Like that whole side panel, people have, she's pounded on it more than once.
Mhm.
And he fixed it, but when everything started rattling so much, I was like, oh my gosh, she's gonna bust through it.
Okay.
You know?
So it's broken right now, or it was broken before and then the landlord fixed it?
He cherry rigged it. He put screws through it so that the centerpiece was supposed to stay in there, but she was pounding it so hard. I mean, everything was just rattling, and I'm like, oh my God, it sounded like a horse kick. It
So
was so loud.
one thing that I think my partner was trying to get at, and I don't know that I actually heard an answer.
Welcome to the
question.
stage, Sister Girl.
When you're inside the house and she's on the other side of a door that you can't
Thank
see,
you.
she's pounding on the door.
Hey, everybody.
Make
Good
a
morning.
conscious decision to aim your gun at the door and fire one round, right? Just one round?
Yes.
Fire one round. Were you trying to hit her, or were you trying to scare her off? Were you trying to make a loud noise to say like, hey, I got a fucking gun, get away from my door? Or were you thinking like,
I was never intending to hit her. I just thought I hit really high. You know, I was just like, kind of, it's the first time I ever really used it. Where I was, like
not on a paper target?
exactly. I think like, oh my God. So I was shaking. I mean, I was just so distraught at that point in time. I'm like, oh my God, she's really gonna come to my house. And I was just like, all I could think is go away, go away, go away, go away.
Did you mean to, were you aiming for the door?
I just fired the gun because all I could think of is I felt like I was in mortal danger. I mean, it's just how I felt.
And what made you, I mean, I know someone's banging on the door, you feel like they could get in, but at that point where nobody had breached or been able to get through that secure door, what made you feel like that was the time that you needed to do
I
that?
usually have a chair propped up against the door at night.
Okay.
And I didn't have the chair up there, and I didn't have the chain on the door either. So just the one lock was locked. Like a shit, all the times that I never.
But before you decided to pull that trigger, you didn't think to try to put
I wasn't
the
going near
second-
the door because she was actually physically moving the door. Like you could see the door moving. I'm like, oh my God.
No chain, no chair, but she was in fear for her life. This woman is just a joke.
So the
Welcome
thing
in,
is,
LP. Welcome in, everybody. Please smack the
again,
thumbs up.
I can
Subscribe to the
100%
channel.
sympathize with being fed up with that kind of harassment and that kind of disrespect. But also someone lost their life last night, right?
I absolutely feel for my life.
So this is,
This was an absolute. It's either me or her. I mean, it's just like, holy shit.
But did you see her with a gun or another
No,
weapon or anything like
But
that?
Never
I don't
wanted.
know what she had on the outside. My lights were off. So she came up. It was dark out, and I'm like, great. Now she's pounding on my door. Now she's scaring the crap out of me. Now my door's moving, and I didn't have it properly secured. And the next thing I thought she was gonna be in my house, killing me. I mean, that's honest to God what I felt. It's not like I'm fed up or anything. This was a real fear.
But when we first started talking, you said you made it very clear to the 911 call taker that she was threatening to kill you.
Yes, absolutely.
And if that's not on the recording, is there any reason why that's not on the recording?
I have no idea. I'm pretty sure I said it. So,
Are you just pretty sure she said it as well? That she
oh
was
no,
doing that?
absolutely, she said it.
Okay.
She was absolutely,
so the way that I see it is kind of like this. You have two things that you are looking at when you're in your position. You have this fear, this imminent fear of great bodily harm, death, serious injury, right? Imminent fear. Or you have, I'm in my apartment, I'm scared of shit, and I'm trying to scare someone off. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Do you understand what the difference between those are?
absolutely.
You don't
So I'm
have
trying to
both.
understand, do you have this imminent fear that you're about to die? Or do you have this, I'm afraid of what's gonna happen if this person doesn't go away? Does that make sense?
No, I felt like I was in imminent danger.
How would you define imminent danger? I just want to make sure that you because that's what the actual
Imminent
law.
danger, let's say someone coming at you with a nice 4-ton truck, straight at you, and, they're swerving with you when you're trying to run away.
Okay. So, someone coming at you and you're this close to danger. Okay.
Now, the first time that you called 911 tonight or last night, at what point did you disconnect from the call? You called about basically the kids were in your area and you didn't want them there.
Mhm.
At what point did you disconnect with them?
They hung up with me. They said, someone's on the way, just keep your doors and windows locked. And I said, okay.
But Ajike wasn't there at that point.
No, she was not.
Okay. How long after you disconnected with them did she come over there, do you think?
I honestly thought it was you guys, someone banging on the door like that. 'Cause it felt, like that we have the guy banging out while I'm doing it. And I was like, okay. And it kind of shocked me, like, what the hell? And then she starts screaming, like, angry. And then, it was just weird because I just thought she was just so angry, and she's just ranting and pounding, and I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Well, from the information I got, she was angry and pounding because she believed that you had either struck or attempted to strike one of her kids with an umbrella and threw roller skates.
Mhm.
And I'm not, again, I know how kids can be, they're not always very truthful about things. But I didn't have any information provided me out there.
Mhm.
And of course, we're still going through evidence and that's an ongoing thing. But nothing that says that she threatened to kill you or that was doing anything more than trying to get you to come to the door. That she wanted you to open the door.
Why would I open my door to this woman? When she has.
I wouldn't either, I
When she
get it.
has thrown things at me, when
Right.
she has followed me a foot behind me, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
I mean, she's literally come up, we had words about 2 months ago, and I walked away, I said, all right, whatever. And, I said, I'm sorry, just because I wanted to diffuse it, de-escalate everything. I'm walking away, and she's literally walking 1 foot behind me, like she was, I said, oh my God, she's gonna pound me into the ground.
Oh,
So,
wow,
yeah,
that's a first.
That's my question though, is if she wasn't trying to come in, she's just trying to get, I'm not, and again, I wouldn't come to the door either. If you're beating on my door, wanting to cause something, I'm not answering it. But that's different than trying to bust the door down.
To me, she was.
And you
trying
said
to
that
bust
the door's
door.
already broken, so
Yes.
how hard would it have been for her? Because she's kind of a big girl, right? How hard would it have been for her to break that door knowing your own, you know your door better than I do, but if it's already,
Well, we did put the extra long deadbolt on and everything. I did have the deadbolt on, so I didn't know how long the door was gonna
see,
hold up.
and that's why I'm asking is
So-
because at first it's broken and now it's,
Wait, what just happened?
I don't know. I think it froze.
Let me look and see if it's me or them.
So it's not,
Okay.
I don't feel secure every night. I
Good
just
morning,
keep,
Joe Delaney.
To keep, because I feel like someone's gonna break it in.
She just driving home her fear of she is really only standing on the ground.
he did that. Someone else did that?
Yeah, Charles did it.
Okay. How long ago was that?
He just, I don't know how he did it, a few months ago.
And what was the reason for that?
She had pounded on the door once before.
I just want to point out that she's talking about Charles, her landlord, about the trespassing signs that he didn't have no right to put up in the first place. So let's hear what she's talking about right here.
And everything I used previously, she had cracked apart. Like I said, it's not.
What
the
did
first
she,
time.
what did she pound on the door for last time? What happened with that?
I think I called her kid an idiot or something like that. And like, you see the signs, stop coming over here. I can do anything I want. I did.
Right? Did you hear
Why
her?
did she do that?
Oh, I
Did
think
you
I
see-
caught her.
Yeah, you see how she just tried to downplay it though? Like it wasn't nothing. Like,
Oh,
I think I
yeah.
just called a freaking
Her
idiot or
child,
something.
her child,
And
an
wa-
idiot or
And
something.
waved off her hand like it was nothing, child.
I thought she was about to take off.
She beat on the door and
Way she did her.
Go away.
did you call the police then?
I called the police and there's a chair under that door to keep, because I feel like someone's gonna break it in.
When did you install the new deadbolt or did, he did that? Someone else did that?
Yeah, Charles did it.
How long ago was that?
He just, I don't know how he did it, a few months ago.
And what was the reason for that?
She had pounded on the door once before and found out everything I had fixed previously. She had cracked apart.
I just want to point out that when Charles was on the stand, because I kind of misunderstood him when he was talking about door repairs. Now she's telling us right here that the reason why Charles had to repair the door is because AJ bammed on it already, and she had to have some repairs to it because of AJ. I just wanted to point that out.
What did she pound on the door for last time? What happened with that?
I think I called her kid an idiot or something like that. And like, you see the signs, stop coming over here. And I can do anything I want. I could just go in. And I'm like, oh my God. You know, it's just.
And what did she do that time? She beat on the door?
She beat on the door and like, go away.
Did you call the police then?
We might call the police, and when, you know, she heard me calling the police, then she went away.
She went away. What was she trying to get you? Was she
I have no idea.
But did she just say she believed she called the police, and that would have been the same? Okay, so this time AJ didn't cause any harm to the door. The first time she did, but you think you called the police, ma'am?
But remember, and on the stand yesterday, the landlord said he didn't know what happened to the door. She never told him what happened to the door.
I'm not sure exactly what he said, but yeah, that sounded about right. I just know he said he repaired it, but at that time I was thinking about he was talking about
LP said it here too. He said the landlord said yesterday, she didn't tell him what happened to the door.
Well, he probably did say that, but I wasn't zeroed in on that. Right. But what I'm saying is, she's acting like she tore the door up the first time. Wouldn't you have unalived her the first time she came through the door?
And she said something else earlier too, Miss V. She gonna say that she attacked her. Remember, she said she threw something at her.
Yeah,
you didn't do nothing to her then either.
Exactly, but that was the time. That's the video we got, 4/25/27 or whatever. That is the video from 2 months before this happened, when that sign allegedly got thrown, and we heard. I got a video that we gonna play in the midst of this that the neighbors is an extension to that video.
Okay. She's just terrifying. At this point in time, you know, I just thought she is not mentally stable, and you know, every time something happens, oh, it's my children, you know.
She's not mentally stable.
Angels, and of course, you know, you're demonized. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
But was she trying to get in that time, or was she just beating on the door and ranting and raving about you calling her son an idiot?
I think she was ranting and raving about me calling him an idiot.
I like that, detective.
You know, go away, bother me. But at that point in time, I had all the locks on. I had the chair up, you know. Like,
oh, see, she tried to justify why she didn't fire at her then. Because she said at that time she actually had the chair, the chain, and everything up to the door, so she wouldn't worry. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know.
She wasn't as forceful that time.
And I want y'all to know that they are not back. I'm watching, and so they 10 minutes turned into a full break. That's what it's looking like.
Oh my gosh.
And do you think the reason was because she believed that you threw something at her kids?
I don't know what. I have no idea what she was thinking. I can't even speculate. You know, all I know is she's like, you know, you screamed at my kids, or you said something to them, and then she's like, I'm gonna kill you. I'm like, fine.
And if your camera does work, do you you're confident that any video would back you up? Or and the reason I'm asking that is because this is the time, if there's any discrepancies, to clear that up now. And I'm just trying to be.
I don't even know if we engaged.
What's that?
I don't even know if we engaged, because the last time she was there at night, I tried to play and nothing came up. So.
Nothing came up. Interesting.
Did you ever know her to carry a weapon or anything?
You can't tell who.
No, you never know. That's right.
Yeah.
We have kids out here running around with firearms and stuff. So, but I guess my question is, what is it that she did that made that an immediate threat to your life that you had to shoot when you did, or you were going to be harmed?
I thought she was coming right through that damn door. I mean, this guy was my witness. I thought that one was coming.
What made you think that she was?
Because everything was shaking. I mean, my mirror that was on the wall was shaking. Like, how are you shaking?
Sister girl.
Yes.
You there? Because I gotta go grab something. Can you pull something up, that way you can be in control while I'm gone?
Okay. You on the
pull up
the
Law.
YouTube? Go ahead, tell me.
The channel that I'm on is Law and Crime. That's the one that we watching from today.
Okay.
And they're still on break. I'm gonna let it play until you get it put up.
Okay.
And I'll probably leave for about 15 minutes, but I just don't want nothing weird to happen and you don't have no
Right.
control. Okay.
I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. That's why I thought, you know.
So she was just beating, like,
Oh, she was wild with it. I mean, she was bam, bam.
what is your door made out of? Is it like a metal? Or
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Let me know when you got it up.
God, you know, I thought I was gonna get my,
How long do you think she was hitting the door?
I can't even speculate, because it could have been seconds.
And then when you go to it, go
I
to
don't see the live though.
they're live, Law and Crime. Just go to Law and Crime channel and then hit the
Oh, Law and Crime channel.
yeah.
I'm on the network.
You don't
Okay.
remember where you put your phone?
I was like, crap, I can't find my phone.
Let me see.
It says Law and
here.
Crime Trials.
Here we go.
Okay.
Oh wait, I think.
They're on break, so
Okay.
you're gonna have to take it back. You know what
Oh,
I'm saying?
okay.
Like that's what I did. I took it back
For,
into
like, for your
this.
surveillance camera?
Just a little bit, because this is what they were doing right before they
Would
went
you
on
be
break.
willing to be able to let us look at that?
Okay, I'm on the
Wait,
channel.
We have it in the
let me
office
stop it.
over
So
here,
we,
but
you on the channel?
It's nothing happening. It's just saying live view, and
Yeah.
that's it.
So take it back just a little bit so we can get to this part.
Oh,
Look at
to the
where
interview. Okay,
to
to the
the
interview.
see where
Okay.
my red line is at. Go to
You
about
are on. How far are you in?
let's see. I am on 50, about here, 51, 56.
Okay, wait.
And we're gonna let it play while you're doing it.
let me see what condition the battery's in and I'll be back in just a moment, okay? Thank you.
Okay, so they left out.
So okay, I'm gonna move it 5400.
So she was just beating, like,
Oh, she was wild with it. I mean, she was bam, bam.
what is your door made out of? Is it like a metal or like a, I'm not sure.
See, they still. Okay. Oh, 54. Okay, I got it.
Okay.
59, 58. Okay, hold on.
I can't even speculate, because it could have been seconds, it could have been, you know, when you get that fear response and, you know, she banged on it, I was in the bathroom, came out of the bathroom.
Thank y'all all for being here. We greatly appreciate y'all. Please take this time to grab your refreshments. You know what I'm saying? Get comfortable, grab your cup of coffee or whatever. And in my case, I'm about to go grab lunch because I woke up earlier and I ended up taking another nap on top of my waking up. So that is
Okay,
why.
I paused it.
You
So
got it? Okay.
I got it, yeah, but I paused it. So I'm gonna just let it play on mute.
Wait, I don't see it. I don't see that.
Oh, you want me to share? That's right. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm gonna close mine right now, and we just waiting on Sister Girl to pull it up. So yeah, we are hoping
lock his
for the
ass up. Lock his ass up. You're going to jail. You're going to jail.
We want to see her get the time that she deserved, because this woman knew what she was doing. It was playing
Right,
in my
absolutely.
opinion. And I'm still angry about the
Please subscribe.
About the slurs not being added in this, because it's very important.
Please subscribe and press that notification bell and thumbs up. Thank you for sharing me. Thank you for sharing me. Thank you for sharing me. For sharing me. For sharing me. For sharing me. Thank you for
All right, let's go.
But you know, Ms. V, they back.
They're back. Okay, pull it back if they're back.
Let me see, because
I don't see that they're back because I got it playing on my phone.
Right here. Is somebody on the stand?
I don't see that. It's not.
You see my mouse?
I do, but
because it's at. I'm on the.
But they actually, the family is speaking. Wait, let me see. Well, unless this is something old, the family is standing outside. No, that's not live. Never mind. That was 2 hours ago. They're not back yet.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Because I got it playing, looking at it on another device.
Okay, got you. Okay, let me mute.
But they did tell us 10 minutes though, y'all, and then they ended up doing all of this. So you got control now. I'm about to walk away. I'll be back. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
She was coming right through that damn door. I mean, this guy was my witness. I thought that one was coming.
What
through that
made you
door.
think that she was coming?
Because everything was shaking. I mean, my mirror that was on the wall was shaking. Like, how do you shake a, a cement block house? I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. That's why I thought,
So she was just beating, like,
oh, she was wild with it. I mean, she was bam, bam.
what is your door made out of? Is it like a metal or like I'm not sure.
I have no idea. And it just was like, oh, dear God, I thought I was going to get my,
How long do you think she was hitting the door?
oh, I can't even speculate, because it could have been seconds, it could have been, when you get that fear response and, she banged on it, I was in the bathroom, came out of the bathroom, and she was still banging on it. So I don't know, maybe a minute or two.
And you didn't try to call 911 back at
But my
that
phone
point?
wasn't there. I didn't know where I put my phone.
You don't remember where you
No.
put your phone?
And I was like, crap, I can't find my phone.
Okay.
So let me get this straight. She let her bang on the door while she went to the bathroom for a minute or two, then came out. Yeah, okay, lady.
So you have an app on your phone that lets you review the video
Yes.
for your surveillance camera. Would you be willing to be able to let us look at that?
I don't have a phone.
Well, no, we have it in the
All right.
office
Okay.
over here, but
Yeah.
let me see what condition the battery's in, and I'll be back in just a
Okay.
moment, okay? Thank you. Susan? So I got a little bit of juice in here.
Okay, Miss V.
This is your phone, correct? Is it an Apple iPhone?
Yeah.
There's a passcode attached to it?
It faces.
Faces?
Yeah.
There's a numerical to it if you don't have your face?
Yes.
Do you mind providing that?
Yes, I do mind.
You do mind?
I'll open it for you. That's no problem.
Okay. So this is a consent to search cellular phone and or other storage media. Okay, this is a form. I just read this to you. I want to make sure I have your address and everything written down quickly. It's been a long day. The underside.
Right, LP.
1662 Southwest 107th Lane. Is that right? Number 3. Ocala, Florida, does hereby authorize Detective Ryan Stitt and or other officers he may designate to assist him to search my cellular phone or their storage media described below, Apple iPhone. It's written permission to search without a warrant is given to me to the above officers freely and voluntarily without any threats or promises having been made. Do you understand all that?
Yes.
Okay. If you would sign on that line there, please.
First, she thought she really had a choice about giving them her phone.
You said it has a face unlock deal.
Yeah, open the damn phone.
And you said it's a blink. Is that what both of those cameras are? They both blink cameras? Is that correct though?
I remember if one's blink and one's ring. Have to be brutally honest.
Okay, that's all
The
right.
two up front are blinks.
Okay.
It's gonna be front door.
Oh, so they both are. Oh, you have a few of them. Okay. Just can't remember exactly. Do you remember when you called the first time?
No idea. That's when the kids were playing. They were so loud in the house.
see this part.
That's the front. It'll say front door.
Okay, so they watching a video of one of the times she called the police because the kids was making too much noise outside. Hey, Shelly, welcome in. We're watching the day 2 trial of, this witch, Susan, but they're on break right now. So we're watching her interrogation. Well, the first interrogation she had with the police. Just to kind of give you the gist of what you miss while they on break.
Now, did you delete any videos? No.
First time.
I'm sorry?
It's the first time I looked at it since before.
Okay.
That's why I didn't touch it. Just let you have it.
So this is the only one. So this usually doesn't capture at night anyway.
No.
So.
Yeah, right now they just watching videos from her cameras in her house of times when she was called the police complaining about the kids. So they have her phone and they watching from her app. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. She, the one that, took out the female, AJ Owens, the neighbor, the black mother, who she took out right behind closed doors. I don't want to say the pow, but yeah, she powed her right through a closed locked door while the mother was outside on the other side of the door, asking her to come out and talk to her because she had threw some items at her kids and took her son iPad. And now she's on trial. She pleaded not guilty and she's on trial. And this is day 2 of her trial. They're on break right now. So we're just watching the interrogation when they first talked to her, interviewed her after she took that woman's life for nothing.
Does it normally capture things during the night? Like,
just to give you the gist of it, Shelly, you okay? It's okay. It's fine. This is Susan Lorincz. I know I'm gonna butcher her last name, but Lorincz. She took out a woman, AJ Owens, back in June for the mother's AJ went over to her house because she was being rude and disrespectful to AJ's kids, and she took the AJ's son iPad and threw it at him, and then she threw a skateboard at her other son. So she went over there to address her, and instead of her coming out to the door to talk to the mother who kids she was rude to, she decided to through her door, a closed locked door, and caused the woman demise. And now she's on trial because they arrested her after 5 days because the people wasn't having it because the mother was black and she's this entitled white woman who thinks that she was on a stand your own ground law. That's what she's saying in court, that she had the right because she felt that her life was in danger. But the court seen different and they charged her. So now she's on trial.
Just look at that one and see if it usually just shows up as a dark screen.
Which one?
The yesterday.
Yes. Yes, she did. She took out AJ Owens, the mother. She hit through the door, the closed lock door, and took the mother out with one hit. Right in front of her son. Her 9-year-old son was standing right next to her, too.
No, that's when I was recording, I guess.
And that captures a lot of stuff, a lot of activity going on there, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I have my TV on 75. Oh my God, they're ridiculous.
I'm sorry, Shelly. I'm just trying to keep it YouTube friendly. You know, we can't say certain things, certain words on YouTube. So I hope I explained it enough, though, that you kind of get the gist.
Did you want to open it again? Did you want to?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
But
Yep.
if it goes
through the door, Shelly.
Where you are released, which I said, I don't know. I have to talk to him.
And I think that she deleted some of them videos. I don't think that that's all the videos on her phone.
If that's the case.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna go get a hotel room. I'm not gonna stay at my place now. I have to get the cats and take them with me.
Okay. Well, I don't even know if, like, I understand your cat, there's nobody that would be able to go over there or for you.
My sister is a brittle diabetic and she's had amputations. God forbid they saw her and they wanted to do her harm. She can't run. She works with a cane.
Yeah.
No, not the sister with amputated limbs. Hopefully she don't go over to my house and they attack her. I would hate for my sister. Now she want to talk about the sister with amputated limbs. Really? Girl, Bob.
All right. Well, is there anything else that you can think of that I didn't ask or that might be helpful for figuring this all out?
And she lying. Look at her trying to look all helpless and with a lying ass because she went right home and stayed home. She didn't go stay at a hotel, right, Miss V? Didn't she go right home?
I've never been in this situation before. This is all new and it's killing me.
Look at her, looking all helpless.
All right. Susan, give me just a minute.
Okay.
So we continue the investigation. I don't think it's safe for you to go back to that house.
I don't think so either.
But what we can do is provide you with a ride back there. You stay in the patrol car. How many cats do you have?
There's 2 cats.
2 cats. Do you drive that truck that's there?
Yeah, that's my truck.
We can get the cats. Do you know where the keys are to your truck?
Sure.
Well, now we know why she felt so entitled, why she thought she was so entitled by the second interview and was so shocked about getting arrested.
Sure.
We're just treating her like a queen, like a princess. We're going to take you, get you and your cats, get y'all all sorted out, get y'all all situated. So it's looking like they're back.
So we saw in the interview that the defendant was not arrested that night, correct?
Correct.
Was there still additional interviews and things that you wanted to do as a detective before that decision was made?
Yes, sir.
Were you in the process of obtaining a search warrant that allowed law enforcement to go
No,
into
Neva.
her house-
I don't think
go
so.
into her house and search for evidence?
Yes, sir.
Because of that, was she able to go back to the house and go inside while you guys were doing that?
No, she wouldn't be.
Once the search warrant was signed and allowing you to go to the house to investigate and look for evidence, did you in fact go back to the residence?
Yes, I did.
Did you go inside?
Yes, I did.
Did you examine the door and the door frame?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice any shards of wood, splintered wood on the ground near the door?
No, sir.
Let me direct your attention to several days later. Let me back up. There were the days following the shooting, as a lead detective, did you and other detectives further investigate the case?
Yes, sir.
Did you interview various witnesses and do what detectives do?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me direct your attention to several days later on June 6th of 2023. Did you conduct a second interview with the defendant?
Yes, sir, I did.
Where was that done?
That was also at the Major Crimes Unit within the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
And did the defendant voluntarily come to the sheriff's office to be interviewed?
She was provided with a ride, I believe, yes.
Okay. Who else was involved in that interview?
It was myself and Detective Daniel Pender.
And what does Detective Pender do for the sheriff's office?
And at the time, he was a major crimes detective also.
At the time of the interview, was the defendant under arrest?
No, she was not.
Was the entire interview, the second interview done on June 6th, was it audio and video recorded?
Yes, sir.
Did you again read the defendant Miranda warnings prior to asking her any questions about what happened?
Yes, I did.
Did she again waive those rights and agree to speak with you?
She did.
Did you force her or threaten her in any way to get her to talk to you the second time on June 6th?
No, sir.
Did you promise her anything to get her to talk to you?
I did not.
Showing you has been marked as State's Exhibit U for identification. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is it?
It is a video and audio recording of the interview with the defendant on June 6th.
Does that recording fairly and accurately depict the relevant portions of your interview that day?
Yes, sir, it does.
And is your initials on it?
It is.
Have you listened to it?
Yes.
This time, the state would move you into evidence as State's 20.
Subject to our previous objections, Your Honor.
I recognize the previous objections, overrule them. It'll be in evidence that states number 20.
Were transcripts also prepared depicting what was said in that interview?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed those transcripts?
I have.
Have you compared the transcripts to the interview to make sure that the transcripts are accurate?
Yes, sir.
Did you also initial and date those transcripts after you were done reviewing?
Yes, sir, I did.
I don't know if the court wants to take a break at this
Yeah, we'll
point.
take a break before you have another video. So we'll take about a 10-minute break.
Okay, so
everybody?
this is
Remember
the
to put your
10
notebooks
minutes
down.
that Ms. V
Please
was
don't discuss the
talking
case.
about.
Thank you.
So I believe they're still on break. Yeah, they're still on break. Ms. V, where you said you had another video that let me see. Maybe we can watch the second interrogation while they're still on break. Let me pull it up.
No.
Oh, I need Ms. V to pull it up.
Whatever the court wants to do, we could.
Because they're still on break.
Let me go check on that, and then I'll come back in just a few minutes and let you know what the schedule's gonna be.
Yes.
What's her name? Susan. Yeah,
I'll be
this
back
is
in about 5 minutes. I'll let you know what the situation is. situation is regarding the lunches.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So
Oh, hold on.
my guess
I
would
want
be,
to-
I don't want them sitting for an hour. So my guess would be we'll probably take a lunch break.
Oh, they going on lunch now. Okay.
On the other side, which is fine.
Um, here it is. But I want the whole thing. They only giving new details. Let's see what this is talking about. Hold on. Here it is. I found it. But I'm not able to take this. Oh, take this to the beginning. Okay.
Contacted anyone else about this case or spoken with anyone else about this case? I see no hands. Have any of you gone online and looked up anything about this case or communicated about this case with anyone online? I see no hands. I thank you very much. We are ready to proceed with our next witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. State
Do it.
calls Dr. Shondell Morford.
Thank you, sir. You need to.
Yes. Thank you.
Nothing plugged in right now.
I got you, Miss V.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Have a seat. Just want to remind everyone to turn your cell phones off, okay?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Shane Dell Norford.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
Where are you currently employed?
I work with my own consulting company currently.
You're with where, I'm sorry?
My own consulting company.
Okay, and what do you do in that consulting company?
I do forensic pathology work, expert witness work, as well as medical malpractice cases.
Where did you work before your consulting company?
The District 5 Medical Examiner's Office in Leesburg.
How long did you work there?
2.5 years.
From what period of time?
Between 2021 and the end of 2023.
Can you describe to the jury your educational background and experience that allows you to do forensic pathology?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from the University of the Virgin Islands, a master's degree in criminal justice from Kaplan University. I have a medical degree from Boston University School of Medicine. I completed a 4-year combined residency program in clinical pathology and anatomic pathology from Orlando Regional Medical Center, after which I completed a fellowship in forensic pathology at the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office. And I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
What, as a medical examiner, what were your duties? What did you do on a day-to-day basis?
On a daily basis, I perform forensic autopsies, determine cause and manner of death, review toxicology reports, and approve estimations.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in Florida?
I am.
All right. You mentioned a couple terms. First, pathology. What is that?
Pathology is the study of disease by definition.
You mentioned clinical pathology.
Sure.
What is that?
So clinical pathology is the study of disease based on the analysis of liquid tissues, so blood, urine, laboratory medicine in the general sense.
I think you then mentioned anatomical pathology. What is that?
Anatomical pathology is the study of disease based on the examination of solid tissues. So we're looking at organs, any biopsies, and it also includes some autopsies as well.
And finally, you mentioned the term forensic pathology. What is that?
So forensic pathology is a branch of pathology that deals with performing forensic autopsies and determining the cause and manner of death from those autopsies.
Can you estimate about how many autopsies you performed in your career?
Over 3,000.
You said you were board certified in certain areas. First, what areas are you board certified in?
Sure. Clinical pathology, anatomic pathology, and forensic pathology.
And what is involved in becoming board certified? What does that mean?
So you first have to complete a certain amount of training requirements. In this case, I probably did 5 years of additional training on top of medical school. After fulfilling certain requirements, you have to take several examinations and pass them as well.
Can you describe for the jury what an autopsy is and what it involves?
Sure. An autopsy involves examination of a body of somebody who's deceased. So you examine the body from head to toe, front to back. You're noting everything from the color of the eyes, the color of the hair, any scars, any tattoos, any unusual marks. You're also noting any injuries or diseases that you find as you go along.
Have you been permitted to give opinion testimony in the field of forensic pathology in court before?
I have.
Can you estimate about how many times?
Around 45 or 50.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this witness be permitted to provide opinion testimony in the field of forensic pathology.
Any objection of our dyer?
No objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow her to testify and form an opinion, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to direct your attention to June 3rd of 2023. Did you perform an autopsy on a woman named Ajike Owens?
I did.
How did Miss Owens's body arrive to the medical examiner's office?
So we got a call from law enforcement about a shooting that occurred. In this case, she had already been transported to the hospital. So after we got a call, investigation took all the information, and then her body was later transported from the hospital to our office.
And where is the office of the medical examiner located in the 5th District?
It's in Leesburg.
Is a unique case number assigned to each autopsy that is performed by the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
What was the autopsy number associated with the autopsy of Miss Owens?
It was ME 23-1380.
How old was Miss Owens?
She was 35.
How tall was she?
5 feet
So
7
young.
inches,
And how much did she weigh?
293 pounds.
During the course of the autopsy that you performed, were photographs taken of Miss Owens as well as the injuries that you noticed on her?
Yes, photographs were taken.
Showing us the mark states with a Y for identification. Take a look at that item, the photos in it, see if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
Generally, what are those photos?
So the autopsy photos taken at the time of the examination.
Do they fairly accurately depict Miss Owens as well as her injuries and items you may recover from her body?
They do.
It's time to state we move Y into evidence is 16, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States Y being evidence is states number 16.
You may have access to the TV.
I put it on there, but they had something else on there. Make sure you got what you want on there.
Plugged in. Your Honor, if you could take that off 1 second and try to fix it.
Yeah.
It's plugged in and hard.
While Mr. Smith is working on that, Doctor, during the autopsy, was law enforcement present?
In this case, they weren't.
Okay. Did you see any evidence of medical treatment on Miss Owens's body?
Yes, she had several pieces of medical evidence. She had defibrillator pads on her chest. She also had an intravenous catheter in one of her legs as well.
I can go old school. Photograph 1 of stage 16. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes,
And is that the person that you performed the autopsy upon?
it is.
Did you locate any injuries to Ms. Owens's hand during the course of the autopsy?
I knew he was gonna ask
Describe the
that.
injury that you located.
So she had a superficial injury, what we call an abrasion, to the right hand.
Showing photograph 2 of stage 16, does that does that represent the injury that you noticed?
Yes, it is.
I guess
Can
he
you
go.
describe the injury to the jury?
So the injury was pink purple in color, superficial, meaning it was just like just a superficial part of the skin that was injured, nothing deeper.
Not considered a life-threatening injury.
No, it was not.
Is the appearance of the injury, in your opinion, consistent with being caused by a projectile or a graze from a projectile?
It's not.
Why not?
So with projectile wounds or graze wound, you have certain characteristics. For instance, a graze wound is a wound that's caused from the projectile scraping over your skin. With those wounds, they tend to be like more elongated, and you tend to have what's called skin tags pointing in the direction that the projectile is coming from. With, say, an entrance type gunshot wound, it's more like round, regular, punched out. And in this case, it's only one superficial wound. Like I said, there's nothing deeper, so there's no penetration at all.
Could you tell based on the appearance of the injury whether the injury was fresh or had begun healing?
It was fresh.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as far as what could have caused that injury?
It could have caused by several things. Maybe, her hand hitting the floor as she fell, or maybe something from the door, something hitting her hand.
I knew they was gonna get at that.
Gunshot wound on Miss Owens.
Yes, I did.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a minute, but in your opinion, the injury to her right wrist was not consistent with a gunshot wound, correct?
Correct.
I understand.
So I guess they're gonna say she was banging that hard on the door.
Body prior to performing the autopsy.
That had left an imprint.
We take X-rays to see whether or not there are projectiles within the person, and if there is projectile, then we want to know where the projectile is located. That way, we can access the projectile easily while doing the autopsy.
Showing you photograph 3 of stage 16, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And you notice the projectile in the X-ray?
It's hard to see actually. I can't see from that. Yes, I can see it now.
Okay. And where is that on the photograph? I'm going to show it to the jury in a second.
So it's on the right abdomen area.
My finger located where it is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I see it, Neva. I see the setup. But I think he want to get ahead of it before,
And what we're looking at is a kind of a white.
the defense attorneys get up there.
In the X-ray.
Correction. Yes, correct.
Did you locate the corresponding gunshot wound on Miss Owens's body?
Yes, I did.
Where was that located?
It was on the right side of the chest.
Showing you photograph 4 of stage 16. What does this photograph show?
That shows the entrance gunshot wound on the right chest.
I could not be a juror and see stuff
Can you
like
point
that.
yourself where that was located?
Sure. So it was about right here.
And can you tell by the appearance of the gunshot wound whether it's an entrance wound or exit wound?
Yes, I can.
How can you tell that?
So entrance gunshot type wounds are more what we call regular, somewhat round or a little ovoid. They tend to be more punched out, whereas exit gunshot wounds are typically irregular, almost like the projectile tearing the skin as it exits.
Did you find an exit wound?
There was none.
Is that consistent with the X-ray showing the presence of projectile inside of her body?
It is.
Did you locate any soot around the entrance wound?
There was none.
And what is meant by soot and why is that significant?
So soot is completely burned gunpowder. It's almost like it's dust-like, so it wipes off easily. And when soot is present, it tells us that it's a close gunshot wound within 6 inches.
Did you locate any what's called stippling around the entrance wound of the gunshot?
There was none.
What is stippling?
So stippling, it's unburnt gunpowder particles now. And with stippling, it tends to have like bigger particles causing superficial injury to the skin. And it's more permanent. We call it tattooing because it looks like little black marks around the wound. And you tend to see stippling with intermediate range gunshot wounds. So from like 6 inches to about 2.5 feet.
Would you expect to find any soot or stippling in the entrance wound of this gunshot if she was shot through a door?
I would not, because in this case, there was an intermediate target. So any soot or stippling would actually be on the door and not on her.
And you're not saying there would be soot or stippling on the door, but if it was going to be there, it would be on the door as opposed to in her body.
Correction, as it depends on the range of fire from the door.
Okay.
That makes
Can you
sense.
describe to the jury the damage that the projectile caused as it entered her body and proceeded through it?
Sure. So the projectile entered the right side of the chest. It then hit the 4th rib, after which it went through her right lung. It went through the heart. It went through the esophagus. It also went through the aorta, after which it went through the diaphragm, the spleen, and it was recovered from the left lower abdomen area.
Oh my
Can you describe
goodness.
the path of travel the projectile took?
Sure. So it went from right to left and downward.
Can you point where the projectile was actually located?
Sure. Can I stand?
Yes, ma'am.
So entrance was here and the projectile was probably around this area.
So she could have been standing like sideways, knocking on her right side. You know what I mean?
Can you do that?
Well, like she want to keep
Not
saying
in
banging.
this case, because there's so many factors that come into play. Without knowing the position that the shooter was in, how tall the shooter is, the position of the hand and the gun, you can't really say that.
Did you recover the projectile that we saw in the x-ray from her body?
Yes, it was recovered.
Can you explain how you did that?
Sure. So while we are doing the autopsy, I'm noting the injuries as I go along. And from the x-ray, I have an approximate location of where the projectile should be. So I can see I'm looking at the injuries and then I follow the path of the projectile until I could actually find the projectile. It's not always easy to find, sometimes we have to dig a bit deeper. But in this case, it was like in the left abdominal wall. And after which we retrieved it and submitted it as evidence.
You must have been introduced this photograph 5 of 616. What is the ship?
That's a projectile.
Is that the one you recovered from?
Yes.
Man.
Showing us the marked stations of the Z for identification. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What letter did you say?
Z.
Z.
What is that?
So this is the envelope with my signature and what the projectile is.
Can you open that up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the
I
contents?
can.
And depending on how tall her son is, if he was standing on the right side, he would have got it in the head.
A projectile.
Is it the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it from Miss Owens' body?
It is.
This time
If they was on opposite sides.
Evidence is 17.
No objection, Your Honor.
The objection Z will be evidence of states number 17.
Except for the injury to her right wrist and the gunshot wound, did you see any other evidence of fresh trauma to Miss Owens' body?
There was none.
Was a toxicology screen done on Miss Owens?
Yes, one was performed.
And what are you looking for when you do that?
So we're looking for any drugs or substances in the body.
What were the results of that toxicology screen?
Her screen was completely negative.
I know that's
No
right.
alcohol, no drugs, nothing in her system.
Correct.
That means she didn't even have no trees in her system. Nothing. Now.
you anticipate being paid for your time here today, correct?
Correct.
In any work that you've done to prepare for trial?
Correct.
What do you charge an hour?
For criminal cases, 300 per hour.
And about how many hours have you devoted to this case since you left the medical examiner's office?
So, including trial prep, doing my own, and including driving here, which is about like 2 hours each way. So it's probably around 5.5 to 6 hours.
No way. She
And
don't
when
want.
you worked for the
She
medical
want
examiner,
gas
you
money
were
too,
paid
y'all.
autopsy, you were paid employee for your salary, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and now that you've left, you're entitled to be paid for the time since you've left.
Yes, correct.
Fair enough.
Mm.
Thank you, doctor. No other questions, Your Honor.
Before we have cross-examination, I want to remind everybody in the courtroom, your phone needs to be off. Unless you're a member, a credentialed member.
She
of the
said,
media.
"Cut the check.
We cannot
$300
text in the
an
courtroom.
hour is what she
Yeah, I
charged,
see you
and she
texting
want her gas
from the
money
courtroom
too."
Or appearing to be texting from the courtroom. Your phone's going to be seized and returned to you at the end of the session. Just fair warning to everybody, okay? Cross-examination. Sure.
Look how she. Let's look at her, y'all. Look how broken down she want to sit there looking. She haven't looked up. Every time they start testifying, she start looking down, trying to look all sad.
So the cause of death was a gunshot wound of the torso. Homicide.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good
Nice to
morning.
see you again.
Here he go.
Miss Owens was 35 years old when she passed away. Is that right?
Yes, she was.
And based on the autopsy that you did on her, she was well developed and well nourished when she passed, right?
Correct.
Well
She
developed
seemed
and
healthy
well
strong based on
nourished.
the autopsy, is that right?
Yes, she was.
She weighed 293 pounds at autopsy, right?
Yes,
Which means that that's what she weighed when she passed away, right?
correct.
And she was 5'7" at autopsy, right?
Yes.
Now, you have no idea what caused the abrasion to her right hip, is that right?
So I'll say it's a blunt force injury. So something, I guess it's some kind of blunt force trauma, or maybe like her striking a hard surface or something else striking her.
The trajectory of the gunshot wound was downward, is that right?
Yes, it was.
And the
Hold on a second. Let me just say this, because since he want to point out about AJ's weight, talking about she was 290 something pounds, whatever. Well, just because she's sitting there looking like a dried up prune today, 2 months ago, though, she was about 300 and something pounds. If Miss V was up here, I'm sure she could show y'all the old pictures, or if you look at her thumbnail, you'll see how she used to look. She just looked dried up now, but she didn't look like this 2 months ago. I just wanted to point that out.
projectile entered her body.
And there she go writing again,
Yes,
scribbling on a piece of paper.
Right to left, is that right?
correct.
In a downward angle.
Correct.
There's no way that you can tell us if the projectile going through the ribs and organs it went through, whether that influenced the trajectory, correct?
It could. The rib is a bone, so it could slightly change the angle of the projectile.
But you can't tell us with any amount of certainty.
Correct.
You can tell us that Miss Owens was most likely in an upright position when she was shot, but nothing else in regard to her positioning. Is that right?
Correct.
And you cannot tell us if she was right or left or anything like that, correct?
I can't.
Now, because there was a door between the gun and Miss Owens, you can't tell us how far the gun was from Miss Owens. Is that right?
I cannot.
Not without looking at the door, right?
Correct.
And you haven't looked at the door,
I
correct?
have not.
You testified that the manner of death is homicide, right?
Yes, I did.
And the term homicide and the way you are using it is a medical term, not a legal term, correct?
Correct.
In the medical community, homicide refers to a death occurring by the hands of another, right?
It is.
So in other words, by saying homicide in this case, you are saying that someone else shot Miss Owens, correct?
Yes.
It wasn't suicide or anything like that, right?
Correct.
This medical determination does not answer legally if a manslaughter occurred, right?
Correct.
This medical determination does not answer legally if a crime occurred, correct?
Correct.
This medical determination does not answer if legally this occurred because an individual was acting in self-defense, right?
Correct.
This medical determination does not answer if legally this occurred because an individual was standing their ground, correct?
Correct.
Punching, kicking, and/or hitting another individual with fists and other parts of the body can cause great bodily harm. Is that right?
Repeat that question.
Anytime punching, kicking, and/or hitting another individual with fists and other parts of the body can cause great bodily harm, right?
It can.
Especially if the person being hit has medical infirmities and is older, correct?
It can. It depends.
Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Need to redirect?
No questions, Your Honor.
She excused?
She is.
Have a nice day, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Good. I'm glad he didn't be extra. I thought he
Did
was
you ever
going to
solve
do the
issue
most.
Of the screen? Just
Like
want the record to
yesterday.
reflect what was on the screen, there was nothing objectionable on the screen. It was just
He did
basically
the
a blank
most with the
screen
little boy.
with a state logo. So I turned it off, but there's nothing on there other than a blank screen and a logo. And that was it, a state logo. So just so the record's clear, I'm ready whenever you are.
Jamie Williamson.
But I like how they speeding this trial along. What do y'all think? They said a speedy trial. What they said is going to be done in the next 2 days. So I like how they just moving it along, getting right to the next one. Next. Thank you. Have a good day. Next. Yep. Let's see so we could go ahead and see how much time she gonna get. If she gonna get that slap on the wrist.
I'll get it later.
5 years or the max 30 years is what they offering.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Jamie Williamson.
And where are you employed, Ms. Williamson?
I'm employed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement out of the Jacksonville Regional Operations Center.
How long have you been employed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I've been employed there since January of 2008.
What is your position at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Currently, I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section.
What are your duties as a senior crime laboratory firearms analyst?
I do microscopic comparisons of fired ammunition components, so fired bullets, cartridge case, shot shells. I compare them to each other, as well as to if I have a firearm, I can test fire that for operability and to make test fires.
Right,
can
Neva,
compare
I
those
agree.
Test fires to anything collected from an evidence, or from a crime scene.
Yes, ma'am. How long have you been in that role at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I've been a senior analyst, excuse me, since October of 2022, and I've been an analyst in the firearms section since March of 2018.
Can you briefly describe to the jury your educational background, ma'am, and your training experience for your position in Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I have a bachelor's in cellular
Sister girl, can you pause that right quick?
And I have my master's in criminal justice. I began my career with
Now, is this earlier? Okay, so it is earlier on in the video. So they're back.
Yes, they're back. Okay.
They're back and they're playing the other interrogation video that we seen. So they going over the interrogation videos. A shout out to Sister Girl for holding it down for your girl. Like I made all my favorite runs while I was gone. But
this is it.
Shout out to everybody in the chat.
The witnesses who were there.
Okay. Let me know when you want me to start it.
Yeah, right where they at right now. So we'll be on
Okay.
track. Okay.
Okay.
We gained access to some video from around the area of where your complex is located. So during those interviews, during that process of obtaining new stuff, obviously it brings new questions that we wanted to kind of cover with you, try to verify some of the stuff you said, as well as clarify things that we don't quite understand. So I was hoping that we could do that today. Obviously.
Oh, and you was right, Ms. V. I thought she was holding a pocketbook in her lap. Remember I said that yesterday? But I think it was the that tied around.
Pause it
Oh, I'm
anytime you
sorry.
don't talk.
Okay. But I see it's that wrap around her waist there.
Yeah, because they
that I
don't
was
usually
thinking
let
about.
you in with no
I thought
personal
because
item.
she didn't come. Remember, she came willingly. So I thought.
Wait,
that
is
she
that
had a
her? What is
pocketbook.
it called? Her fupa? Is that her fupa?
Yeah,
I don't
her
see no
fupa.
purse.
Yeah, that's her fupa. I thought
All I
because the
see
way
is
her hand
Rose.
is, I thought she had a
She
pocketbook
said-
in her lap.
Oh, okay. Like, okay. But yeah, this was when they was technically coming to pick her up because that's the outfit she got. The perp walk in, and
Right.
she was locked up after this.
Right.
So
Well,
let's.
she couldn't believe it. This was the part, boy.
She
This was
was
funny.
so appalled.
Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You going to jail.
All right.
Okay.
Be back on track, y'all.
Anything you say can will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer with him, have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any question if you wish. You can decide at any time to execute these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements. You understand each of those rights I've explained to you? Okay. And having those rights in mind, you willing to talk to us now?
Yes.
Okay. So, like I said, we've talked to a bunch of other people since then. Has there been anything that you've thought of since you and I had last talked, in person at least, that you can remember that maybe at the time, because there was a lot of emotions and, you know?
I don't know what else I could tell you honestly.
Okay. So nothing that happened that night that you didn't remember at the time?
I'm on
or
a
you
whole
just-
different part on what
because
I'm
there's
watching. Hold
a
on,
lot
y'all.
going on that you maybe didn't think
I don't know
to
what to
say.
tell you because I thought I told you everything.
Okay, all right. So, some of the things, like I said, we were just trying to clarify, because we were in the room together for a while
Yes.
talking, and we went over a lot of different things.
Mhm.
So, one of the things I wanted to clarify with you is, and try to understand better is, when Ajike was at the door, when she approached the door, when was it that you realized that it was her coming to the door?
Because I said, who's there?
Okay, how did you know someone was there initially? Was it
There was
because,
a huge banging.
okay,
Just pounding at that door.
okay. So initially, there was no words, it was just the pounding,
Yeah.
that's what started
Yes,
the interaction there?
yes.
And where was the pounding at initially, where it first began?
The front door.
At the front door?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did she, was it just like
It was,
one or
no,
was
no,
it
no, it was
several?
just bang, bang, bang,
Okay,
bang.
all right, and then you said
Who's
you asked her
there?
who's
Yeah.
there? Okay, and what was said then?
I think she said, why are you speaking to my children this way? And I said, I'm not gonna speak to you, go away. You know, if she had a problem, she should call you guys. You know,
Okay.
honestly, I mean, if she really thought there was something seriously wrong, I don't understand why she just came over and just started pounding on my door and, you know, screaming and yelling. So.
And then what happened after you said to go away?
Go away, and then it got quiet for a bit, and then she started really pounding, you know, just pounding on that door. She was relentless.
How long is a bit, would you say? Like
Because
5, 10 seconds or 2
oh,
minutes? Or?
it was an extended period of time, probably 20 to 30 seconds,
Okay.
easily.
But during that time, you didn't hear anything else? Did you think she went away?
No, I obviously knew she didn't go away because she was screaming while she was pounding.
Describe that, when you say screaming, describe what does that mean?
She was just, you're not supposed to speak to my children this way. Why did you, you know, and then she was saying, I'm gonna kill you. And I'm like, holy shit, you know, and that's what my.
Well, when you said there was like the initial barrage of the pounding, and you said, who's there? And she said, you know, what you said that, about not talking to her children that way.
Yeah.
And then you said it got quiet. So there was no banging, there was no words being
No,
said.
because I thought she went away.
That's what I was asking, basically. I'm sorry if I.
No, it's okay. I thought, all right, you know, she's just gonna do whatever she wants to do.
And you said that was like 20 to 30 seconds?
Yeah.
And then did she start yelling again first, or was there more banging?
It was banging, it was yelling. I thought she was just gonna break down the door.
Okay,
So, I mean, my heart was pounding and I was like, she's really gonna kill me.
okay,
That's all I
so
felt.
when she first came up and where were you when she started the
I
beating,
was
the
in the
very first
bathroom.
time? You were in the bathroom
Yeah.
when she started beating?
Yeah.
And did you come to the door?
Well, I was approaching the door and then she started screaming and I knew who it was. And I
Okay.
said, that's it, I'm not opening this door.
Okay,
And because I figured if she came in, she would just absolutely pound me into the ground.
all right, and then when it became silent, after that first round of beating on your door, where were you at then? Did you go,
I went to wash my hands, honestly,
okay,
because I didn't know who was at the door and I wanted to know. And then I was,
okay,
so I went back and washed my hands.
okay.
So,
So that's during the time where it was kind of
Mhm.
quiet and you
Yes.
thought that maybe she went away.
mhm.
Okay. And, when the banging and the yelling started again, where were you at then?
So wait, let me get this straight. So after she just cursed out the kids outside, threw their toys at them like they was animals, go fetch. She just went, and go get your mama. I don't care, blah, 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 whoop the whoop, whoop, whoop. And then you just walked in your house calmly and went to the bathroom to wash your hands. Okay. Okay, lady.
Yeah, I could tell that's a
I was
lie.
in the kitchen.
We ain't buying it, Susan.
All right, and then what happened?
And then she just kept banging and yelling, like, you need to leave, you're trespassing, get off my porch, get out of here, I'm not talking to you, leave.
Okay, who else was outside the door besides Ajike?
Not to mention when she banged on the door, AJ, she just answered calmly, who's there? After all of that just happened earlier, just
After
there?
all that smoke with the kids,
Right,
tell them
right.
to go get your mammy.
Mhm,
You gonna go wash
mhm,
your hands and then
mhm.
who's there?
Right. Like the fenceless old lady. Yeah, okay.
Old
Okay,
Hagatha.
lady. Right.
Where were the other kids? Because I know the kids had been over there prior to her coming over,
Yeah,
or?
they were right by the, the fences, and then there's a sidewalk. They were right beyond that sidewalk, inside where it's supposed to be no trespassing.
Okay, so they were outside of the fence while she was banging on the door? Oh, you're not sure?
I have no idea.
Okay.
You asked me when the kids were there earlier.
Right.
So, the kids finally, I went inside. I figured they left.
So you didn't know who else was out there at that time? Okay. So you went to the kitchen and she was still pounding on the door and yelling. And I know we've kind of gone over this a lot, but I want to make sure now we're getting more like in order of things, because the first time we talked, it was kind of just like it all came out all at once. And now that you've had a little bit of time to kind of think about things that happened again and try to get it in a good order that things happen, because it's very important.
Now you had time to come up
be
with a
able to say,
lie.
okay, this happened first, this is what happened next, so that we don't get them confused or anything.
Okay.
So after that initial silence where, well, I wouldn't say silence, but it got quiet, you were washing your hands in the bathroom, and then the pounding and the yelling started again, and you went to the kitchen. What were you doing in the kitchen? Just,
I was looking for my phone.
okay,
So I put my phone down somewhere and I started panicking. I started searching for the phone. And then she just kept banging and banging and banging. I'm gonna kill you, get out of here. I'm like, I have nowhere to go. I mean, I was in the kitchen. There was the sliders and the sliders always locked. And just that one door, so there's no escape.
okay.
I couldn't leave. I couldn't get out of there. I was like, Jesus Christ. And she was pounding so hard. The mirror on my wall was shaking.
Okay, so that first, I'm sorry to go back, but that first time that she pounds on the door, how long do you think that lasted before there was kind of the silence? I know you said she hit the door, you said, who's there? And that what was it said?
Probably 5-10 seconds she was pounding the first time.
Okay. And then when it started again, how long, and I'm gonna jump ahead just a little bit, but we'll kind of come back. When she started pounding on the door again and saying all that stuff to the point where you fired the gun, how long do you think that lasted?
2 to 5 minutes.
2 to 5 minutes.
I don't know, everything's kind of, it was a while. I mean, it was a while. I kept thinking, okay, you guys are gonna show up, because I called earlier and no one's coming. I'm like, shit, couldn't find my phone. And she was just banging and banging, screaming at me, telling me, I'm gonna kill you. I'm like, she's gonna kill me this time. That's all I kept thinking. She's gonna come in this house and kill me.
Okay. When did you find your phone? At what point?
After I shot her. I just started searching the house frantically until I found it, and I wanted to make sure that I called and said, I shot, because I heard it go, ugh.
So where was your phone?
It was in my computer room.
In the computer room? Okay.
Question, Miss V, yesterday when the little boy was testifying, did he say that AJ, when she was banging on the door, that she did actually say, I'm gonna kill you, or no?
She never said that.
She
He never
said
heard her
that,
say
right.
that. And
Right.
the other thing that's sticking out to me is that we are to believe that old Hagatha, old 911 calling Karen, who
Right.
always had her phone, didn't have her phone at the most important time. All
Right. Mm-hmm.
So, let me just understand this a little better, because I'm not really sure. So, the woman that got shot, what is her name?
AJ.
AJ, right, it's AJ.
Yeah.
Okay, and how long have you known her?
I really didn't know her. I just, she was a neighbor across the street.
Okay, so how long has she been a neighbor across the street from you? Help me understand that.
A year and a half, 2 years.
Okay, year and a half and 2 years. And in that year and a half and 2 years, how many times have you guys been able to talk?
We've never talked. It's more like screaming.
No, okay, all right. So maybe the better would be communicate. How many times have you guys been able to communicate in that year and a half or 2 years?
2, 3 times.
2 or 3 times. And in those 2 or 3 times over a year and a half and 2 years, what were you guys screaming about? What were you guys communicating about?
She would take her dog and walk it on my sidewalk to make sure it shit on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Like, oh, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Of all the places you can.
On her sidewalk.
Emily's gonna come here. She
Sure.
said, it's the only place my dog will go to the bathroom.
Okay,
I'm
So-
like, no, I don't think so.
okay. So you guys would have a disagreement regarding that, some screaming regarding the dog pooping where it shouldn't. What else would you guys communicate about in that 2 or 3 times?
The one time she was talking to the neighbors and she said, oh, that bitch over there is crazy. And I'm like, no, I'm not gonna, sorry. I walked over, I said, what is your problem? And she just went on a tirade. I have never heard someone scream like this woman. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, she exploded. And I'm like, oh shit.
How long ago was that?
2 months ago.
2 months?
2 to 3 months ago. And then she was saying I called her kids all kinds of names, and I'm like, no, I didn't. And the more I said no, the more irate she got. Finally, I'm like, let me just back off, say yes, I'll apologize, and scurry away.
What kind of things was she saying that you called her kids?
That I called them racial slurs, that I called them slaves, and that's never happened. I mean, when she said, I'm like, why don't you stop already? Stop lying, And I was like,
Can you pause that
But
right
then
quick?
we're talking about what happened there today. And this woman that
Because I'm trying to figure out if they allowed her to say that, then why ain't they gonna
Right,
allow
why
that
not
to be
bring it in?
explained? If
Yup.
she gonna say that they were accusing
Yup.
her of something, then they need to hear that in court.
Yep.
All
They
right?
put it out there.
That's crazy.
Yep. I agree. Yep.
that's she passed away. You said that you guys had yelled at each other 3 or 4 times in about a year and a half to 2 years. Is that right?
yes.
And the last time she yelled at you a lot. Did you ever, I've worked as a patrol deputy for years before becoming a detective. Did you guys ever get in like a fight in the street or anything like that? No, nothing like that.
You could be kidding me.
I'm
sorry.
I gotta ask, I don't know you that well.
No.
Did she ever brandish a weapon or anything like that or something?
The only thing she ever did is she picked up the no trespassing sign and threw it at me and hit me.
Okay. And I know that the police came out a lot of times. Did the police ever come out for that time when she threw the sign?
Yeah, and then everybody in the neighborhood said, oh, we didn't see anything.
Okay.
So it was the he said, she said, so they said they couldn't charge anything.
Sure.
I'm like, all right.
And obviously you have a firearm. I haven't had a chance to ask you about this. Now, is that a gun that you've had for years? Or you just had it for a couple of weeks? Help me understand that.
No, over a year.
Okay, over a year. And where do you normally keep that secured in the house?
That's usually next, it was in a garbage can next to my bed.
Okay. And is it like?
Now, that was the Remington that you're talking
Yeah,
about that you got
Remington.
over a year ago?
Yes.
Okay, so when we were at the house, there was the other one,
Yes.
the 22
The
was a
Ruger.
Ruger.
Mhm.
How long have you had that firearm?
A few months.
Just a few months?
Yeah, not very long. And the only reason I did it is because it was so expensive to shoot the Remington.
Oh, the
So
380
the
rounds were
380, yeah,
expensive, yeah.
way more expensive. So I got a little plinker, just target practice and stuff like that.
Are you experienced with firearms? You got 2 guns, and it sounds like you have the little plinker, and you know about the price of ammo. Are you well versed with them?
I used to be terrified of firearms.
Uh-huh.
And then a friend said, you really can't defend yourself. He said, you should think about getting a gun.
Okay.
So,
When did you first get a gun? Was it or did you have other guns historically?
It sounds like she planned that months after AJ and her kids moved in the neighborhood.
Facts.
Because she said she had one, firearm for over a year. Right after saying, telling them how long AJ and her kids moved in. And now she's my year because my neighbor, a friend of mine told me, if you don't feel safe, you know, you should really think about getting you a firearm, but you already had one. So why would your friend need to tell you to get a second one? You got to make it make sense.
Well, the way that I understood that, because in the first interrogation video, she said that she used to be afraid of firearms. She had a fear for it. And her friend told her, you know, you can't really defend yourself. You should think about getting a firearm. She got that after the first time. Her first weapon, she got it after the first time her and AJ ever had an issue. Then she just said she bought another one 7 months late ago. So yeah, she never had a weapon prior to AJ and the issues.
Right. So right. She planned that shit.
And Neva, she said, well, now since she opened the door, the defense can cross that then. And so I was thinking, I'm like, okay, so they said they was going to exclude it, but the fact that they let her say it, the jury now knows. So I mean, it will be up to them in their defense to now say what that, you know, elaborate.
I wonder if they're going to bring that up.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Let's go.
No, I never did.
Okay.
I first bought a 9mm, but it was just way too much gun for me, so I sold it. And then I got the little 380.
Okay. And did you go to any kind of training for those using guns, like going to the range, or tell me about that?
I went to the range, watched videos, you know, all the other stuff, self-educating, and I was going to go take a permit to carry course.
Sure.
And I didn't get around to it.
Yeah. Okay. So you were self-training yourself. You had plans to do that in the future, but it didn't come to that. So thank you for helping me understand that. And describe to me, AJ, you've only had these arguments with her a few times, but what I'm confused about is that we're talking about her banging on it 3 times, and then there's a pause, and there's everything else you just described in Detective Stipp. And you said that this was the time that she was going to come and kill you. That's confusing to me because it sounds like you guys really didn't have any other times that she was going to come and kill you.
No, she was saying she's going to kill me. I mean, she's verbalizing it. She was saying, "I'm going to kill you."
Okay.
That's how, it's not like this is the time she's going to come and kill me. I
So
mean,
I'm trying to get into your mind, and I'm trying to be brought to that moment to why you believe that. And we were talking, you were in the bathroom, then you were in the kitchen. I mean, I know that she's saying something.
Can you pause it right quick?
And you're inside your house, and she's on the other side of.
So typically, that's not something that we would say. But what we would say is, "I'm gonna F you up." And what the little boy said is he heard her saying F, and he also heard her saying B. So I can believe that AJ said, "I'm gonna F you up, B, open the goddamn door," or whatever. That's what AJ was saying. Not this nonsense.
Yeah, I'm just going rampant, you know.
Of that wall and that door. Were you able to ever see her to see if she had anything in her hands? There's no people, thanks. Okay. Were you able to look through a window or anything to see if she had anything in her hands or anything? Okay. So you don't know if what's going on, but you can hear her voice.
Yes.
And you said that she's hitting the wall hard enough that was it the door? That the mirror is moving.
Yes.
And she's hitting the door. Okay. And
Loretta said that she studied the stand your ground law. I think they were saying something like that when they was investigating her, right?
Well, that was her first defense. She said she was standing her ground. She feared for her life, which is why you hear her keep talking about that. Well, she said she keep trying to bring that home because that is what she was trying to use. She also watched the case and everything. Go ahead.
Right, that's what I was saying. But during one of her interrogations, wasn't it mentioned that on the internet or something, or they saw where she had searched it?
Yeah. She said that she's seen it on the news or somewhere. She's seen
it.
Okay. You know, and they asked her also why was she using these certain words that they use.
Right, that's what it was.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
She watched. Maybe it came from a crime show or something on Facebook or something.
Right.
No, it came from you researching, Karen. Exactly. We got your searches, I think.
There's no people or anything like that. You don't know who all's out there, but you can hear her voice. Okay. What made you shoot that spot on the door? It sounds like you had some experience with the gun. So bring me to that moment where what happened?
I grabbed the gun. I was shaking like the leaf. The more she found me, the more she screamed. I was like, "Stop, stop, stop! Go away, move away." She wouldn't move away. Finally, I'm gonna kill you, and that was the last time, and I just fired the weapon.
Okay, was there a spot you picked or something like that?
I just kind of, there was a door, I knew she was at the door. Shot.
So since the last time you and I talked, I went in the house, we, you know, did the stuff inside the house as far as photographing, looking at where everything is at related to where the door is. And you said you had shot from the kitchen, so when you come in, it's like a kitchen table?
The table that's there, the two seats with the table.
Okay.
That's where I shot from.
That's where you shot from, okay. Like right next to it?
Yes.
Or like further back?
I remember the table being there.
Okay, how were you holding the gun when you fired it?
Like
With
that.
2 hands?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you were initially in the kitchen when, well, you went to the restroom and then you were in the kitchen looking for your phone while she was pounding on the door. And you said that you believe it was between 2 and 5 minutes?
Yes.
Was that total time before, from when the first pounding started to the time that you fired the shot, 2 to 5 minutes? Or do you think it was shorter time than that or longer?
To me, it seemed like 2 to 5 minutes.
2 to 5 minutes
Well,
total?
Well, by the time I shot the weapon, at least 5 minutes.
Okay. Did she ever try to open that glass sliding door or open the door handle or anything like that? Or was it just the pounding?
I just remember her pounding and pounding and pounding.
Okay. So you said that you kept the firearm in the trash can in the bedroom. So at some point, did you go?
Yes.
So you thought about it and said, I might need this, or?
Absolutely. I mean, I got terrified. I mean, I was so terrified she was going to come in and kill me.
Okay, so you left the kitchen area?
Yes.
And that's when you went to your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Where was the other gun at that time? Do you know?
I thought it was right there.
The Ruger?
I thought the river was right there.
I mean, we found, yeah, it was, but you said that you used the 380, right?
Yeah.
When you fired the gun? Okay. Is there any reason why you chose that gun aside the other one? They were both loaded, right?
They were both loaded. I was just the one that picked up.
Okay, did you handle the other gun at all?
I don't remember. Honestly, I don't remember.
Okay. Because the reason I asked is when we went in there, the 22 was actually on top of the 380. So, you know, I'm just trying to figure out how it is that you went in there, took the 380, fired the 380, went back, and you would have put it back in there, but then the other gun was on top of it. So I'm just trying to figure out if maybe, you know, you're just moving stuff around after things happened or something fell. I'm just trying to understand.
It may have fallen off the bed. I don't know. I just remember looking for my phone, and I just remember I put the gun back in. So, there's all kinds of papers in there, so it could have flip-flopped.
Is that an actual, like, do you use it for trash or those important papers that were in
Those
there?
were papers that I keep.
Okay. All right. So you said it was about, let me ask you this, and maybe this can kind of help us get a better time frame. From the time that you called 911, these kids are on my property again, they're yelling, what happened that first 911 call? That time that you hung up with 911, how long before she showed up and she was pounding on the door after you hung up?
10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay. So about 10 minutes after you disconnected and they said, hey, we have deputies on the way. 10 minutes after that is when she started pounding on your door. Okay. And you say anywhere, you believe from 2 to 5 minutes. Okay. Is there, and I just want to be clear, 2 to 5 minutes from the first time she pounded to the time where you felt in danger enough to pull the trigger?
Yeah.
Okay. And how many times, I know this is, how many times do you think she was hitting your door during that time frame that you believe is about 2 to 5 minutes?
She just kept pounding it. Just kept pounding it and pounding it.
So just
She was
more
screaming.
than 5, more than 50? Like,
God, it had to be, I don't know. I can't even speculate. I just remember her pounding and pounding and screaming and yelling.
okay. And did you call 911 immediately after?
As soon as I found my phone.
Okay, how much time do you think after you fired the shot?
A few seconds.
So within a
Less than-
minute?
Within a
And
minute,
you
yes.
immediately called 911?
Yes.
Did you call anyone else before?
No.
Did you call anyone else after?
No, I don't think so, because you guys were here. I mean, you guys came right away.
Okay.
So.
Okay. So we're just trying to figure out where some of these, we heard that you said the F word and the B word. These are what the kids are saying.
I definitely dropped F-bombs.
Okay, and what are you saying the F word to?
Take your fucking shirt.
Referring to stuff on the ground or something? And when we, sure. Okay. So Detective Stith has been talking to you about the timeline, okay? And some of the work we've done. Now, this is a picture that I drew. I'm not an artist at all, but when I tell you some of the work we've done, we spoke to all the people over. This is your house, by the way. Okay, this is we'll put an S for you. We spoke to everybody in these buildings. We spoke to them all in these buildings, and we talked to anybody that had cameras that would see different areas. These cameras, they hear things. We're able to hear audio. We're able to hear things like that. And everyone that we interviewed, I pretty much got the same, Detective Stith, I think we all got the same statement from every single person we interviewed. We lined up, well, we didn't line them up. These people were interviewed in different locations. Some of them were interviewed in different buildings in different places. I interviewed them at different houses, and all these people provided me similar statements, okay? No one that provided these, now these people could hear her talking. Okay, because she was talking loudly. You said that you could hear it through the wall, and I can agree with that. Okay, she made a statement, something to the effect of, "Why'd you take my kid's iPad?" Okay, somebody heard her say that.
I never touched an iPad. I never saw the iPad. I don't know what this iPad is
A
about.
tablet or something like that.
Again, no tablet, no iPad, no electronics at all. It was never there, or at least I never saw it.
Okay.
So I have no idea.
Was she? Maybe she's wrong, but was she asking you about a tablet or accusing you of something with a tablet or an iPad? I don't know if it's an iPad or a tablet. She could have. Okay. You seem unsure of some of the stuff she's saying through the door.
Can you pause this part?
You're not really sure if she said that?
She could have said it during her.
Okay, so I think she kind of, she could have said it because she like, they might have some recordings of her saying that because she knows god dang on well that was the only reason why she came to her door. Again, I'm going to say that her son went and got his mother because he left his stuff by her house. When he came back to get it, the woman had it in her hand. And when he asked for it, she threw it, told him to go fetch it. She threw the skate, the iPad, and all that. So since the little boy that testified said that they got it back, I believe when she threw it, he picked it back up. But AJ was angry about that. So that is the whole reason why AJ went and hit his foot with the skate or whatever. Oh, and the umbrella. She was swinging the umbrella also. Okay, so that's the whole reason why AJ was at her door. I just wanted to bring that home. She out of her mind.
And now she acting all oblivious to what's going on. Look at her.
Yeah, right. I don't know. I ain't heard nothing about no iPad. Like, boy, girl, you notice what started the whole thing? She started everything. She need to get 30 years plus. All right.
Man.
Woman, please.
So she's saying these things. The thing is everything that we've learned so far, I have not learned of her ever saying to you that she wanted to get into the house. It sounded more like she wanted to talk to you outside of the house.
How do you want to talk to outside the house when you're banging and screaming?
Yeah,
that's not reasonable.
One of the people said that she said, "Come outside."
That's not. I'm sorry. That's not what.
It's not reasonable and prudent. I mean, you just don't, bang and expect someone to come out. Yeah, I think I'll come outside so you can,
Well, I know.
Seriously.
What she learned, what I'm learning, what these people said is that she was saying to come outside. She wanted to confront you about something. She wanted you to come outside. Do you remember her making statements and asking you to come out there and talk to her? Okay, so you don't remember that, and you seem unsure about some of the statements she made about the tablet. No one that we've interviewed so far has made any statements about her saying that she wanted to kill you.
That's what I heard.
I agree, Angela. And that's what she wanted.
You said you were
that
so
was
in fear and you're shaking. Is your memory affected regarding this incident in some way?
I just remember being terrified that she was banging and screaming, and I just remember hearing her say, "I'm going to kill you." Her son, earlier in the night, before I called the police, I don't know how old he is, but he said, "I'm going to make sure you get killed tonight."
Which son? She has two sons.
I know.
Oh, heck no. Wait a minute, Miss V.
What
Not the
you hear?
9-year-old, not the 9, which one? The 9-year-old or the 11-year-old?
What did she say he said again? 'Cause
That the son said to her, I'm gonna make sure you get blank tonight.
that when she said that, I'm like, don't no kids be talking like
They
that,
don't
lady.
even talk like that.
Knock it off. Like, she don't even know how people are. What did
Right.
nobody say that to her? Oh, I'm gonna make sure you
Yeah.
and
Tonight.
so
Tonight.
that's what look, so she's just trying to drive in that's what also heightened her fear. So when she came, she already knew what type of time she was on. So much that she left her phone and all this stuff in another room and all this after you just called 911.
But had time to go
2
wash
minutes
her
before.
hands.
All
But had
this
time to go wash her hands in the bathroom.
Yeah, see, they establishing that line, like, okay, like you did all of this stuff Susan talking about happened in 2 seconds, 2 minutes.
Right.
All this.
Remember, it was one of her sons, but he was there. He's like, I'm gonna make sure you get killed. I'm gonna make sure that, you know. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Has this person ever shown you a weapon or anything like that?
No, but I mean, if the little kid said it, and then all of a sudden his mom's coming over and she's banging and screaming and.
Now I asked you this earlier, you said you can't see out there, but you've only seen her a few times. What means does she have to harm you through the wall?
She, like I said, she was banging so much, everything was shaking and moving.
Now,
Through the wall, man.
Now that house,
Which I couldn't believe because it's a cement block house.
that was my next question. So it's a cement block house, and the door, the deadbolt was activated, right?
The deadbolt was activated,
Okay.
right? And you just didn't have the chain lock?
I was gonna say, I remember I didn't have the chain. I'm not quite sure if I had the deadbolt on or not.
Okay. I believe the last time we talked, you said you had the deadbolt, but you didn't want to get back close to the door to do the chains.
Girl,
Why
so
wasn't the
now
chain
she
already
hurricane AJ, everything was moving and shaking. Even
Right.
in the daggone cemented house,
Right.
Everything was moving and shaking, girl.
AJ strong as hell, ain't she?
Right.
That's
Oh
what they
my
trying to
God.
figure out. Because at one point he asked her, or maybe he already did. I mean, did you see her weight lifted, churning out in the front yard that made you think that she was strong enough to break through the door? Basically, is what he said. So it's like when you're listening to this stuff, they are subtle with what they saying, but I'm understanding everything. So I don't necessarily, like Angela, feel like it's in her favor. I'm not really feeling like it's in her favor. The truth is just, the stories is just being told. I don't see it swaying her way. I mean, do you, sister girl? Let me know.
I don't know.
I know you're not feeling like she gonna get the right time. You feeling like they gonna give her time served possibly and all this.
Yeah.
But with the all-white jury,
I just don't see her getting 30 years. I just don't see
the all-white jury might sympathize with her. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
How old are they? Do they have children? You know, are they sympathetic to Black people and children?
Right, because they act like we don't have feelings,
Yeah, they think that some of them think we animals, just like her, this woman. The stuff
took the words right out of my
that's
mouth.
what they like to use. But and that's how she describing the kids, although they were just being kids. And so let's
yelling, screaming, yelling and screaming.
And she ain't never had kids either, so she don't have no bone in her body that's sympathetic to children.
And they out in front of her door, in front of her property, walking the dog on her property,
her sidewalk. I even
heard
her
sidewalk. Right,
like,
that was it. Her
you
sidewalk.
You don't own the damn shirt on your back. You probably got that with a credit card.
And her migraines, girl, the 9 to 9, girl.
She is a migraine.
You said you had the extra long deadbolt just installed.
I bet that neighborhood is so happy that she's not there anymore.
And unfortunately, AJ and her 4 kids ain't either.
Right. It's like bittersweet. Like
Charles did it.
Okay, Charles.
So that's what the deadbolt's activated, the door's closed, it's a block house. I'm just trying to understand what made you so in fear of this woman if you have these things between you.
When we had spoken previously on the other time when she screamed at me and I finally acquiesced, I said, whatever you want, I'm so sorry. She followed me a foot behind me. Up until I went into the house, I'm like, what the hell? I mean, she gave me the creeps.
What happened during that?
She said she
incident where
gave her the creeps.
And I was wondering, is it
She
because she
called
was
my
black?
kids,
She gave her the creeps.
I think a nigger and a slave or something stupid like that. And I'm
Wait,
like,
hold on.
okay,
Stop it now.
I'm
Stop
sorry.
it now. I heard girl. Now, I need to hold on now. Wait a minute.
Look, we are
Wait a minute now. Okay, so
let me take that back a notch.
Listen
Hold
here.
on.
She said "gur," okay, in "gur" and slaves.
And slaves,
So that's
yeah,
the
let me take
second
that
time
back a notch.
that we didn't heard some racial slurs. So so much for being excluded. So they getting to hear it anyway, but it's an all-white jury. How much weight do it weigh?
Let me see.
Okay,
You
so
know,
don't
how
remember that,
fair are
and
they?
You seem unsure about some of the statements she made about the tablet.
Right.
They ain't admit
No one that
nothing,
we've interviewed so
Let me take it back.
which is a good thing, in my opinion.
Because I think she said it around here about the slave.
with that. Okay. She made a statement, something to the effect of, why did you take my kid's iPad? Okay, somebody heard her say that.
I never touched an iPad. I never saw the iPad. I don't know
Yeah.
what this iPad is
A
about.
tablet or something like that. Did you-
Again, no tablet, no iPad, no electronics at all. It was
Sure.
never there, or at least I never saw it.
Okay.
So I have no idea.
Was
what
she,
the hell-
maybe she's wrong, but was she asking you about a tablet or accusing you of something with a tablet or an iPad? I don't know if it's an iPad or a tablet. She could have?
She could have.
Okay, you seem unsure of some of the stuff she's saying through the door. Did she say, you're not really sure if she said that?
She could have said it during her rants.
Okay. She's saying these things. The thing is everything that we've learned so far, I have not learned of her ever saying to you that she wanted to get into the house. It sounded more like she wanted to talk to you outside of the house.
How do you want to talk to outside the house when you're banging and screaming?
Yeah.
That's not reasonable.
One of the people said that she said, "Come outside."
That's not, I'm sorry.
Come
That's
on.
not what?
It's not reasonable and prudent. I mean, you just don't, bang and expect someone to come out. Yeah, I think I'll come outside so
Right.
you can,
Well, I know.
I mean, seriously.
What I'm learning, what these people said is that she was saying to come outside. She wanted to confront you about something. She wanted you to come outside. Do you remember her making statements and asking you to come out there and talk to her?
Honestly, don't recall.
Okay, so you don't remember that, and you seem unsure about some of the statements she made about the tablet. No one that we've interviewed so far has made any statements about her saying that she wanted to kill you.
That's what I heard.
Okay. You said you were so in fear and you're shaking. Is your memory affected regarding this incident in some way?
I just remember being terrified that she was banging and screaming and I just remember hearing her say, "I'm going to kill you." Her son, early in the night, before I called the police, I don't know how old he is, but he said, "I'm going to make sure you get killed tonight."
Which son? She has two sons.
I know, I remember, it was one of her sons, but he was there, he's like, "I'm going to make sure you get killed, I'm going to make sure that, and I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Has this person ever shown you a weapon or anything like that?
No, but I mean, the little kid said it, and then all of a sudden his mom's coming over and she's banging and screaming and.
Now I asked you this earlier, you said you can't see out there, but you've only seen her a few times.
Mhm.
What means does she have to harm you through the wall?
Like I said, she was banging so much, everything was shaking and moving,
Now that house,
which I couldn't believe because it's a cement block house.
that was my next question. So it's a cement block house and the door, the deadbolt was activated, right?
The deadbolt was
Okay.
activated, right? And you
I
just didn't
don't-
have the chain lock?
I was gonna say, I remember I didn't have the chain, I'm not quite sure if I had the deadbolt on or not.
Okay. I believe the last time we talked, you said you had the deadbolt, but you didn't want to get back close to the door to do the chain, is from what I recall. And you said you had the extra long deadbolt just installed, what was
They,
it, recently?
Charles did it.
Okay, Charles.
So that's what the deadbolt's activated, the door's closed, it's a block house. I'm just trying to understand what made you so in fear of this woman if you have these things between you.
When we had spoken previously on the other time when she screamed at me and I finally acquiesced, I said, "Whatever you want, I'm so sorry." She followed me, a foot behind me, up until I went into the house. I'm like, what the hell? I mean, she gave me the creeps.
What happened during that incident where she followed you? What was the conversation?
She said, "Oh, you called my kids I think a nigger and a slave or something stupid like that. And I'm like, okay, whatever. Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Pause it, sister girl, after that.
Wait,
Yeah,
she
we
did
finally
say
got to
that.
that part.
She said you called my kids the ninja
Yeah, the N-word and the slave.
and a slave.
And she just said she apologized. Susan, you
But
don't seem like the
remember-
type to apologize for something you didn't say, ma'am.
Right.
Okay.
But remember that, like you said earlier, that must be something she knew they would have a video about, because there is a video a daytime video when they was talking to a group of kids. One of the kids did mention that she says that she calls them the N-word.
She does. A kid did say that.
Yeah,
and,
they
and
had the
other
kid's
neighbors
face
too.
blurred out, but but you can hear the kid saying, yeah, and she be calling us but he was saying the word, and she be calling us in ninjas, and she be calling us this and saying that to us.
Yeah, all them little kids was out there because they was 11, and she was also accusing them of trying to steal her car. It's like, can you even drive? There's like, no, we're 11.
Right. Yep. You saw that video. Yep. That is the same video.
We played that yesterday.
Leave this alone. I don't need, to get killed in the street.
Did she tell you if she had recordings of you saying that? Or like one of the kids?
See?
But you apologized and she continued to follow you anyway?
Yeah, she followed me anyway.
How far did she follow you?
Like right up to where I go in by the wood.
By the fence?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
She finally just went away.
Okay. And how long ago was that?
That was like a month or two ago.
Okay. And was that an incident dealing with, she had the dog and the kids were over there?
No.
No, that was something different?
Something different.
Okay. And I think that was, I want to say, was it April? Does that sound right? With you had called because, again, the kids were over there, the dog was over there. Does that sound about right? Okay, but that was a different incident than what you're talking about. Okay. And where were you at when you had that conversation where she started following you? Where were you?
I was in the street.
Okay. Like by the mailboxes or?
No, I was close to her driveway.
Close to her driveway, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did she make any threats of physical violence to you then?
She was following you and that made you feel creepy, right? Or creeped you out, I think is the word you said?
Yeah.
Okay, but there wasn't any threats of physical violence then. And you said,
Why would you, if the conversation is over, why would you still pursue someone? I mean, to me.
Was she still saying things? Was she still?
No,
talking?
she just followed me.
Wait, what's happening?
That's not me. That
That's
must be them.
buffering. Wait, let me make sure my signal ain't down. But yeah, Susan lying her behind off. She's trying to be afraid and tough at the same time. Like her actions is tough, but her words is weak. Girl, get out of here. Make it make sense.
Right.
She don't know how stupid she sound because you're an aggressor, ma'am.
I wonder how old the jurors are.
I wonder too. That's what I'm saying. Are they?
Because if they up in age like her, they probably think like her.
Yeah. How many of them have young children like we're talking about here?
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
Ain't no telling. Wait a minute, is it buffering or is it just stopped?
No, I had paused it.
Oh, okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Something, I was like, oh my God. And I didn't want to tangle with her anymore.
and was it only her kid that you called a slave, or was there other kids in the
I
neighborhood?
never called anyone a slave.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said sorry for it.
I said I'm sorry for it because I didn't know how else to diffuse the situation.
Okay, so you told her that you did say that, but you're saying that you were saying it to diffuse the situation?
Yes, absolutely.
So have you ever called any of those kids?
So Susan, I'm looking at this from the outside here, and this really is not adding up to me. You
used the word reasonable and prudent earlier. That's an interesting series of words to use. That's like a series of words that we use as law enforcement officers. when
Right
we
here,
try to look at
sister
things.
girl.
Yeah.
And there's a big jump here that you're making logically that I can't seem to make the jump. I'm having a really hard time getting there. You've known this woman for 1.5 to 2 years. Your only communications were 2 to 3 times. The dog's pooping, and then there was another time where you called her, you said, I'm sorry about calling your kids some names, and she followed behind you. You thought that was creepy. She's never threatened you. She's never displayed a firearm towards you. She starts yelling on your patio area, banging hard on your door, which your door is locked. And then you're scared. Now you're saying that you're scared, which, okay, I can get to that. I can get to that point that you're scared. There's someone knocking on your door.
No, it wasn't knocking, it was pounding.
Pounding. There's someone pounding on your door. Right. There's someone pounding on your door. They're pounding on your door, and I can't get to the point where pounding on the door leads to you being hurt or killed. I can't get.
Because I thought she was gonna break the door down.
Mm.
The door, you could see that it was well repaired and re-repaired and all that crap like that, so I never felt that door was secure.
You have an extended deadbolt, and you've never been in any kind of violent situation where someone's kicked in your door or like Kool-Aid Man through your entire wall. There has not been that situation. So I'm trying to do the reasonable and prudent. I'm trying to come into your shoes there, and I'm having a hard jump there because describe to me, AJ, what does she look like?
Tall black woman, heavy set,
Okay. Does she have a very muscular? You've only known her for 1.5 years. You only had so many communications. I mean, is she like a muscular person that's able to, like, I don't know, do extreme feats of strength? And does she weight train in her front yard? Help me understand this.
No, I don't.
That's what I'm trying. I'm having a hard time with this.
He's just trying to
Yeah,
understand
I'm
how
just-
we got from the point of someone.
And I don't see how that is entire. Were you on alcohol or anything like? I gotta ask these questions. Were there anything in your mind that would impair yourself in your judgments?
I took Belbuca earlier in the day.
What is that?
It was from my back.
Okay, is that a narcotic?
Yes.
I'm not a muscle relax. I'm guessing here.
No, it's a pain reliever.
Okay, it's a pain reliever.
Mhm.
And does that have like something on the bottle that it would?
It's a film.
Okay, does that like don't use motor vehicles or something like that? What does it do to you? How does it make you feel?
It just makes me sleepy.
It's called, what is it called?
Belbuca.
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 You don't
Does that
make
have
her
to do with
sleepy
your
enough.
artery, issue in your
No,
skin?
I had a car wreck. So I had a fusion in my lower back. I'm sorry, fusion in my neck and then laminectomy in my lower back.
Mhm.
And I've got this thing that goes backwards. So I
Okay.
have some issues.
Okay.
And I have a torn rotator cuff.
And I got
And,
migraines.
do you have issues with any kind of previous from the car accident? I have to ask, a head injury which would impair your memory or affect your memory or anything like that?
Don't remember. I think I hit my head on the steering wheel in the accident.
Okay. Do you suffer time and spatial
Definitely
memory
hit her
issues where you
head.
can't remember certain amounts of time and things like that? And the reason that I ask that is you had indicated that this was somewhere between like 5 to 10 minutes or something. Am I getting that right, Detective Stiff? Okay. From the cameras that we've looked at in the area here, this incident did not last for 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. Now, from the people that we spoke to, there's aspects of this that I can agree about. She's talking loud. She's banging on that door. We're going to agree with that. But the actual number of knocks, you did 3 knocks, and then you said there was a pause.
I never said 3.
Well, you said bang, 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 and then she stopped, which I counted 3. Now,
Okay.
if there was something different, you can tell me. I'm remembering earlier. You said bang, bang, bang. There was 3. Then she stopped, and then she continued to, and then what happened.
Mhm.
Nothing has led me to believe as an investigator that it was like 5 to 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay, maybe it just seemed like it was longer.
Okay.
Probably because, the adrenaline rush and just getting so upset.
Sure. Whenever adrenaline comes in, it can make things seem like they stretch out. From some of the other statements we've got, some of the things that we've learned, it sounds more like there was 3 knocks and then there was 3 more and then she was shot. It sounds like this was very quick. It sounds like this was like within a span of less than 20 seconds is what I would say. Is it possible that your time is off on this?
Could be.
Okay.
Because to me, it felt like forever.
Okay. So if this is like what's being described as a 20-second, this is a brief encounter. It's a brief encounter with loud banging, with loud yelling. The statements that some of the statements that you're saying occurred, like I'm going to kill you and those kind of threats. No one else has heard you. No one else has heard her make those statements. Okay. In your head. Are you not sure about some of the things we've talked about today regarding some of the things you're saying that you heard? Is it possible she never threatened you at all?
Oh, I swear to God, I thought she said, I'm going to kill you. I mean, that's why I just panicked. As soon as those words came out of her mouth, I was like, Jesus Christ, she's going to kill me.
Okay. And how did you imagine yourself being killed? Remembering that there's that block wall, that door, how was she going to be able to do that? What makes you think that she was able to do that?
She was still pounding, but that she could have come right through that.
Can you pause it right quick?
The glass door.
So her whole testimony is based off of if the fact that AJ ever said those words. If they can prove she never said those words, then she never had a reason to do any of what she did based off of what she just said.
Right. Oh, I was reading the chat.
Well, we talked about pounding on the door. Did she ever pound on the glass wall? Is it a window or wall? Help me.
It's doors. It's sliders.
Glass sliding door.
Yeah.
She pound on that?
She may have. I don't know. All I kept thinking is she's going to gain entrance. She's going to kill me.
And that's why I asked you earlier if you recalled if she tried to. Was that door locked? The sliding glass door? Does that say? Do you have like a anything?
I had I think there was a wood piece
in the slider.
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't recall if she tried that door?
I just remember lots of pounding.
Lots of pounding.
You know, just to me, it was just an enormous amount of pounding, screaming, yelling, and you know, I felt like she was going to come through that door.
And I think Detective Pender touched on it. Like in your head, what during the panic, during all these thoughts, what did you feel that was going to happen?
And she's going to come in there and beat the shit out of me until I was dead.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I felt. I mean, I don't understand why she came over my house. If there was all these issues and problems, why don't you just call somebody? To me, that's what you do if you're normal. You know.
No, you thought your trespassing signs had you covered.
Right. Why does she keep saying, why didn't she call somebody? Why? I just don't understand. Why did she come over to my house? You know why she came over there.
You lured her over there, man.
Right, exactly. You know what you did. You literally attacked her kids.
Yeah, she is just.
You did that on purpose to get her attention.
White woman from back in the slave times, messing with the black man and crying with RAPE. You big freaking liar.
Physical
troublemaker is what she is.
Right.
And she is using race to manipulate this whole thing.
Yep. Yep. I agree. And she knew once she got physical with the kids, she knew that would take the mother to the next level.
She knew it. Yeah, she lured that woman. Mm-hmm. That's why I said this premeditated. She knew what she was gonna do.
Yeah.
AJ wasn't even the problem. In her eyes, the kids was. And like I said, from when AJ was speaking, she was saying how her kids is barely over there. And the video that I'm gonna pull up eventually, AJ said that she did tell her kids not to go back over there. And she said when this woman first lived over there, she said the kids used to play, first moved over there or whatever. I don't know who was there first, if AJ, somebody told AJ this or not, because this woman said she'd been there like 3 years. But then she said they used to play right here, but she had a problem with that. So they started playing over there, and then she didn't want to play over there. So basically, Susan don't want the kids to play no damn where.
Right. She don't want to, they make too much noise. They yelling and screaming, let her tell it.
So my other point is that these people try to accommodate her by telling the kids not to play there on the sidewalk in the parking area. So they like, okay, because that do make sense. Y'all shouldn't be playing where people park. You could get hit. Right.
And
so then they was like, okay, that's realistic. So let y'all just play in the field. And Susan had a damn problem with that too. Susan is the problem.
Yep, I agree.
Like, okay, the kids are being lying or she's banging and, but when I couldn't find my phone and everything, I was just like, shit. I honestly, I felt she was going to kill me.
Okay, so during that time, you had hung up with 911, you still estimate approximately 10 minutes before the banging started.
Yes.
And then, you saying anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes or longer that the banging and the yelling lasted. However, as Detective Pender mentioned, we've reviewed video, we've talked to multiple people out there who.
You know, the ironic thing about that, Angela said she didn't like blacks, especially in her neighborhood. The ironic thing about that is it looks like predominantly the whole neighborhood was more so Hispanic and black.
Yeah.
So it was more like she was in their neighborhood trying to control the way they live and the way their kids play.
Yeah.
And, you know.
All because she was on the phone with her customers and all that. Even the dogs couldn't bark, honey. I'm talking about if the birds got too loud, she would have called the police on them. And I want to give a shout out to Young Riaz and Tamika Davis for sharing us out. Can we get a couple more people to share us out, please? Thank y'all so much. Let's go.
All kind of give the similar, I mean, everybody's perspective is different. And that's why I asked you this same question a couple of times, because people's perspectives, we could be both looking at the same thing. And later on, you asked me what, you asked us the same question, we have different reactions, different answers, because we focus on different things, we remember different things. That's why everybody's unique. And that's just the way it is. But to be that similar in some of the specifics of what we're really looking at, we're talking about a very tight, a much more tighter time frame of this incident that happened at your front door before that shot was fired. So is that possible? Is that feasible that it was a shorter time frame?
To me, it felt, I mean, I'm giving you what I felt and what I thought it was.
Okay.
You know?
All right.
Now that you're out of the moment, I mean, do you think that she could somehow get through that wall now that you're out, now that you're not in the house anymore, and that
I
you
still feel that fear. I just still feel she was coming at me. I'm sorry.
So she's still delusional.
Okay.
I just, it's been playing in my head over and over again, and I just kept thinking of that and how terrified I was.
Was your goal to shoot and kill her?
No.
What was your goal?
To shoot and hopefully, she'd hear the shot and dissipate.
But you took aim at the door, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the goal was to strike the door and to dissipate it. I'm having a really hard time making this jump here, that this unarmed person on the other side of the wall is somehow gonna get into your house and kill you. I'm just really having a hard time getting there. Some of these doors open inwards, outwards. I don't know which way your door opens. Which way does it open? It opens outward?
It opens out.
Okay. So it
opens inwards.
It opens inwards. Okay. And I'm really having a hard time understanding, like, how if you could go back in time, would you not do what you did? Would you take it back and I don't know, wait however long it took for the police to get there? I'm trying to understand that. Do you feel like you did something wrong here?
I did what I felt I had to. I honestly felt that she was going to kill me.
She's sticking to her bullshit.
I just felt that terror.
Right.
Terror.
So I went out to the house that morning, when I met you out there. First of all, I looked at the door. We processed the door just to see what areas might have been touched by AJ. I looked at the door frame where it had been repaired. It looked like there was a type of putty or something used where the wood frame had been separated. I examined the deadbolt lock, the strike plates were in there pretty fastened, pretty securely. The bottom lock, just the doorknob lock. And even with the door closed, I stood on the outside. There were no indentations, no dents in the door anywhere that I could see. I'm not trying to take away the fears of being scared and everything, because I think that is a legitimate, scary situation to be put in. But to justify to go from being scared to a point where you're taking deadly force on someone who's standing on the other side of the door and you don't even know where you're you're shooting at. That's a big jump, and I think that's where Detective Pender's.
It could have been one of the kids standing there or something.
It's that part for me. When they was describing, you know, where the bullet had entered AJ, that's what I was talking about. I couldn't, like, what if the son was standing on that side of the door?
Exactly. She didn't
and not
know him
the
in
mother.
Mm-hmm. Or like he said, I don't know if he said it yet, but or a cop could have been knocking at the door.
Right.
She
I
didn't
thought
know.
that earlier when I was listening to the testimony.
And
I
her
thought
kid
that.
actually was on the side of her, by the way, y'all. The kid was standing there.
Yeah, her son was standing right next to her. What if he was on that side? He would have caught it in the head.
Yeah.
Like that's crazy. And like, you know, like you just said, or a police officer, because she mentioned that she didn't even hear no noise or nothing before she did that. So you don't know who was standing there.
And Susan ain't say a damn word either. Susan should have been in the house screaming, but she wasn't.
Sure, but some people don't talk. They're a little more quiet. So you've never had a break-in there before, right? Okay, no break-ins there. There's the rod in the track. Did you have, I know that you still spoke to this woman 2 or 3 times before. Did you speak to her earlier that day on Friday? No. Okay, so you didn't talk to her earlier that day, Friday. There wasn't, did you have any conflicts with anybody in particular on Friday at all?
Just the kids when they're, well, it wasn't a conflict. I just told them, come on, stop trespassing, you know, move along, take it. The kids kept putting things out. They had marbles by my truck. They put their skates out. I tripped over the skate one morning that I had to leave very early, and I'm like, crap. And I'm like, stop leaving your freaking toys here. You know, I'm not the most stable person, you know, with my knees and stuff like that. So when I'm walking, if I fall again, you know.
It ain't your knees
who the hell
that's
knows what's gonna
unstable.
happen between my
Well, the
back
only
and my
thing.
knees and, you know, the other injury. And I don't understand why they just keep leaving their crap there, And I'm like, it's.
That sounds frustrating.
It's extraordinarily frustrating.
You said there was a skate. Was there something that happened with the skate on Friday?
When the kids were there, yeah, they keep leaving the skates really close to the house. I'm like, stop already, you know, because when you go around and you do stuff and you're bringing packages in, sometimes I bring your truck up. I'm like, I don't want to walk over your skates and shit. I'm like, pick your damn shit up.
So where were those skates when you picked them up?
I want to say they were maybe 5-6 feet of the sidewalk.
On the grass?
Yes.
Okay. And you took a photograph of that with your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a video at some point. It looked like you were taking a picture or a video through the screen from you being inside to them outside. Because it looked like there was a bunch of them kind of further out in the field, but there was a lot of kids playing out there. And I guess
the screaming. You heard how much they were screaming over the TV.
Okay, so when you went out there and one of AJ's kids was out there, and this is around the time frame where you threw the skates out into the yard or something like that. But this is also, so that was what was reported to us from a few people.
Yes.
But also during that
Sister girl, and you pause it right quick.
So is there any reason?
So, how much time you got today? What you got to do? I mean, or you got to do something soon?
No.
Okay. So I have another live stream set up on my other channel. So if you got time, I'm going to leave you up here and I'm going to come back. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll be back, y'all. I'm going on my LLC channel. Thank you for holding it down.
Amazon tablet, electronic tablet.
I got you. Tablet, never. He kept saying, "Where's my tablet? Where's my tablet?"
Oh, so he did ask you about it, but you didn't have it.
Of course not.
So you never.
I never saw it, never picked it, never touched it up. Nothing.
Why would he make that part up?
I have no idea.
Because he said, and it really doesn't change. It doesn't change anything. I'm just trying to understand. He said that he was going to the basketball courts after they played in the field. And he's like, I forgot my tablet, and he comes over and he sees you holding it, and he says, put it down, and you kind of tossed it down. And then that's when you threw the skates, and one of them hit him in the toe or the foot or something like that.
That's because they were standing here, and I threw it with my
That's what I was talking about. She hit one of the kids, her sons, with the skate at one point and on his foot.
Yep, exactly. I ain't gone yet, but I'm about to leave. But yes, see, do you hear that? Like, can we hear that one more time before I leave? Just
Yeah,
a
and you
little
see how
click.
she tried to downplay
Just
it.
click the red circle. Just click it. Don't go off of that, because if you do, it'll take you back too far.
Oh, there was a lot of kids playing out there, and I
It was
guess.
the screaming. You heard how much
Yeah.
they were screaming over the TV.
Okay, so when you went out there, and one of AJ's kids was out there, and this is around the time frame where you threw the skates out into the yard or something like that. But this is also, so that was what was reported to us from a few people.
Yes.
But also during that time frame was where that tablet situation came up. So is there
I
any
don't
reason?
know what this tablet thing is.
It's like a Amazon tablet, electronic tablet.
I never saw the tablet, never. He kept saying, "Where's my tablet? Where's my tablet?"
Oh, so he did ask you about it, but you didn't have it.
Of course not.
So you never.
I
moved
never
it or
saw
picked
it,
up?
never picked it, never touched it up, nothing.
Why would he make that part up
I have no idea.
because he said, and it really doesn't change.
Doesn't change.
It doesn't change anything. I'm just trying to understand. He said that he was going to the basketball courts after they played in the field. And he's like, I forgot my tablet. And he comes over and he sees you holding it. And he says, put it down.
No.
And you kind of tossed it down. And then that's when you threw the skates and one of them hit him in the toe or the foot or something like that.
No, because they were standing here and I threw it with my left hand.
Okay.
I made sure that I just threw them over to the other side.
And that's when you told him to fetch or something?
Yes.
You told him to
I
fetch
said, you
it?
can go fetch it over there now.
Okay.
Because he said, give me my skates.
Mhm.
Your skates. I'm like, here, go get them.
You already had them in your hand at that point?
I
They said,
think
give them
so.
to you? Okay. What were you gonna do with them?
Just throw them on the other side. Just get them away.
She
Well, you
had the
don't remember the
iPad
tablet
too.
or anything
It was never I never saw a tablet, never touched a tablet, I don't know where the hell the tablet came from. So I have no idea.
And then the situation with the umbrella, I know we had talked about it a little bit before, but do you remember who that was out there when, was that when, excuse me, was that when the older, AJ's older came over? What was he saying to you?
That's when he has said, I said, you guys need to leave. He's, I don't need to leave. I can go anywhere I want. It's, I have, this is, I forget what the hell he said. Just something to the effect that I have no limits where I can go. I'm like, okay.
Okay, but he wasn't the one that was there when you tossed the roller skates into the yard. It was the other child?
It
Or do
should
you
have been
remember?
both boys.
Were they both there with the
I'm
roller
gonna say,
skate thing?
yeah.
Okay, so when you came out, the umbrella that was behind your door, was that the
Mhm.
one?
Yes.
Okay, and what exactly happened with that? Because that's another one of those things where we were talking to
Mhm.
people who were right there, kind of, they already heard some yelling and back and forth, so they're kind of watching. And
They've been told with my hands. So,
swinging the umbrella.
yeah, just, come on, guys, leave, like
Okay.
gesturing. So
How
I
far
just-
away were they when you were doing this?
Oh
And
my
where do you
gosh.
think you were at?
I remember being on the sidewalk, and then they were at least 5-7 feet away from me.
Okay.
They weren't even close.
What did they do when you were swinging it around?
Nothing.
They didn't do anything?
No, there was no reaction.
They didn't say anything? They didn't back away?
I honestly don't recall.
Okay.
Sound like you was the aggressor then,
I
ma'am.
thought it was raining. We had precip, and I thought when the kids got quiet that it rained finally and they went home.
So that's why you had the umbrella out?
Yes.
So it sounds like there's a lot of things going on with the kids that day. It sounds like you're taking videos. It sounds like the skates are in the way. You had to throw those because she says, give me the skates. You throw the skates, and then
Yeah, she was just acting a plumb damn fool, yelling at the kids, throwing all they shit. You know, she trying to downplay it, in her way of describing it, but you get it. If you there getting a visual of it, she was throwing their shit at them, cursing at them, yelling at them, calling them ninjas, and go get your mama, and I don't care. And calling them all kinds of names.
She was starting. She don't even realize she telling on herself. He said, "Did the kids do anything?" No. So why you sitting there throwing everything, acting a fool, calling them names? The kids ain't do nothing. Thanks, Karen.
Right. If the kid,
for your testimony,
exactly.
ma'am.
Right.
Dummy. You big dummy. On that note, I'll be back.
Swinging the umbrella because they're not getting away. There's a lot going on with the kids. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Are the kids yelling that day?
Oh, they were screaming and yelling.
Screaming and yelling? Okay. It sounds like there was things going on with them, and then one of the kids' moms comes up to your house and knocks on the door. Is that right? Did she say what she was knocking on the door about? I don't remember if we covered that.
With AJ? Yes.
Yes, AJ. Was it about the umbrella, the skates, or something different? Because
I
there's a
want to
lot.
speak to you because you're talking to my sons. I don't like the way you're talking to my sons.
Okay, so she bangs on the door and she wants to, because we've talked about all the things that happened that day. She's banging on the door and she wants to address you regarding how you're talking to her sons.
Yes.
And there's already been that prior incident in the 2 or 3 times that you guys met, and one of those times it was you're talking to her sons and you're saying like racial things like that, racial slurs. She said that you did.
She said that.
Okay. So it sounds like she has a reason that she wants to talk to you, and she's banging on your door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
See?
But she's enraged, she's screaming, she's not acting to me what would be like a normal, average, everyday, reasonable person. I mean, to me, that was someone who was really angry.
You're for certain that when you went to retrieve your gun, that's where you keep it in that trash can, that's where it was at? I'm sorry, did you remember
No,
what you were thinking about? I didn't ask you this before, but I saw inside you have like it's almost a home office set up.
Mhm.
Do you work from home?
Yes.
You do? So you're all pretty much, you're always there and you're always
Yes.
having to be
Mhm.
susceptible to whatever
Exactly.
they do.
Look, I kind of want to go through my notes real quick,
Mhm.
make sure that we covered everything. We covered a lot of things. Can I get you another water or anything while I go through this? Yeah, let me go through the notes and make sure we didn't miss anything here. And we'll be right back in.
Is there anything else that you need right now? Use the restroom or anything? Use the restroom? Okay, give me just 1 second. Make sure the
Walking down the hall so
restroom's
you don't get
clear.
lost.
That laugh was cringy.
Okie dokie.
You go to the bathroom? All right, so while we were in there going over everything, and my supervisor came in, he's actually kind of been listening a little. And something that caught my ear, like when we were talking earlier, you had mentioned the words, and I asked you to repeat it because I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. You had mentioned terminology like reasonable and prudent in reference to how AJ was acting at your door while she was trespassing and everything. Where did that come from, that terminology? Is that
Watching TV.
watching TV? Okay. Like documentary stuff or like what?
Probably just crime shows and stuff.
Crime shows, okay. I have to ask you this, have you done any research on like the laws as far as like in Florida, as far as self-defense and things like that?
I looked at it today.
You looked at it
Was that
today?
when I was on Facebook? Just some things that, they had it up on Facebook.
Describe that. What did you, specifically, what you were reading about and learning about?
They said self-defense, and I'm trying to think of what else I looked at today. Such crap, mostly emails. But I just remember saying self-defense, and there was a bunch of lawyers and stuff like that.
So prior to today, even the last time that you and I spoke on very early Saturday morning, you had used some of that same kind of terminology in describing the situation that occurred at your front door. Prior to today, had you ever done any kind of research like that? And before I ask, let me just say, if we were to look through everything in your phone or your home desktop computer, is there anything kind of research on your internet history that would show that you've done research on like self-defense? Or have you ever heard of the term stand your ground?
Yes.
Have you ever done any kind of research on that?
Yes, when it was mentioned on some guy shot someone at a convenience store, and they said stand your ground.
Was that like a Florida situation? Because I know every state
Yes.
has kind of different
I
laws.
think it was
and-
Florida. I think it was Florida.
Okay. And when was that?
5 years ago.
It was years
Yeah,
ago?
that was a years ago thing.
So nothing recent that would be on like your internet browser history?
I just looked it up today.
Right, but I mean, other than, basically before this incident occurred at your door, but we're not talking about like a couple years ago. We're talking about within the last few months, would there be, because your internet browser, even if you delete it or you go on private browser, if, we take a look at those things, because we did go through your phone, the judge signed an order for us to be able to do that. So if that were the case, if we were just to look through that, would there show anything that you were looking up, stand your ground or self-defense laws?
Look at her face. Look at her face. She know damn well they asking her this for a reason. They're not gonna ask you this if they don't know the answer already. Look at her face. No, I never. No, I haven't. When she knows she did. She searched the internet on the stand your ground law.
In Florida on the internet?
I don't know. I looked up tons of stuff.
Is there a possibility that you looked that up?
Could have been. I don't know.
Okay.
Look, now it could have been a possibility.
I look up.
And the reason I ask is
I just go and see why the laws were, so I want to know why, like if they have an article, what happened in the situation, what.
Well, Susan, I think you know the reason why I'm asking that question.
Exactly.
You're smart, okay? And the reason is.
Oh, hell no. No, absolutely. I know what you're thinking. Did I look up the laws so I could do something? No, absolutely.
This is not a
No.
situation where you set something up
No.
because you were
No.
tired of this person, you were
No.
tired of the situation that they put you in.
No,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, so while I was out there going through the notes and everything, I went through, so when someone calls 911, as soon as that call goes to our communication center, it logs it, gives us a timestamp. Hour, minute, second, from the very first time that call was received to the time that it's disconnected, okay? And that's for every single time someone calls. So the first time when you called 911, talking about the boys out there trespassing and things of that. So that call started at 8:54 p.m. Does that sound about right?
Yes, I really wasn't looking at the clock
Okay.
right here. I just remember calling.
That's what time it says on our call center. And that call lasted for 5 minutes and it disconnected. At 8:59, deputies are on the way.
Okay.
Okay. Now you estimated that it was approximately 10 minutes after you
So for 4 minutes, I wonder how many lies, how long, and how many lies she was telling to the 911 operator, on those kids to get them to actually send a car out to see what was going on. Because again, remember now, she's calling about kids, children. So I wonder what lies she told them that got them to come out and about some kids.
connected until the AJ started pounding on your door. Is that correct? Is that
Yes.
what? Okay. So the second 911 call where you called, lady was banging on my door, I shot her through the door. That call came into our call center. It was received at 9:01, which is 2 minutes after you hung up with the communication center the first time. So that's 2 minutes that all these things that you say occurred happened at your front door. From pounding and pounding and pounding and pounding, I'm gonna kill you, all these things. Within 2 minutes, she showed up at your front door and did all these things to the time that you pulled the trigger, went and found your phone, and then called 911. So, and that's why I'm trying to get.
To me, it seemed like that amount of time. That's why I thought it was that amount of time.
Well, so clearly we've established that was not true.
Right.
That's not the case, but that's what you felt.
Because she didn't mention none of that in her phone call to 911. She was just complaining about the kids.
It was.
It
So
felt
you
like
also told me that that's what you heard, that she was going to kill you. Is it possible that she did not say that and that's what you heard or you believe, just like you believed it was 10 minutes between those calls?
I just thought she said, I'm going to kill you. And then that's what I heard. That's why I was so in fear of my life. I was like, Jesus Christ, she's pounding on my door. She's going to break in. She's going to kill me.
But is it a possibility? If you believe that it was 10 minutes to 15 minutes adding in 10 minutes before it started, and then approximately another 5 minutes on top of that, that you believe that 2 minutes was 15 minutes? Was it a possibility that maybe you thought you heard that, but it wasn't that what she actually said?
I have no idea. That's what I heard. I'm telling you what I heard.
But I can tell you right now, what we've learned, what we've discussed all leading up to this, it doesn't make any sense. So this is your opportunity to actually tell us that something that does make sense. I'm not gonna hold it against you. I'm not gonna get mad. But whenever AJ was coming over that evening, what happened? What happened? Bring me to that moment when you had the gun in your hand. What were you thinking?
All I wanted her was to go away. I just, I felt she was going to come through that door and kill me. I'm sorry, that's what I felt. I just felt she was going to come through the door and kill me. It was a tremendous fear.
Did you feel bad for what happened?
Oh, Christ, yes.
Because the first time that we talked, there was a point where I informed you that AJ had passed away. And I wasn't sure if you've been aware of that or not. I know they transported her in an ambulance from there.
I saw the video in CPR.
Yeah. So when I informed you that, you showed emotion. You showed what appeared to me to be at least somewhat of remorse for what had happened. So do you feel bad for what had happened?
Absolutely.
You feel bad for the children?
Yes.
So, and I think, Detective Pender we're trying to give you the opportunity to try to explain some of these discrepancies in the story, the things that don't really add up or make sense. And you maintaining that you were in fear for your life.
Yes.
It just doesn't make sense. And I feel like at this point, today you really haven't, and I'm not judging you, everybody processes things differently. So I understand that. But you haven't really seemed remorseful for today, at least, for what had happened.
Oh, God.
Yeah, because you're seeing the real her, that's why.
I don't know. I can't take it back. It's transpired. It's in the past. I don't know what the hell to do. It's just probably be shutting down again.
Okay. Do you think that's a trauma response or something? I know you said you had gone through a lot of
Probably
flat
because
affect and things like that
I
in
don't know
the
what the
past.
hell. I mean, it's a horrible situation. And inner conflict is horrible because it goes against my faith. I broke the commandment.
Judge Jules, 1, 2, 3. I know that's right.
Okay. So looking back on it now, and do you think that she was actually going to get through that door? I mean, be honest with us, because
she was coming through the door. As God is my witness, I thought she was going to come through that door. I'm sorry, it's just what I felt.
So, I mean, at this point, like, we've talked to you, we've talked to a lot of people and gone through the evidence. Okay, and I think that wasn't reasonable what you did.
I felt so terrified. I just felt so terrified. Here she comes again. Again, she's screaming, she's yelling, she's acting unreasonable.
I think that there were already deputies on the way.
Right.
There was times I called and the deputies never showed up.
I understand. It's been 2 minutes. So
to me, it wasn't 2 minutes. To me, it was much longer. In my mind, it felt like.
But there's only one reality where time exists, and I understand perception of time can be different for different people. But in the reality of things, you had just disconnected. Within 2 minutes, a shot was fired through that door.
Right, because she just wanted to get it on record. Like I called them earlier. I was on the phone with them for 4 minutes, explaining, complaining, giving her bull crap or what her side of lies or whatever. And less than 2 damn minutes later, she back on the phone talking about, yeah, I had to do what I had to do. I had to get my firearm on her. I was so afraid for my life. A hot damn mess.
There was that much that transpired within that 2 minutes where statements were made. I want to know why you're throwing stuff at my kids or whatever it was she was saying. And then shot fired and she's down. And then another 911 call comes in.
Yeah, she did that shit on purpose. She went out there, riled up them kids, got them. And trying to understand something. She only just targeted AJ's kids, or was it, did she mess with multiple kids in the neighborhood? Because from the videos we watched over the past year, it's just only been with her and AJ. It seems like she just only targeted her children, her two boys.
So, I mean, at this point, we've discussed it with the state, and they are on the same terms as far as charging you with a manslaughter, okay?
Okay. I don't know what else to say. I was in fear for my life.
Oh, this is priceless. It's coming. It's coming, y'all.
I'm sorry, that's how I felt.
This is the priceless part. But she realized she going to jail.
Honest to God, I was shaking.
Hold on. Let me take it back a notch.
I think you know that there were already deputies on the way.
There was times I called and the deputies never showed up.
I understand. It's been 2 minutes. So
To me, it wasn't 2 minutes. To me, it was much longer. In my mind, it felt like.
But there's only one reality where time exists, and I understand perception of time can be different for different people. But in the reality of things, you had just disconnected. Within 2 minutes, a shot was fired through that door. There was that much that transpired within that 2 minutes where statements were made. I want to know why you're throwing stuff at my kids, or whatever it was she was saying, and then shot fired, and she's down, and then another 911 call comes in. So, I mean, at this point, we've discussed it with the state, and they are on the same terms as far as charging you with a manslaughter, okay?
Okay. I don't know what else to say. I was in fear for my life. I mean, honest to God, I just feared that she was going to come through that door. I'm sorry, that's how I felt. I can't change the way I felt. I mean, it was sheer terror on my part. I mean, honest to God, I was shaking.
So one of the things I want to ask, because at the point where I did let you know and I informed you, what had ultimately happened to AJ after that shooting, that she had passed away, and obviously she has 4 kids, and I was observing the interviews that were conducted with them, and the emotions that they were going through. And you shared some of those same emotions at points through the conversations that we had. And I just want to, obviously I can't let you talk to them or give a message to them and face to face. But it's up to you if you would like to write them a letter or something to kind of, whatever's on your mind or in your heart.
You don't have to. We're just going to leave a notepad and a pen in the room. Obviously, we have some paperwork to do, so we're going to have to step out to do that, and obviously talk to our boss. We'll just I offer it to everybody that we can't let them talk to. So it's just something we do.
So if you'd like to do that,
we're going to get that paperwork going, like you said.
But that's where the state's at right now. That's where we're at. And I'll talk to you a little bit more about that in just a minute, okay? But if you'd like to write them something, that's right there, okay?
She ain't writing no damn letter.
All right, we're going to head over there in a second. Can you go ahead and stand up? I need to get a picture of you before we walk you over. Stand up for me real fast. All right, can you take a step back? This is not a good camera for... All right.
Look how big she was, sitting there talking about how AJ looked.
All right, Susan. All right, we're gonna have you go with this deputy here.
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
No what?
I can't.
What's wrong? What's going on?
I'm sorry, I can't do this.
Look. Now she can't do this.
Yes, sir.
Right, Just Jules. She don't have a doggone choice. You going to jail. You're going to jail. Like, girl.
In the video, in the interview that we just watched, you mentioning looking at some video. None of the video you looked at had any footage of the shooting or what happened right before the shooting, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Also in the video towards the end, the interview, and towards the end, we saw you give the defendant an opportunity to write something down on paper.
Yes, sir.
Did she do that?
Yes, she did.
Do you remember what she wrote?
No, I wouldn't want to quote without a copy of it. I'm not sure.
Show you a copy of the letter. Can you let the jury know what she wrote?
I am so sorry for your loss. I never meant to kill your mother. I was terrified your mom was going to kill me. I shot out of fear.
Oh, wow. So she did write something to the kids. Wow.
I want to direct your attention to June 19th of 2023. Did you respond back to the defendant's residence?
Yes, I did.
Why'd you go there?
To collect the front door for evidence.
And had you obtained a search warrant signed by a judge that gave you permission to go and take that door?
Yes, I did.
Did you contact the landlord, Charles Gabbard, to let him know what you were going to do?
Yes, sir.
And prior to arriving there, prior to getting to her residence, did you stop anywhere and pick anything up?
Yes, prior to responding, I spoke with Mr. Gabbard, got the specifications of that front door that was currently there, and went to the hardware store, purchased the hardware and a new door to replace the one we were taking.
So explain to the jury what happened when you arrived.
When I arrived, me and my Sergeant Bartlett, removed the front door. That appeared, it was the same door, and placed the new door we had purchased back on the hinges.
When you went back to the residence to take the door, were you still able to see the location of the original bullet hole that you saw on June 2nd?
Yes, sir.
Had it been repaired in any way?
Yes, sir.
How? Could you tell just by what it looked like?
It had been spackled over the front outside of the door.
But the impression was still visible?
Yes, sir.
And was it in the same location as when you saw it on June 2nd?
Yes, sir.
Except for that repair of the gunshot, the bullet hole, was the door in the same or substantially the same condition as when you saw it June 2nd?
It appeared to have been sanded, but otherwise in the same condition, yes.
Your Honor, it might be easier, may I ask the witness step down to come and look at the piece of evidence before I move it?
Sure.
Would you mind stepping down?
Has the defense had a chance to see it?
I have, Judge.
Okay.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit W for identification. Can you take a look at that first and tell me if you recognize? Can you recognize it? Do you see your initials on the evidence tape and everything? Yes, sir. Okay. Can you please cut away the packaging and look inside of it? What is it?
It's the door that I removed from the hinges.
Is it the same, substantially the same condition as when you removed it on, I believe, June 19th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
This time, state would move States W into evidence as States 21.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure. Yes, sir.
That's her mother in the blue suit sitting down with the navy blue on.
Overrule the objection, it be in evidence as States number 21. Yes, sir.
Can you step down for me again? You can kind of continue just removing the paper.
Oh, that's the door. Okay.
There was a citation jury on the inside door. You see the repair done of the lower hole. Yes.
So the door didn't have a peephole. So this nut bag really did shoot blindly through the door.
Sure.
Look how she's looking at the door.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
We moved it. Do you need this out here?
Yes.
Okay, no problem.
Sorry about that.
The exterior.
Just unbelievable.
Hold on. Let her finish that. Go ahead, sir.
Actually, let's deal with the door first.
Okay.
So we can. Are there parts of this door that seem like they've been painted over in some capacity? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Detective, I'd like to show you a remark as defense exhibit C. Is this a copy of the letter that Ms. Lorincz wrote to the children of Ms. Owens? Yes, sir. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the letter that she wrote? Yes, it is.
exterior door frame of Ms. Lawrence's door to her residence did have damage. Is that right, when you went to see it?
Yes, sir.
The damage did not appear recent, right?
Correct.
The damage appears to have been repaired with some putty where the wood separated, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you entered Ms. Lawrence's kitchen area, when you went to the scene, you observed a single spent shell casing on her kitchen counter, right next to the stove, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you also conducted research for prior calls for services between Ms. Owens and Ms. Lawrence, is that right?
Correct.
And you found prior calls for service dating back over a year placed by Ms. Lawrence, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, you reviewed the transcripts from the 2 interviews that you conducted with Ms. Lawrence on June 3rd of 2023 and June 6th of 2023, right?
Yes, I did.
And you reviewed it for accuracy purposes to make sure that they were consistent with what Ms. Lawrence told you on those 2 different dates, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, both interviews are pretty long, right?
Yes, they are.
So you obviously didn't memorize everything that you said in all of them, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to ask you several questions about the 2 conversations that you had with Ms. Lawrence. There may be some things that you don't remember, correct?
That's correct.
So would having a copy of those transcripts help you refresh your recollection? Should there be a question that I ask that you don't remember?
Yes, that would be helpful.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
June 3rd transcript, and this is the June 6th. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Just leave them there unless you need them. Okay. Just leave them there until you need them. Thank you.
And what I'm going to do, just to make this quicker, when I ask the question, I'm going to refer like what area in the transcript it's at in case you need to refresh your recollection, okay?
Yes.
We'll start off with June 3rd. Now, on June 3rd, another detective was with you. His name is Detective Kip Peterson, right?
Correct.
And he was with you throughout the interview with Ms. Lawrence?
On and off.
On and
He
off,
left
okay.
the room a couple times. Yes, sir.
And Ms. Lawrence told you that her birthday was July 23rd of 1964, is that right?
From what I recall, it's correct.
Okay. And at that point, that would make her 58, almost 59 years old, right?
I'm not great at math, but that sounds about right.
Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, sir. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. I wouldn't be able to remember that on the spot too, so I hear you. And obviously, Ms. Lawrence told you that she had problems with the deceased Ms. Owens in the past, right?
That's correct.
And she told you that Ms. Owens had actually thrown a no trespassing sign at her, correct?
That's correct.
And she told you that she had some medical problems, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Including that her neck was fused, right?
Yes, sir.
And she told you, Ms. Lawrence told you that Ms. Owens came to her door and just started banging so hard that everything starts shaking, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Lawrence tells you that she tells Ms. Owens that she really needs to leave. And then Ms. Owens tells her that I'm going to fucking kill you as she continues to bang away. Is that right?
And we're speaking about the night of the incident. On
Yes,
the second.
yes, sir.
She,
Then-
yes, sir. She did tell me that.
Okay. And Ms. Lawrence told you that Ms. Owens banged so hard it looked like her door was going to fly off. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Lawrence told you that she really thought Ms. Owens was going to kill her, correct?
Yes, sir. She did.
Ms. Lawrence told you that she really feared for her life. Is that right?
She did tell me that.
And
Yes.
she told you about her health condition that she had regarding an aneurysm on her left kidney artery where she's supposed to stay calm because of it. Is that right?
She did. Yes.
She told you all this was going on while all this was going on in regard to Miss Owens banging on her door and pounding her door, that she was shaking, right?
Yes, sir.
She told you that Miss Owens was trying to come inside, correct?
She probably had a damn
She said
ulcer.
that she believed that Miss Owens was trying to come inside the house.
And Susan told you that Miss Owens was trying to push in the door. Is that right?
So I don't remember her saying that. I just remember her using the terminology as banging on the door.
Right.
If you'd like to refresh your recollection, that is on the June 3rd transcript on page 13, lines 6 through 7.
Yeah, because she told so many lies.
Transcript. And that's lines 6 through 7. And just review that, and then I'll ask the question.
Yes, sir.
Susan, Miss Lawrence told you that Miss Owens was trying to push in the door. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, she's telling Miss Owens to leave, right?
Yes, sir.
And then She says, Miss Owens keeps telling her, I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm going to fucking kill you. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that's what she told me.
Miss Lorincz also told you, as all this was going on, that she was scared and terrified. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Miss Lorincz told you that Miss Owens was screaming for all she was worth, right?
Yes, sir.
And Miss Lorincz told you she was asking Miss Owens to stop, but she didn't, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you informed her that Miss Owens had passed away, that is when she started weeping and crying. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Miss Lawrence told you that all of this occurred because Miss Owens was pounding on her door and she thought she was going to come in, correct?
Yes, sir.
Miss Lawrence told you that Miss Owens was pounding and pounding on the door and scaring the shit out of her. Is that right?
That's correct.
And she told you that she was an absolute terror. Is that right?
She did tell me that, yes.
Miss Lawrence told you that Miss Owens was violent, right?
I don't recall her saying that she was violent.
If you go to page 30 of that first June 3rd deposition,
Yes,
line 23, sir. And take your time, please. Page 30, line 23.
Okay.
She told you that Miss Owens was violent, right?
Yes, sir.
And she told you that she was fearful for her life, right?
She did say that, yes.
Ms. Lawrence told you that the door was broken, the whole side panel, even before this incident occurred, correct?
She did.
And she told you that as Miss Owens was pounding on the doors, she was pounding it so hard that everything was just rattling, and it sounded like a horse kick. It was so loud, right?
She did say it was rattling, yes, sir.
And she told you it sounded like a horse kick, right?
I don't recall that.
Page 32 of that same transcript, lines 19 through 21. If you'd like to refresh your
That detective
Page 32, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Page 32,
looks
lines
so
19.
uncomfortable answering those because he knows she was full of crap, but her attorney,
Yes.
he's doing his job.
She told you that she felt like she was in mortal danger, correct?
She did, yes, sir.
She told you that she usually has a chair propped up against the door, but she didn't have it that night, or
He doing his job to make her look like the terrified victim, terrified old lady.
have the chain on her door either, right?
Correct.
She told you that as Miss Owens is pounding on that door, that she could actually physically see her door moving. Is that right?
She did say that, yes.
She told you that she absolutely feared for her life and that it was either me or her, right?
She did tell me that, yes.
She told you that it was dark outside. Her lights were off and Miss Owens is pounding on the door, correct?
Yes, sir.
She told you that she felt like she was in imminent danger. Is that right?
Yes, she did.
She told you that Miss Owens had pounded on the door once before in the past and had actually damaged the door. Is that right?
I don't recall her saying that she was the one that damaged it.
Page 42 of that first page 42 of that first transcript, lines 2 through 4.
Okay.
Yes, sir. She told you that Miss Owens in the past had pounded on the door and had damaged the door, right?
Yes, sir.
She told you that she thought Miss Owens was coming through the door because everything was shaky and even the mirror that was on the wall was shaking as well, correct?
Correct.
Now you told her that it was
Through
not
a
safe for her to
cemented
go back to her house after
wall.
this incident, right?
Okay.
I said that I did not believe that it was safe for her to go back to her house, yes.
Okay. I'd like to speak to you a little bit about the June 6, 2023 interaction that you had with Miss Lawrence. The transcript is right there if you need to refresh your recollection. If you do, just let me know what page and what line, and we'll work it out, okay?
Yes, sir.
On that day, June 6th of 2023, she again, Miss Lawrence, told you that day, Miss Owens told her on the night of the incident that she was going to kill her, right?
Yes, sir.
She told you again on that day, June 6th of 2023, that she thought Miss Owens was going to break down the door, correct?
Correct.
She told you on that day, June 6th of 2023, that her heart was pounding and that she thought that Miss Owens was going to kill her, right?
Yes, sir.
She told you on this day that if Miss Owens was to come into her residence, that she would pound her. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Miss Lorincz told you on that day that if Miss Owens was to come into her residence, that Miss Owens would pound her into the ground. Is that right?
She said that's what she believed would happen, yes.
Yes, sir. Miss Lorincz told you June 6th of 2023 that she told Miss Owens as she was banging on the door that she was trespassing and to leave, correct?
Correct.
Miss Lorincz told you on this June 6th of 2023 interaction that you had with her that when Miss Owens was banging and banging on the door, screaming at her, that she was going to kill her, that Miss Lorincz felt that Miss Owens was literally going to come into her house and kill her, correct?
Correct.
She told you in this follow-up statement that Miss Owens had picked up the no trespassing sign and threw it at her, right?
Yes, sir.
Miss Lorincz told you and Detective Pinder that one of the times that Miss Owens told her, "I'm going to kill you," is when she fired the weapon, right?
That's correct.
She told you that after she told Miss Owens to stop, go away, move away, and she wouldn't move away, that's when she shot, right?
I would have to review the transcript on that.
Page 31 of that June 6th transcript, lines 2 through 3.
You said, I'm sorry, 21?
Yes, sir. Page 31.
31.
Yes, sir. Lines 2 through 3.
Yes, sir.
She told you that after she told Miss Owens to stop, go away, move away, and she wouldn't move away, that's when she shot, right?
Yes, sir.
She told you on that day that she was terrified that Miss Owens was going to come in her home and kill her, right?
She did say that, yes.
She explained to both of you that she remembered that what she remembered was Miss Owens was pounding and screaming and yelling, right?
Correct.
She also told you that the door was repaired and re-repaired, so she never felt that the door was secure, correct?
She did say that, yes.
She told you in this second statement that she had a fusion in her neck and a laminectomy in her lower back, and she had this knee that goes backwards, right?
Yes, she did.
And she also had a torn rotator cuff, right?
I believe I remember that from the second interview, yes.
Yes, sir.
Well, she had all of those things wrong with her, but it sure as hell didn't stop her from messing with those damn kids every day and picking up their toys, bending over, picking up their toys and throwing their toys at them and kicking and doing all that shit. Well, wasn't nothing wrong with her when she was doing all of that. Now she got all of these elements wrong with her. Yeah, okay.
And she told you, and I quote, "I did what I thought I had to. I honest to God thought she was going to kill me. I mean, that's all I thought. I just felt that terror. I mean, it was sheer terror," correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, based on your review of Susan's phone, it does not appear she deleted any data. Is that right?
That's correct.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
With the defendant, you indicated that you felt it wasn't safe for her to go back to that residence, right?
That's correct.
Was that because she had just shot a member of that community and the community was upset about it?
That's correct.
During your interviews with her, did the defendant tell you that the door, the metal door we see here in the courtroom, was closed when she fired?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you the lock on the door was engaged when she fired?
Yes, she did.
Did she tell you the deadbolt as well was engaged when she fired?
Yes, sir.
When you were there on scene, did you see any evidence of fresh damage to the door jamb?
No, I did not.
You mentioned earlier when Mr. Bronson was asking you some questions that you saw some putty there.
That's correct.
Did you also see new strike plates put in
They appeared to be newer than the door.
for both the lock of the door and the deadbolt?
Yes, sir.
Were those strike plates, did they have screws screwed into the frame?
Yes, sir.
Did you see any splinters, wood fragments, anything to suggest there was damage caused by this incident on the floor?
No, I did not.
Did you see any wood splinters, shards, shavings, anything to indicate there was fresh damage from this incident from the door jamb?
No, I did not.
Thank you, Detective. No
May
questions.
we approach?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll have you step out just for a few minutes. We'll come back in a few minutes. All right, you want 1 second. All right, the door is closed. Just because of the times we're at the bench here, I just want the record to be clear. First of all, regarding the objection on the door, you objected because I guess there was some of the damage had been repaired.
Yes, sir.
What I found is that despite the repair, you can still see where the bullet hole was, which is relevant in this case. So that's why I overruled your objection to that and let it into evidence. You have an additional matter you want to bring up with the court at this time?
Yes, sir. Mr. Buxman, in redirect examination, specifically asked Detective Stiff why it was that he felt that Miss Lorincz couldn't go back to her home. And he said, I believe that she was in danger because she had shot someone in the community was upset, et cetera, et cetera. I believe that question and his answer in redirect opens the door for a issue that Your Honor ruled was not admissible, i.e. that after the fact, Miss Lawrence's door was well, not damaged, but it was painted over, not painted over, I'm sorry. There were negative things that were put on the door about Miss Lorincz and that her home was burglarized. I believe now that the door has been.
See, he talking about the racist stuff. No, that should be in there. Y'all let her talk about the interrogation where she mentioned the racist slurs and the things that she said to the woman, to AJ's kids. No, I think that should stay. No, I think that should stay. Nah, no thank you.
Been open, that we should be allowed to ask Detective Stiff.
Why is she looking at the camera? That's so creepy.
With Your Honor, to make sure Your Honor has permission to go forward. So that is our request, and we believe the door has been opened on that issue.
Is there any indication that any of the people who were witnesses here in the trial did any of the damage?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So what relevance would it have that after the whole thing's over, some person or persons may have damaged the door?
Well, Your Honor, the relevance is that, the community was upset.
Oh, he's trying to say some of that damage was after the fact.
And before the fact too, which is clear from the evidence that's been presented. And it would go to one of the reasons why Miss Lorincz was upset and why she did, and why she felt that she had to shoot through that door. So it goes to her state of mind as well. And it's evidence of why she had fear before this incident occurred, because of the issues in the community with her.
Well, oh, sure, go ahead.
If I could just put on the record, so when Mr. Buxman asked Detective Stiff why the reason he believed it wasn't safe for her to go back to her home, I think that then opens the door for the defense to be also able to question him about, well, also, as a matter of fact, Miss Lawrence's home was burglarized very shortly after this incident, where there was writing on the door, her windows were damaged. I think that explains a little bit of the reason why there's somebody painted over the door, which has already been come out into evidence. But I think by Mr. Buxman specifically asking this witness that question as to his opinion, you can't just give part of the answer to say, well, it's because there was a shooting of somebody in the community's upset, and leave out the second part, and also this community burglarized her home. So I think by asking that question, Mr. Buxman opened the door that we should be now allowed to bring in this additional reason.
What's the state's position?
Your Honor, my question was in response to Mr. Carranza's question on cross-examination about the interview, him specifically telling her on June 3rd that it was not, he didn't think it was safe for her to go back. My question followed up and focused solely on that statement on June 3rd as far as why he said that to her. That in no way opens the door to something that happened days or potentially weeks after he made that statement to her at the interview. One has nothing to do with the other. So the door is not even close to being opened. And secondarily, what some unknown person may have done after the fact to this door has no relevance whatsoever as to why he made that statement on June 3rd.
All right. Anything else you want to add?
Judge, just that the state's own evidence, they played the interview where the detective specifically said to Susan Lawrence, I don't feel like it's safe. So we didn't open any door on cross. They already elicited that testimony during the direct in their interview. I just want to put that on the record.
Okay. Well, it's a fair enough point. It was brought out. It was in the interview, which we've all had lots of litigation over this interview, and no one has really mentioned that as being problematic in any way.
Right.
Mr. Carranza then questioned him about it. In addition to the fact that it was played, he also brought it out again, and the state asked a single question regarding that. So, yes, it was played in the state's evidence, but it was then highlighted by the defense. But more importantly, I'm not sure what anyone is referring to when they say the community, because as far as I know, there's no evidence of who damaged the door or wrote anything afterwards. So to attribute that to any particular group of people is without evidence, right?
Exactly. That's right.
The most
You don't
any
know
of us
if
can
those
say is
people
that
in the neighborhood did
somebody,
that.
after the fact, damaged the door.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most any of us can say. However, I don't find that to be relevant to any of the particular issues in this case, particularly the issue of self-defense, because it happened after the fact. So it could not have been on her mind at the time of the offense. There's no evidence of who did what, so I don't find it to be relevant. I note your objection. Is there any additional questions you'd like to ask this person before he's released?
Judge, can we just do a proffer real quick while the jury's out?
Sure.
Do you want to just proffer? Sure.
Detective, after the fact, after this incident, were you, either through your investigation or other people, other individuals that work for the Marion County Sheriff's Office, did you come to find out that there was damage caused to Miss Lawrence's door and her property, or the property that she rented?
Yes, sir.
And what damage was caused?
I couldn't really speak to that. I was working this investigation that we're discussing today. I was told through other detectives who responded out to the scene to conduct further interviews and canvass the neighborhood, that while they were there, they were alerted to some damage that had been done to the defendant's property. I myself, I didn't respond that day. I didn't see the damage myself. I was just told.
What were you told in regard to the damage?
There may have been some broken windows and some things spray painted on the front door.
Do you know if the house itself was burglarized? In other words, did anyone go in and either take property, destroy property inside, anything like that?
I don't know.
Any other information that you received besides the writings on the wall and some broken windows?
No, sir.
No further questions.
I just want to put a couple questions in the record, Judge.
Sure.
So this damage that was done to the door, that was done before you actually went out and left the door.
Yes.
And is that the reason why the door was painted over, was because of that language, that damage?
I don't know why it was repainted.
That was done before you left it.
Yes.
additions to the reasons I gave originally, I would point out that this witness has no personal knowledge of what he's testified about. It's all hearsay because he said he didn't witness anything. Everything he testified to, he was told by somebody else, which would also make a hearsay. So again, overrule the objection. Anyone have any other questions for this particular witness?
Not from the state.
Is he excused?
Yes, sir.
All right. You're excused, sir. Thank you.
Transcripts.
You have another witness, right?
Yes, sir.
The jury's already out on break. I was going to give us a break anyway, so we'll take about 10 minutes or so. 10, 15. We'll give you 15 minutes, everybody. Fine, thank you.
Well, they going on another break. Oh, they're back. Okay, right here.
Extracting data.
Position a little over 7.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jesse Newbanks. That's Newbanks.
Where do you work?
I'm the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for them?
I am the Senior Digital Forensic Technician assigned to our Criminal Investigations Division.
What does that mean? What do you do on a day-to-day basis?
So generally speaking, I conduct extraction and analysis of items containing digital evidence. So everything from cell phones, tablets, DVR systems, vehicles. Pretty much if it has a power button, it can contain evidence that comes to my office.
How long have you been with the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
With the Sheriff's Office, a little over 8 years.
And how long have you been in this current position?
In this position, a little over 7.
Can you describe to the jury your training and your background that allows you to do this type of job?
So in short, I have a Master's of Science from the University of South Florida, specializing in digital forensics, specifically in cybersecurity, as well as a graduate certificate in digital forensics from the University of South Florida. Collectively, I have about 1,200 hours worth of specialized training in the fields of digital forensics and cybersecurity, and approximately 20 different certifications in those fields.
Have you, in the course of your job at the Sheriff's Office, had the opportunity to extract data from a cell phone?
I have.
Can you estimate about how many times you've done that?
Last check, it was a little over 1,500.
And have you been, what type of programs do you generally use when extracting data?
Generally, we use 2 programs, either Cellbrite or a system called Gray Key.
Have you been trained in how to use those programs?
I have. Of those certifications, some of them are for those 2.
Can you describe just some of the training that you've gone to, how long it was, that kind of thing?
Sure. So I hold 3 certifications through Cellbrite itself. Ultimately, they're capstone certifications, a Cellbrite certified mobile examiner. That requires both a knowledge-based skill test and actual practical hands-on exercises to actually be able to pass that, plus verified work experience, things of that nature. So I hold that through Cellbrite as well as Gray Key certified operator through Magnet now, and the company called Gray Key.
1 second. You slow down.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Have you been permitted to give?
I was going to say the same thing. He's talking speed talking.
I have.
Can you estimate about how many times?
I believe it's twice.
Your Honor, I asked the witness be permitted to provide opinion testimony in the area of digital forensics in this case.
Yes, ma'am. One second. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you step out just for a second. Thank you.
I wonder who the old white guy is sitting in behind her on her side.
The actual motion by the state was to have him found to be an expert. Sounds like you're more you're not really challenging his expertise, but more in the nature of what his actual testimony would be.
Yes, Judge, and I need to check and see if Mr. Eubanks was listed as an expert witness by the state, but when I conducted Mr. Eubanks' deposition, it was very short. I asked him if he had performed a phone extraction. He said yes. I asked him if he performed any analysis on the phone whatsoever, and he told me no, and that was his involvement. So now it seems like the state is trying to qualify him as an expert witness to have him give an opinion on specific items from the phone, so the defense was not put on notice regarding this.
Was there some sort of report generated by the person?
There were, Your Honor. There were two reports that was sent discovery and provided to the defense.
Does anyone have one? Do you have a report or?
And if you could just put on the record when it was sent and what supplemental.
No, I emailed it to the defense.
So if I understand it, he does an extraction. The extraction generates this printout. This looks like some sort of printout from. It says extraction report, Cellbrite extraction report, and now he's simply going to read the timestamps that are listed. Is that what's the date where it says created?
Generally, Your Honor, yes.
Okay, so he's then, I guess it's my understanding of what you wanted him to do, and you can correct me where I'm wrong, is he's created an extraction. The extraction is in the form of a printout, and the only analysis you want him to do is actually just read the printout as to the timestamps.
Primarily, the focus is twofold. Number one, he analyzed the times and durations of the 2 911 calls in this case that appear on her phone. And
Okay.
secondly,
Where are they on here?
that should be on either the first or last page of that report. There are two separate reports.
Okay.
One's a very short 1 page showing those 2 calls. And the other, I believe, is like 4 or 5 pages showing the different videos.
1 second. I'm gonna take a short break.
Yes, sir.
Well, we're taking another short break. Let's see. Oh, there we go.
Apologize. Some emergency.
I think we've resolved the issue. I'm not going
Okay.
to ask Jesse Newbanks any opinion questions. The only potential concern I had was about the timestamps. It's really not opinion testimony. The issue's taken care of, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Well, all righty then. That's been resolved.
So I guess I had to go back. Are you going to object to him being qualified as an expert, or you're not simply
I'm
not
not
going
going
to
to
ask?
qualify him as an expert, Your Honor.
Okay, no problem. We'll bring the jurors back in.
And the question was about the report being provided. There was a report provided, I believe, August 8th in an email to the defense. The reports I'm referring to in seeking injuries.
That's correct.
I'm sorry, what now? What'd you say? Okay.
I'm going to direct your attention to June 6th of 2023. Were you contacted by lead detective Ryan Stitt in this case to extract certain data off of the phone belonging to Susan Lawrence?
I was.
And how did you come to be in possession of the phone?
The device was currently secured in the Digital Evidence Lab's secured storage facility where I obtained it to execute a search warrant.
Showing most of the introduced evidence as State's Exhibit 18. You take a look at that, tell me if you recognize.
This would be the one.
Sorry?
That's correct.
Is that the phone that you examined?
It is.
And you said you examined that pursuant to a search warrant, right?
That is correct.
Did that search warrant allow you to look into the phone and extract certain specific data from the phone?
It did.
Can you explain to the jury the process you went through in extracting the data off of that phone?
So very broadly speaking, we take the cellular device and we connect it to any of our forensic workstations or whatever tool we're using at that time. And that allows us to gain access to certain data within the phone itself.
What type of information did you extract from the phone that's relevant to what we're going to be talking about here?
So ultimately, we conducted an extraction of various different types of artifacts from the phone itself, but specifically, we were looking at videos and things like that within the search warrant as outlined within it.
Were there any problems with your extraction?
None I can recall.
Once you extract the data, what did you do with that information?
So that information is loaded into a digital report and it's provided to the case agent for his review.
Would that be Detective Stith?
That is correct.
All right. During your extraction, did you locate any videos that came from a blink camera mounted inside of a sliding glass door of the defendant's residence?
We did.
Can you explain to the jury how a blink camera works and how it interacts with a cell phone?
So generally speaking, those cameras operate kind of isolated from the phone itself. They operate on a system, record video, send it up to a cloud or some form of a server as run by that application provider. Then the phone is simply using an application to access that data.
And a blink camera is like a security camera?
Correct.
If someone accesses that blink application from their cell phone, is that video or that data placed onto the cell phone somehow?
There is information, yes.
How does that work?
So follow with me, if you will. Most applications, because as humans, we generally are impatient, they will try to do their best to help ease user interaction with those specific apps. So taking Blink, for example, when you load up the Blink app on your cell phone, it will load in what we call cache information to your cellular device. It's done by the application, not necessarily by the user, but it's done so that every time you go back into that application, things that were there before are already there and you don't have to wait for it to reload. Think about it if you're looking at Instagram or Facebook, anything you had looked at previously is already there. Next time you go back into it, it just loads the new stuff. It caches all that data to the phone, and we're able to see that data when we do our forensic extractions.
Slow down a little bit.
Apologize.
When you examined the Blink camera data from the phone, did you locate any camera footage from the nighttime?
No, we did not.
Can you explain why there would not be footage from the nighttime in this situation?
So what we did find in some of these videos is that the cameras themselves were either mounted or placed behind a glass window. At night, these cameras operate off of infrared. So the light turns on, but because the camera is behind a piece of glass, it's actually reflecting the infrared back at the camera itself. So the camera is effectively blind. We did locate a number of videos indicating that was it, and we didn't find any videos from the nighttime itself.
So did you find any Blink videos showing either the shooting or what happened just before because of that very problem?
None that I saw, no.
Wow.
Did you locate some photos on or some videos on the cell phone that were taken directly from the cell phone itself?
We did.
Did you also locate evidence on Miss Lawrence's phone that she had called 911 on 2 separate occasions on June 2nd, 2023?
We did.
As far as the 911 calls, how does a phone store that information?
So generally speaking, phones will store that information in the database itself. Specifically, the database we looked at for this is the call history, specifically the call logs.
Does the phone itself record the exact time that the call is made?
It does.
Does it record the duration of the call?
It does.
And how does it do that?
So generally speaking, it's from the timestamp of the phone itself when the call is made and then the duration until it is hung up and terminated.
And how do we know that timestamp is accurate?
It's based off of the phone itself, connecting to the cellular provider.
Could the phone have the wrong time on it or something?
It's possible, but generally speaking, with the phones, they actually obtain accurate time from the cellular provider based off of where you're at in the world. So they're generally accurate.
Was a report generated showing these two 911 calls that occurred on June 2nd of 2023, the dates, the times, and the duration of those calls based on the information you extracted from the defendant's cell phone?
There was a report made, yes.
Was a report generated also showing certain videos captured from her actual cell phone that appeared during your extraction process?
There was.
And did that report show videos taken from her cell phone from about 7:21 and 14 seconds p.m. until about 8:53, 32 seconds p.m. on June 2nd of 2023?
That is correct.
Show me what the margin states for the X. You recognize that report and the disk that's attached to it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
Has my initials on both.
Have you reviewed the report before?
I have.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the information you extracted from the defendant's cell phone?
In reference to these items, yes.
And we mentioned some videos. Have you reviewed the disc that's attached to that exhibit?
That is correct.
What's on that disc?
They are the videos as referenced in the report itself.
And about how many videos are located on that report?
I believe there's 11.
Does the report show what looks to be like duplicate entries of the same video?
That is correct.
Can you explain to the jury why that would be the case?
So on phones themselves, the operating systems of the phones will move things about and do things to, again, ease user access. We go back to that cache data we were talking about with the Blink application. Specifically, we find the exact same videos in two separate locations on the phone. One within the DCIM folder, stands for digital camera image. It's a general rule of thumb, if you will, when it comes to actually taking photos. The other one we find within a cache folder of the actual file system for the Apple operating system itself. It's the exact same video, just located in two separate places on the phone. So we report in both.
And why do you report them both?
Just so that we can talk about both of them existing.
Okay. And you mentioned the word cache again. What is that?
That's done by the phone and the operating system itself, not necessarily by the user.
This time you're on the state with move states exhibit X into evidence as 22.
Over the objection, given evidence that states number 22.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I can have access to the TV.
You ready to go?
Yes, sir. All right, I'm showing you the first page of that report that we just looked at. Can you just explain to the jury what we're looking at so they'll understand?
Sure. So as you can see at the first line, it's labeled as number 1. And then subsequently after that, you have 1 with a 1 in parentheses, and then a 1 with a 2 in parentheses. That go back to what I was just talking about the duplicate videos. So it shows one video. It's the exact same video based off of that hash value. Essentially what that is a algorithmic, talk about it as a fingerprint for those specific files. Shows that they're the exact same thing. Underneath that, it shows us the name and location, as well as any metadata associated with the videos as we found them. So that is for
metadata. Before you go on, what is metadata?
Metadata is generally data about data. Think of it as a subset of information about the specific file we're talking about. So in this case, it's the created, modified, and access times, as well as the path and the name for these videos we're looking at. On this screen right here, it's the 2 sets for items number 1 and 2 with their duplicates for the videos we're looking at here.
And what is it meant by created, modified access times?
Yes, ma'am.
These terms are probably self-explanatory, but what does created mean?
Generally, it's when that video was created on the storage medium, in this case, the phone.
What about modified?
When it was last changed or edited.
And what about accessed?
Generally speaking, when it was last viewed or seen.
I want to go through those 11 videos that you extracted from the phone.
Okay.
Did you locate a video on June 2nd, 2023 at 7:21:14 p.m.?
We did. That's the first video.
And are many of these videos very, very short?
That is correct.
Okay. So this first video, according to the report you have, occurred on 7:21 and 14 seconds p.m.
That is correct.
Based on your extracted data from the phone, what time was the first 911 call made on her phone on that day?
Going to that page of the report, the first 911 call was at approximately 8:54:09 p.m. on
How
16.
do you know that these videos were taken directly from her cell phone?
So again, going back to the specific file path we were talking about, they actually show that they were from the actual phone itself. And there is metadata within the report to show that it was from a specific make and model of the phone to which it lives.
Showing you a photo that you found from at 7:30 and 12 seconds p.m. Was there a photo at 7:30 and 36 seconds p.m. as well?
There is videos.
Is there a photo or a video at 7:58 and 59 seconds p.m.?
There is.
So these are apparently videos from her cell phone or, her camera of her recording the kids, I guess when she felt like they was being, out of control, yelling and screaming. These are just kids just playing, having fun. This is crazy. You could tell what was going on here. This woman was, look, and what is that? No trespassing sign right there in the center of the field. She was just, oh my gosh.
Did you locate a photo at 8:33 and 34 seconds p.m.?
We did.
Yeah, look, just kids just having fun.
Did you locate a video at 8:33 and 59 seconds p.m.?
We did.
My thing is, look how far out that trespassing sign is. I mean, it's all of that. I don't know. I'm not understanding the sign now, because that can't be where she lived. That looked like that's outside her property line or the landlord's property line. I don't know. Or am I reading it wrong or seeing it wrong?
Seconds p.m. A video, excuse me.
We did.
video at 8:49:49 PM.
We did.
Was that video only like a second long?
I believe so.
Was there another video 2 seconds later, 8:49:51?
That is correct.
Now, this video was at 8:59:51. Is that about 5 minutes before the first 911 call was made?
That is correct.
Did you locate a video at 8:50:30?
Wow, that looked like she just was creepy. Just creeping around her house, throughout windows and behind the screen and stuff. At the kids like she was looking for something. That's just creepy. If this don't look like premeditated, I don't know. Come on now. This woman was looking for something to start with these kids since earlier in the day. If you to go by these videos from her own cell phone.
PM.
We did.
And finally, did you locate a video at 8:53:32 PM?
We did.
Is that last video about 30 seconds before the first 911 call was made?
It appears so, yes, sir.
You mentioned that you also extracted the data regarding the 2 911 calls made by the defendant's phone on the evening of June 2nd, 2023, right?
That is correct.
What do we see on this page of the report?
This is specifically those 2 911 calls, their timestamps and durations.
And does the report, the extraction data from her phone show the time that the first 911 call was made?
It does.
What time was it again?
That was timestamped at 8:54:09 p.m. So, yeah, UTC, and it lasted approximately 4 minutes and 55 seconds.
You see that under the number 1 column?
Correct.
So if that first call was made at 8:54:09 and lasted 4 minutes and 55 seconds, about when would that phone have disconnected?
Approximately 5 minutes after, so roughly 8:59 p.m.
According to your extraction results, when was the second 911 call made?
That was made at 9:01:37 p.m.
So about how long between when the first 911 call was hung up and the second call was made?
Approximately 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's the call where she was sitting there crying, well, pretending to cry, and the operator was being so nice to her and telling her she's going to stay on the phone with her until the police get there and everything, just to make sure she's okay, and make sure your doors are locked and your windows are locked and everything. Yeah. Look, that 5 minutes, almost 5.5 minutes, she was on the phone with that operator the second time.
Thank you, sir. No other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination? See excused?
Right, Angela. Another George
See
Zimmerman.
excused. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Buxman?
Right.
Have witness back.
Thank you. State restaurant.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of Florida has rested its case. However, the trial is not over. I'm going to have you go back to the jury room and we'll go over a few things here and then we'll see who the next witness is going to be. Right now, go back with leave your notepads here and go back with the bailiff and we'll have you out as soon as we can, okay?
Right. She targeted that woman and her kids the moment they moved into that complex.
Either way you want. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense moves for a judgment of acquittal, based on the evidence that's presented in the light most favorable to the state. The state has failed to satisfy its burden in this case. The case
Not
law is
an
clear that
acquittal.
Once a prima facie showing of self-defense is made, that the state has the burden of disproving that she acted in self-defense, that Ms. Lorincz acted in self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. So the evidence today has failed to meet that burden. The state's evidence showed that there had been prior violence from Ms. Owens. There was a battery where she threw a sign. There were prior trespasses. There were prior threats. Those came from multiple state witnesses, including, I guess, through the officer from Ms. Owens herself.
Yeah, trespassing signs that were illegal and didn't belong to her. It wasn't her property in the first place, or belonged to the landlord of her property. What the hell are you talking about?
A confrontation on
They didn't meet their burden.
June 2nd was started by Ms. Owens approaching Ms. Lorinc's residence. There's also evidence of Ms. Lorinc's attempts at disengaging, both in the past and on June 2nd, by telling her, get off my property, trespassing, and attempting to use other means to get.
I have not watched one video where Susan, aka Karen, didn't look like she was the more aggressor and created the whole chaos. The gaslighting and downplaying, I'm gonna just kick that back a notch. Let's just listen to that again. Wait, maybe right here.
Either way you want. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense moves for a judgment of acquittal, based on the evidence that's presented in the light most favorable to the state. The state has failed to satisfy its burden in this case. The case law is clear that once a prima facie showing of self-defense is made, that the state has the burden of disproving that she acted in self-defense, that Ms. Lorincz acted in self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. So the evidence today has failed to meet that burden. The state's evidence showed that there had been prior violence from Ms. Owens. There was a battery where she threw a sign. There were prior trespasses. There were prior threats. Those came from multiple state witnesses, including, I guess, through the officer from Ms. Owens herself. The confrontation on June 2nd was started by Ms. Owens approaching Ms. Lorinc's residence. There's also evidence of Ms. Lorinc's attempts at disengaging, both in the past and on June 2nd, by telling her, get off my property, trespassing, and attempting to use other means to get this confrontation stopped. It's also supported by the evidence afterwards that she surrendered to Deputy Stringer and to Trainee Barboza. She called 911, and that she gave full statements to law enforcement and follow-ups at the detective's requests. And I present to the court some case law on the matter. Jenkins v. State 942 Southern 2nd 910. It's a Florida 2nd DCA case from 2006. The facts in that case are a little bit different, other than the banging on the door. It's also a case where the victim was banging on the door. In that case, the defendant actually had two residences, two mobile homes that were next to each other, and the victim was banging on the door to the residence that the defendant did not live in, but was owned by him. in that case, the court denied the motion for judgment of acquittal and
Well,
the,
in that case, it looks like wasn't there like some sort of punch thrown?
yes.
Like the victim actually.
Right.
punched the defendant?
You read in a case log that don't even compare to this one.
He was not inside the residence at the time, and they do go through that. The reason that I cited that case is it also has a nice recap of a lot of the Florida cases regarding self-defense, starting on page 6. It talks about 7 Florida cases that have reversed convictions based on the state's failure to rebut a prima facie case of self-defense, and then goes through kind of the facts of each of those that in a circumstance where, I think they're talking about all these cases here. Thompson, which talks about a case where there's a fight where the defendant has backed up, brandished a gun at an aggressor, but the aggressor continued to approach, kind of scenario. So it does a good job at kind of explaining the circumstances under which the state has or has not.
But again, has nothing to do with this case because this woman was in her house, safe and sound, and the victim was outside the door, a locked door. So no, totally different case law.
Rebutted cases of self-defense, and then it also talks about circumstances where
boy, she had to really dig for these.
Denied a motion for judgment of acquittal, so refusing to.
And still couldn't find one to match this case log.
To acquit defendants based on claims of self-defense are materially distinguished in certain scenarios, like when a defendant's brother threatened to kill him during an argument, then the defendant drove away and returned later with a rifle. That was distinguished. In those kinds of cases, the courts have properly denied a motion for judgment of acquittal.
Okay.
Additionally, I provided to the court SR v. State 11 Southern 3rd 442. It's a third DCA case from 2009. This is not a this is a self-defense case, but it is not a deadly force case. This is a juvenile case where,
again, another case that has nothing to damn do with this type of case that she's reading off. Again, girl, go sit down. Sit your behind down, girl. Go sit your ass down.
the evidence in that case was that the
Horrible.
juvenile,
Go sit down.
I believe was a female, was in a circumstance where she was in a hallway and her stepfather, who had prior acts of violence, was blocking her exit, and she kind of pushed past him on her way to the door. And the court,
again, another one where this was actually got physical. Another case that has nothing to do with this one. Oh my gosh.
found her guilty of a battery, and the appellate court reversed and said that self-defense does not focus on whether an act was purposeful, it's whether or not an act was done to defend oneself against the imminent use of force. And in that case, similar to this case, there was testimony of prior acts of violence, and there was testimony that she was aware of those, prior acts of violence.
Too bad AJ didn't have any prior acts of violence, her nor her children or anything. So again, has nothing to do with this case.
And so the court found that the denial for judgment of acquittal was unreasonable, and they reversed. And then the last case that I cited is McGriff v. State. This is an older case. It's 341 Southern 2nd, 1036. It's a fourth DCA case from 1977. The reason that I wanted to bring that case to the court's attention is that in that case, they talk about the circumstance where the behavior of the defendant after the shooting happened, in this case, also tends to support the claim of self-defense, which is like the case here. In that case, I guess the victim was intoxicated.
The defendant initially.
Oh
was
my God, yo.
shot, and the victim continued to.
I can't. Are we living in the is this the Twilight Zone? Every case log that she cited has nothing. It's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with this type of particular case. And she's just reading it off like she's just, busting all these different case logs out to the judge that's dealing with cases like this to help this. Oh, I don't even know what to call this damn hag, right? This washed up prune right here that y'all looking at. But oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I can't even believe that the judge is even letting her go on and on and on. She just go sit down.
Approach, and there ended up being a scuffle, and the gun
A scuffle.
And subsequent to that, the defendant ordered that someone taken in the hospital, and then the defendant turned himself in, and he gave a.
Look at her face.
So, for those reasons, I would ask that the court grant the defense motion for judgment of acquittal.
What's the state's position?
In the instant case, the state has established a prima facie case to go to the jury, establish the elements of manslaughter, to establish that the crime happened in Marion County, that the victim is Owens by stipulation was in fact the victim in this case. She's deceased. We've established that she is deceased because the defendant, by her own admissions, fired a gun through the door. The projectile struck the victim, and the victim died as a result of that. That her own testimony shows an intentional act was committed by pulling the trigger. There's no indication it was accidental or something to that effect. Additionally, based on the facts and circumstances of this case, we've established that the decision to fire that firearm would constitute culpable negligence. As far as the self-defense aspect goes, Your Honor, the defense has provided, I believe, 3 cases, all of which are very factually distinguishable from the instant case. Here, the instant case, we have the defendant behind a closed.
Notice he said factual. Now they about to say some case logs that is factual to cases like this. Okay, so girl.
Deadbolt door, and we have verbal statements by the victim and some hounding. Clearly, a reasonable jury could find that there is no imminent threat towards the defendant at the time that she chose to shoot the gun, and as well as there is no imminent ability or attempt for the victim to engage in a forcible felony. Even if this court assumes she was trespassing, it's not a forcible felony to justify the use of deadly force. I ask the JOA be denied.
Right. Look, close and shut.
I've listened to the
close and shut that quick. Boom, boom. There it is, Your Honor. Like, come on.
evidence quite carefully and taking notes, especially on issues I thought would be relevant to the defense and to what I understood would eventually be a motion for judgment of acquittal.
And look, even even the judge had to laugh. Even the judge had to laugh at that. Like, yeah, what a joke to even say such a thing. Acquittal. Yeah, okay. Nice try.
The evidence, when viewed in the light most favorable to the state, which is the proper standard at this point in the trial, that the state was able to present competent, substantial evidence that could overcome Ms. Lawrence's self-defense claim, and also produce competent, substantial evidence which would support a verdict for manslaughter. So I will deny the defense's motion for judgment of acquittal, and we will move on from there.
Yes, sir.
I know you have at least some witnesses or witness available today. Okay. All right.
Your Honor, before we go any further, the defense, before the last witness testified, may have said enough to trigger an allegation of a discovery violation. By report, I'm not sure if they're still pursuing that, considering that we did send them the report well before the witness testified. I'm concerned that if there is an allegation of discovery violation in appellate court, may look at that. There was no Richardson hearing conducted.
Judge, no, the defense, just so it's clear for the record, the defense did receive both reports from Mr. Buston. The defense is only expert witness, and then we're trying to tender him as an expert witness, just so that's clear for the record, I think that issue is resolved.
So you're not suggesting there's a discovery violation?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're not requesting any sort of any sort of Richardson hearing?
No, sir.
I do find there was no discovery violation. The state provided the extraction reports, which is essentially what Mr. Newbanks testified to. Ultimately, he was not qualified as an expert for any sort of analysis. I think digital forensic technicians are maybe a little different than other types of experts anyways, because typically Mr. Newbanks would be simply reading from an extraction report in this sort of case, and then showing what was on the phone, which is a little different than most sort of experts. But ultimately, no one tried to qualify him as an expert. The defense has said there's no discovery violation. I find there's no discovery violation. Therefore, I find there's no reason to conduct a Richardson hearing, and we'll move on with the trial.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But you just have one person here, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's fine. I'll let the jury know they'll come early, and we'll go from there, okay? I do want to go over some, after that, once the jury is excused, see if we can get as close as possible to getting the instructions done. Is that good for everybody? I think
Yes,
I have the last instruction. I would request, there is another instruction that can be read subsequent to jury verdicts regarding that jurors have a right to not talk to the press. I don't know the number of it. It's somewhere in the instructions. I do think that may be appropriate to read in this case.
Yes, sir.
Standard instruction?
It's in the standard instructions, I believe. I have no idea what number it is. I can probably look later on this evening, but it just informs jurors that it's their right to not comment on the case. Yeah, I think it informs them they have a right to comment on the case, but they have a right not to comment. And that may be appropriate in this case.
Yes, sir.
So it's read only after a verdict comes, regardless of what the verdict is. So it's not read to them prior to making a verdict. Okay?
Yes, sir.
If you can't find it, I'll find it. I've seen it before. But I don't have all the numbers memorized, that's my guess. All right, so let me go down. And any changes that we make to jury instructions, just send me the instructions that are final. I don't need all the other ones again. Like whoever sent me the last packet sent me all the preliminaries and everything else. Huh? I wasn't blaming anybody. I threw it out there as a whoever, so you know, want to confess, it's not me, but just I don't want to keep throwing away pieces of paper. You know, pile of unnecessary paperwork. We'll bring the jurors back in, and then we'll excuse them after the witness. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, the state has rested their case. The defense has one witness they want to call. After that witness, we're going to take a recess for the day. You'll get to go home early. And then I'll see you same time, same place tomorrow, okay? Go ahead.
The next part is Rosalie Smith.
What's the first name?
Rosalie.
Rosalie?
Yes, sir.
She actually had somebody that actually liked her coming in to talk, speaking her and on her behalf. This got to be good. This has got to be good.
If you could raise your right hand for me.
They was able to scrounge up find one person. Look, she smiled, y'all. She actually smiles.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
Can you please introduce yourself for the jury?
Rosalie Smith
Ms. Smith, where do you currently live?
at 1724 Southwest 107th Lane.
You live in apartment 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that here in Ocala?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where you were living back in June of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you lived out there?
Since sorry.
That's okay.
Since December of 2021.
Did you move here from California?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where you were born and raised?
Yeah.
Where was the last place that you lived in California?
Roseville.
The neighborhood that you live in now, can you describe it for me?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Child, please. So you only been living there a couple of years? So you ain't known her that long. See? That's what I mean. They went and found, they had the scrounge, they had to dig deep. But they was able to find her one, they were able to find one person. She's not a lifelong friend. She knew her a couple of years.
I'm gonna have you step out just for a little bit again. Sorry.
Yeah, they may not be needing you. Just might not need you.
All right, the jury's outside the courtroom. I'll have a proffer of her testimony.
Sure. I'll do the proper first.
Sure.
The neighborhood that you live in now, can you describe it for me?
It's, I don't know, it's less than mid, it's a little bit above the hood.
Mm.
Have you described
So
it as
middle
one
class,
step
she's
away
trying
or
to
step
say.
away from the hood?
Yes.
And Judge, there's been several witnesses so far that have testified to this. I think Ms. Costa may have said that as well, and I think one of the deputies, I think it was Deputy Stringer, had testified that the neighborhood was troublesome and kind of goes to Ms. Lawrence's state of mind. So I think that this testimony is relevant.
What's the state's position on that?
Here again, I would object with her characterizing the neighborhood as one step away from the hood. One, I don't believe that's relevant to the issue of self-defense between the issues of the victim and the defendant. Two, I believe any type of characterization like that is more prejudice than it is probative of anything. And I think
Boom, that part, which would basically say that they are racist. It would just prove their point. See, boom, it would prove their point. See how they keep opening the door for that term, but yet they don't want to talk about it. They don't want it produced as evidence, but it just constantly keep coming up. And the proof is in the pudding. I mean, call a spade a spade. It's a spade. Shh. The quacks like a duck and walks like a duck and talks like a duck. It's a damn duck.
And I just think this is an improper characterization.
Let me bring that back just a smidgen.
Deputy Stringer had testified that the neighborhood was troublesome and kind of goes to Ms. Lawrence's state of mind. So I think that this testimony is relevant.
What's the state's position on that?
Here again, I would object with her characterizing the neighborhood.
Right, Angela. I bet the new friend knows that too, that she's a racist, but because the friend is too. They both are. That's why. See how she was trying to choose her words wisely, but she really wanted to say, I live in the upper class and that's the lower class down there. That's what she really wanted to say.
Is one step away from the hood. One, I don't believe that's relevant to the issue of self-defense between the issues of the victim and the defendant. Two, I believe any type of characterization like that is more prejudice than it is probative of anything. And I think I know also in her deposition she talks about gunshots in the neighborhood, things like that. And I just think this is an improper characterization of the neighborhood. That's
I don't have the witness.
I agree.
Is that the only question you're gonna ask in those regards?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have the witness step outside the courtroom for just a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. It's irrelevant because she moved there. Nobody put, a firearm to her head and made her move into that damn neighborhood. She moved into that neighborhood because that's what she can afford. And that's where she can afford to live. So we're not going to act like she was forced to move there or to live there. Come on now. Stop it. Not going to play in our face with that one.
Referring to someplace as troubled, I mean, lots of places can be troubled. Referring to someplace as a hood clearly has kind of a racial connotation to it. So,
didn't I just say that? Did I not just say that? It just spells and it smells like racism. Like what? They keep saying they don't want to introduce that, but it just that's what it is. I mean, that's what it's been. Look, I just said that, and listen, the judge just said it. I mean, come on. The undertones there is clear racism. Clear as day. Clear as day. Racism. Let's listen to the judge say that one more again. Oh, no, I went back too far. Not that far.
Oh, it's lower economic. Oh, it's referring to someplace as troubled. I mean, lots of places can be troubled. Referring to someplace as a hood clearly has kind of a racial connotation to it. So I don't mind her saying, it's lower economic, it's just a financial term, or that's been trouble, but referring to something as a hood, I think has.
You said lower economic or what? You kind of broke
I mean, like I said, I don't have a problem saying something like, and I know I put words in her mouth, so you may have to find another word for her besides hood. But
this judge I'm telling you, this judge clearly knows that this was racially profiled with this woman. She targeted this family because of the color of their skin, but he is trying with all his might not to put this in. Yes, we live now, Davis. That this judge is trying with all his might not to make this about race, but the harder he tried, the more it's just in your face. It's in your face with it. It's just in your face.
I would say, it's obviously not a financially wealthy area. I mean, it's already pretty clear that these are a set of quadruplexes, which typically, at least in this part of Marion County, are not, terribly expensive. Most of them are rental properties. But referring to something as a hood, now I think you're trying to refer to as some sort of racial context or for lack of a better word, some sort of black neighborhood. I mean, that's the clear.
Yeah, that's exactly what they were doing, Your Honor. That's exactly. I mean, you don't have to spruce it up and try to, sweeten it up for everybody, for the people. We know what it is. We know what it is. You know what it is. You keep trying to play nice and put a little sugar and spice, but it ain't working. It is what it is, because that woman knows she don't care. She don't care. She wants to hurry up and get this over and done with so she can go home.
Or connotation that I think I would draw from that. And to that extent, I think it's too prejudicial and has no probative value.
Her so-called friend got right up on that stand, ready to go at it and go ahead and make her friend look like the victim because of the color of her skin and the color of their skin. She was ready, busting at the damn seams.
Because we already have in evidence that it's and I don't know what the situation is regarding anyone else who lived there, but we know that at least this defendant rented there. Sounds like maybe she rents there, so it's a
Yeah, she lived there too.
So I think it's pretty clear that it's already, not the most wealthy part of the county. But I'm not gonna allow her to refer to something as the hood.
The hood.
Okay.
I'm not introducing it for that purpose anyway whatsoever. That I'm mainly using it to show that this was kind of an unsafe or bad neighborhood. I understand that that's what the court's ruling. I just want to put that on the record that that's not my intention. I can speak with her.
Yeah, I think you need to.
Well, if it wasn't your damn intention, why did you let her say it? And why did you say it? You said it too. Shit. But my thing is, nobody forced her to move there. She moved there because that's what she can afford. She could afford it to live in a damn hood.
Then you have suggesting that it's bad because there are African Americans living there, and that's the connotation that comes from that.
Yeah.
Versus bad because there's people of any race that may do something wrong.
So is the court okay with her saying that it's sort of a lower income neighborhood?
Sure. I mean, I think that's pretty much already in evidence. Like I said, most of the quadruplexes I've seen in Marion County are just like this. They're mostly rentals.
Mm-hmm.
And people are living.
Well, she could have said urban area
time,
or something like that.
Owned by, I guess they could be, but I don't think most of them are owned by the people who live there.
Right.
Some could be, but even that, it's not like I said. It's not like you're living in a mansion. So
right.
I think yeah, sure.
Right. You're not living in some damn gated ass retirement gated community.
Yeah, I think that's you're interjecting something that doesn't even interject in trial.
The hell?
Gotta love the appellate lawyer.
Ready for her to return? Ready for her to come back?
Yes, sir.
Bring her back, then we'll bring the jurors. Ready for the jurors? Let's bring them back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Ready to proceed? Thank you.
The neighborhood that you live in now, is that kind of like a lower income neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, how far away is your house from Susan Lawrence's house?
I describe it about a football field.
Almost a football field away?
Yes.
Have you
Oh,
ever met
shoot.
Susan
You
Lawrence?
in the hood too.
Did you know Ajike Owens at all?
No.
Did you ever meet any of the people that were involved in this incident?
No, ma'am.
Acting like you live
I want to
somewhere
talk to you about June 2nd, 2023, okay?
in the suburbs somewhere.
Where were you when the shooting happened?
I was sitting on an enclosed patio at my apartment.
Was that like a little patio behind like a wooden fence?
Yeah. Probably a 6-foot fence.
What did you hear?
I heard a lot of pounding, a lot of yelling, screaming, and then I heard a gunshot.
Did you hear a lot of pounding on a door like it was going to be pushed down?
Yes.
Did you call it like a cop knock?
That's what I call it.
Wait now, y'all. This woman is not about to make us believe. Wait, hold on, y'all. Hold on. This woman is not about to make us believe. Look at her lying ass face. Look at the face. Look at this face. She wants us to believe that she lives as far as a whole football field away. And she heard, so I guess she's about to tell us that she heard AJ banging on Susan's door and yelling and screaming at her that she's gonna kill her. That's what she about to tell us. That's what she want us to believe, that she heard this all the way across. Okay, we're gonna let her tell us this lie. Okay, lady. Okay, lady.
Was it very loud?
Very loud.
Did you hear anyone screaming?
Yes, I heard a woman's voice screaming. To me, it sounded like she was screaming words, but I could not understand any of the words.
Was there a lot of pounding on the door?
Yeah,
And you said you couldn't make out what the person was screaming.
absolutely not.
Was it a female voice screaming?
Yes,
Was the female screaming at the top of her lungs?
probably.
Was it like a pound, 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 let me in kind of thing?
Yeah.
Turner and I would.
Yeah, come on. Oh, please. Oh, please.
And speculation.
Did it sound like the woman was really angry?
I would say so, just by hearing her voice.
Now, could you see any of this?
No, ma'am.
So even though you were almost a football field away, you could still hear this.
I could hear it.
How long do you think the pounding went on for?
It seemed like it went on forever. Maybe 5 minutes, maybe less, but I mean, I wasn't timing it, but it just went on and on and on.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
That's not me.
What's the name?
I think that's one of Miss V's pop-ups.
So Ms. Smith, how are you doing today?
I'd rather not be here, but I'm great.
Can I ask you a couple of questions? One, you said you were in a patio. Were you outside?
I was outside.
Oh,
of my
there she go.
apartment, yes.
Is there any type of?
Hey, y'all. I'm back.
Hey, welcome
No,
back.
there's no roof.
What's wrong? It sounds like it's
So
cutting
you're
out.
outside and.
No, sounds fine to me.
Okay, let me do a check. Okay, I'll be
Okay.
back.
But you testified you didn't hear any specific words, correct?
And none of them.
You couldn't make out any words that were said.
No.
So any idea of what might have been said would be purely guessing on your part.
Absolutely.
Pure speculation on your part.
Yes.
And you called 911 in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you only called 911 after you heard the loud sound, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you believe that loud sound to be a gunshot?
Yes, I know what it sounds like.
Okay. And it was only after you heard the gunshot that you called 911.
Right.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
Wow, remember she said she knew exactly what it sounded like, but the neighbor who literally lived right across the street said when he heard it, the father, remember when he testified, he said he wasn't quite sure what it was when he first heard it until his son came running in the house and mentioned what had happened. And that's when he realized what that was that he heard. But she, across the whole football field, she knew exactly what it was. Lady, where they find her at? Child.
She excused?
Yeah, she's excused. Bye. Bye. Go home. Your lying ass.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be done for today. I remind you to put your notebooks down. I also remind you that, the case is not over, so you can't begin to deliberate in any way. We are in recess, so you can, of course, go home or wherever else you want to go. Remember my prior warnings about looking up anything. Please don't look on local news sites or local television where it may be covered. Please don't talk to anyone about the case or let anyone talk to you about the case, okay? If anyone does try to say anything to you, please let us know, and we'll be happy to take care of that for you. Have a very nice day. Thank you.
A doggone shame. Brought her ass up there and lied like that.
Wow. So wait a minute now. Who is this lady? Is this the first thing
Child,
that happened that we didn't know about?
Child.
What happened?
Hold on, let me just pull it. Well, he closing out for the day, but
Well,
he
you
wanted
can
to
tell
make
me.
some announcements. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, she.
Does everyone have a copy of the?
If you want to hear him, you can wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to hear what he got
That's
to
what you
say.
sent to me. Is that the same one
I'll
the state
hit
sent,
me.
or is that a different one? Or? Okay. Okay, no problem. I'll read it again. I mean, there's always little grammatical errors. Ironically, some of the grammatical errors are in the standard instructions. I don't know why they don't ever fix them. But nevertheless. Okay. Let me know when you guys are ready. Have you, whoever has saved this copy probably needs to follow on the computer so you can send it to me.
I'm doing it, Your Honor.
I got it.
Okay. But do you have the copy that, because you fixed error, did you send those to him?
I have Ms. Sizemore's copy open on my computer.
Nothing, if you want to clear a room, just mention jury instructions and man, you will clear a room. I think that's the way they should, deal with riots. When you start reading jury instructions, I can't take that. Okay. Obviously, we'll start with 3.1.
Okay. He ain't really, I'm gonna just mute that while they playing that, because he not really talking about nothing. He just saying that they about to, the prosecution already rested their case. So now they're gonna let the jury go and do their thing or whatever. But right now, he's just gonna talk about the instructions that he's gonna have for the jury, for them to go back and deliberate on. But girl, that was the so-called fake ass neighbor across. Okay, she lives across a football field or more across from the lady, from this broom, right? But when she first got up there, they asked her where she lived. She gonna she gonna start talking like she's so uppity. Like I live in, like she live in the upper class, and Susan and AJ live in the lower class. Well, AJ live in the lower class because she gonna say, well, I live in what we would consider the mid. And so the defense shut her down, and so the judge had to figure out another word to use or whatever. So she cleaned that up. But the long story short on that, she was like, yeah, well, okay, we live in the middle class, and they live in the hood. That's what she called it, the hood. So the judge stopped the proceedings and had her go out and, talk to the defense, because this is her friend. This is the defense witness.
Yeah.
This for her. And this prune had the nerve to put a smile on her face, Miss V, when she came out. Yeah.
So what else did she? What did she say? What is she saying? That she heard?
She heard DJ banging so loud on the door. She called it a police bang, like how the police banging on your door.
Wow.
Yeah, she
I
said,
just got back to BFF.
Yeah, she said I saw it as, I called it a police bang, like how the police sound when they banging on your door. That's what it sounded like to me. And then she said she didn't quite hear what AJ was saying, but she was hearing her yelling at the top of her lungs, very aggressive. She was really aggressive, but she couldn't make out what she was saying.
I wonder if she ever heard Susan.
Well, if she was so aggressive,
lungs.
how you don't know what she was saying if she was so aggressive and yelling at the top of her lungs, which was her words, at the top of her lungs.
So what? Big deal. But did she have a weapon?
Right. No.
You know what I'm saying? Like, don't nobody care about that. Those are words.
It was really getting on my last nerve, because again, when the judge made them take the break and sent her out, he said it himself that the words that she used, the ghetto, the hood.
See, they want to take the race out, but they bringing race in. That, like with the interrogation, and then with this broad.
When you go back and watch that part that you was away on, you're gonna see I said the same thing.
Yeah,
and I was saying it before the judge said it, and then when he said it, I was like, see, didn't I just say that? They keep trying to take it out, and this judge just keep trying with all his might, Miss V, to try to keep that out, like trying not to make it look like it's about race, but no matter how hard he tries, you just can't take it away,
because it is about it. That's what it's about, whether y'all like it or not. It is what it is.
He literally just said that. He said,
Davis and Angie, thank you for being over here from Facebook. She got a question. I just want to go. She says, so do you think it's going to go in Susan's favor?
Well, again, I'm up in the air on that, because I don't know. I just don't like the way it still seems like she's being protected in some sort of creepy way.
Yeah, racism is something that they all equally don't like. That's the prejudice. That's what I don't like, though, because this is my thing. Before I left here, they on their end, they released that because they could have bleeped that out. So then on their end, it was leaked again. But on our end, they don't want us to defend it. Get the hell out of here.
Right.
Y'all bringing it up. I hope that, but would it been an all-white jury?
I'm not in 2 days. In 2 days, Miss V, this is at least 6 times now that the judge himself done already tried to take out this racial stuff that they keep subliminally throwing in there that's in our face.
Exactly, and I feel like the jury need an explanation, and I hope when they in deliberation, they'll be like, we want to understand more about that. Huh?
Right. I said they set this woman on the stand. She brings that up. The judge had to send the jury out and tell her to go out so they could talk about that right there.
So what? They decided not to have Susan testify because I thought she was.
Oh, I don't know. They didn't even get. Well, I do have them muted. I don't know.
Wait, you said they deliberating though. Is it over?
Yeah, he said. Well, the prosecution has rested.
Oh, okay.
And right there, that witness you saw, that was the defense. They only had the one witness. They said.
Okay.
They're gonna be deliberating. They're gonna be deliberating.
Did they cross-examine her?
Cross-examine who? Susan?
No, this broad that was just up here. Did both sides speak to her?
Yeah. Well, no, the defense said they ain't had no questions for her. That's what I'm telling you. She ain't say shit. I bring her here for because she was her friend. They went and found one and scrounged up one friend for her. That
they brought her because
a couple of years. She said she met her in 2021.
They brought her because she was the only one that was going to be on her side.
Right. No, she thought that's what they thought, but it didn't go in their favor. The judge shut all that down, so she didn't even get to talk about what she really came up there to make it to talk about. Yeah, the judge shut that down.
Okay. So did he tell the jurors they didn't need to listen to her testimony?
Yeah, you don't really need occupied.
Yeah, no, he sent them out first, and then he said, he asked them. He said, because when he saw where they was going with the whole interviewing her, he said, wait, hold on a second. So he sent the jury out, and then he asked them, where's this going? What kind of questions you about to ask her?
Okay.
And that's how that started. And
so
then
do
he's
you
like, go ahead.
Wait a minute. So, okay. So I guess I'm just misunderstanding. I just happened to walk in on that. So they just breaking it up because she was saying stuff the judge didn't like. He sent them out, and that's why we breaking.
Literally racist.
Okay.
It was racist, and she was like ready to go in. The judge had to tell her to quiet up, send the jury out, and then the judge asked the defense attorney,
"What are we doing here?
Where's this going? What are you about? I want to know what kind of questions you're about to ask her, because where this is leading, what you're leading with.
Don't bring
this
up
is looking racist, right? He
individuals,
used the word racism.
Guess what, sir? It is racist.
Right, exactly.
That's why he was out of line for excluding it. And so Davis Angie said, do you think this judge is fair?
Thus far, what I've seen between yesterday and today, I think he's trying to not look biased. Like he has a part to do. He has a job to do. But he get it. He see what it is in front of him. But at the same time, he has to be, what do they say, non-biased, and just act like he don't see it. And try to be fair.
So to you, it seemed like he being fair but careful at the same time. Like
yeah, like kind of like dotting his I's and crossing his T's.
They don't like to admit to racism. This thing pisses me off though, because that's what it is. It plays a factor in it, sir. So as much as he want, I'm glad that though that the juror still heard, but they all white though. So that's the part. That's why when Davis Angie asked that question, I'm on the fence with that, because I'm not saying white people can't see racism, because they can, but a lot of them don't like to admit it, and that's the problem I got with just them. The fact that they trying to keep that out from the beginning told you right there that they trying to protect her a little bit. Yeah, why y'all dancing around? Like, it is what it is, Yeah. God dang. So wait, do you think this gonna be a minute? Because this seemed like a good time to pull up that other video that I had. You think they're gonna pull it up? I don't want to miss what they doing, but let me work on that. Let me work on that. It's playing, so we could see, Okay, let me. Okay. Because he's closing out anyway. The right. I thought I heard him say that they was going. He just had to make some last minute announcements, he said. Okay. So we got a third day. Now the first day was opening, so technically this is the first day of the trial. All right. So then tomorrow will be day 2.
The person against whom the defensive force was used was in the process of unlawfully and forcibly entering, or had unlawfully and forcibly entered a dwelling or residence. Because we don't need occupied vehicle. We don't need, or if that person had removed or was attempting to remove another against that person's will from the dwelling, residence, or occupied vehicle. I mean, do you want me to take out that kind of like last part about?
Yeah, just end it at or residence, period.
Okay, so we don't need.
Well, it would be a semicolon. So it would read: the person against whom the defensive force was used was in the process of unlawfully and forcibly entering, or had unlawfully and forcibly entered a dwelling or residence. guess you get rid of the comma after dwelling and just put or residence. Because we're taking out the part that says, or if that person had removed or was attempting to remove another against that person's will from the dwelling. So you want that last part out? Okay.
So just to clarify, paragraph A is going to read, the person against whom the defensive force was used was in the process of unlawfully and forcibly entering or had unlawfully and forcibly entered a dwelling or residence, semicolon. Okay, that's all we.
And not for nothing, I think that judge can understand being judged or being looked at, you know, because of your appearance. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think he, of all people, should be able to understand that.
But do you want to leave
So that's why another reason why I think he shut that down too. Like he didn't like where that was going.
This idea? Okay. So
He was like, I don't like you using the term hood
If that person was attempting to remove
or ghetto.
another against that person's will from the dwelling.
I'm glad he didn't like it. Because I don't either, broad.
Girl, you missed it. They first
I
tried to get
know
up
I
there
did,
and say
girl.
that the daggone, that the daggone,
755 came over and said, it's lit on your crime channel.
girl, they daggone gonna get up there talking about the defense. I mean the prosecution didn't make their burden. Didn't prove their burden, and they're gonna read off all these different legislations, laws.
Pause if you're gonna talk, sister girl.
Oh yeah, I was just letting that run through because he ain't talking about nothing.
Right, we don't even need to hear him. Then
But,
if he done, is he done? You still?
I think that's one of the attorneys because they just talking about the instructions they're gonna give to the jury, to the jurors to go with before they to go deliberate.
Okay, so let's take that down then, but maybe you should keep an eye on it, and then I'm gonna pull this up because there's some good information in this. So okay, let me stop. Oh, you took it down. Okay. All right, so this one is this is another portion of a video that we was watching yesterday, y'all. This is something that I have not seen all of. So here we go.
This is my private property. You can't have the dog over here. I told her, first of all, it's not on your property.
Is that what? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, let me take it all the way to the
And screaming and yelling at me, telling me calling me Karen. They're calling me names. Really, we're gonna.
This one is from 8/10/22. 8/10/22. So this is a date I haven't seen.
Devolve. It was simple bullying. I don't want to face this.
It's a case that gained national attention after now 59-year-old Susan Lorincz pulled the trigger on Ajike or AJ Owens, Lorinc's neighbor. Officials say Lorincz shot at Owens through a locked metal door over a disagreement involving Owens's children, who'd been playing in an open field near Lorinc's apartment. In the weeks leading up to Owens's death, body camera video captured Lorincz making multiple complaints to law enforcement. Her biggest problem? Owens's 4 children.
I don't know what his problem is, this guy in the next building, and there's no trespassing signs. The kids have been out of control. They're screaming, yelling.
As the case heads to trial, we're taking a look back at what we know so far and what we can expect looking forward.
I just don't know what to do with these kids. It's ridiculousness at this point.
The case takes place in Ocala, Florida, about an hour and a half northwest of Orlando. The deadly shooting happened in June 2023, but Lorincz first contacted the Marion County Sheriff's Office in February 2022, reporting that Owens got physical with her.
I work at home, I do insurance, and the kids are screaming and yelling. And so it's very hard for me. And this is my apartment here. When they're all here in the front, it's really, we can hear it's loud, it's noisy, kids are active. The kids. Yeah. But when they come on the side here, I just can't hear my clients.
Okay.
That's not fair to me.
Yeah, I know.
have,
I understand
you
that.
know, right to have peaceful and quiet
Listen,
enjoyment.
I understand.
I'm sorry, my heart's thumping.
No, you're fine, just
I
breathe.
just didn't know she was going to actually get physical with me.
What the sign?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, and that's not.
Now this is from 225. This is about that sign. This is when them officers came out and the black cop
Right.
was
Yeah, when they was
dumbing down by the
appeasing
other.
her.
Now
Yeah.
this has a part of it where a neighbor is gonna speak for AJ, and then it was another one that says something else. So we'll see that. But this is an extension to that.
Okay.
Cool. You don't get physical. I mean, that's
She
ridiculous.
just threw it.
No, she whipped it at me. I
Okay.
mean, she hit me.
But Owens told a different story.
Showing her sign, showing her sign, like almost like she went and bought a little private property sign and she stuck it in there. So she has a sign and she's basically like ramming the sign in my face. And then when she went to pick it back up, I picked the sign up and I threw the sign. I literally picked the sign up, and as I walked off, I threw the sign. I said, I can go and buy a sign too. It still doesn't mean anything. At that point, I guess she's already on the phone and I'm being attacked. Someone's attacking me. I'm literally in the street now, proceeding to come over here. Everybody's standing
Where this happened?
right over here behind the mailbox.
Okay.
Other neighbors backed up Owens.
Oh my God, what a striking difference. And I totally believe AJ. This woman, man, if the jury don't see this, man, like I don't even know if this stuff, all of the appropriate body cam footage was shown to them. But this stuff, all of this stuff should have been shown in court if it wasn't. This lady is clearly freaking miserable. So let's see what the other neighbors say.
Saying she never hit Lorincz.
Yeah, she didn't touch that lady. She just took the thing out the ground and that was it.
What thing?
The thing, the no trespassing thing. But she didn't touch it. No, she didn't throw it.
See how
at
he
her leg.
playing
She
stupid?
did not throw the damn thing.
That's what London said, because London was up.
No, she didn't throw it.
No, she
set
kinda
it.
tossed it.
Shut up. He's not over here to talk to you. She just set it down. And the lady just happened to be there. She didn't throw it at the lady.
See, them kids needed to shut the hell up.
Yeah.
See, they all in and don't know what they talking about. I believe that AJ did just what AJ said. She admitted to throwing it, but you see how she threw it. It was a paper sign.
It was like a toss.
It was a toss. It was it's a paper sign with a little stick to go into the freaking
that
ground.
she went and purchased herself, like AJ said.
Exactly.
But you see how the officer gonna try to play stupid. He gonna say what thing, like trying to be condescending to the lady who's explaining to them what happened, because he's trying to find some way to find AJ accountable for the no trespassing sign, to say she was being the aggressor, throwing a sign or whatever. Now, what thing? You know what thing she talking about, asshole.
If they could have found one person to be against AJ, they would have locked her up, okay?
Right.
They couldn't find one. That's why
Right.
he all condescending. I feel like they need to be
Right.
on trial because they aided in this stuff, man. Like,
You
I'm
right.
so serious. Who advocates for this? This right here is a position for somebody need to find out when things is escalated. When you got all these 911 calls proving what's going on, and then the officers come out responding with the wrong freaking information. Who powered Susan? Then Susan, her landlord lying, gaslighting the whole community. They don't even know who owned it, assuming he owns it, and he don't. But yet he put signs out there and powered her. Why can't he claim he said that he couldn't do nothing, but he could put signs on his property? And then when the police come, she used Charles as her muscle.
But
Charles did this.
But wait, Ms. V, you would think in a year and a half, you would think either her or even the owner of their lot would have found out who owned that empty lot that the kids was playing in. I believe they know who owned that lot, and I believe that man said, "I don't care about them kids playing in their lot. They can play. They can play in that little
what it
field."
sound like?
Because if there was any way that the owner who owned that lot had a problem with them kids playing in that lot, he would have put up trespassing signs. They would have made sure of it. I'm talking about
but I don't believe
Susan.
It's like
and her landlord.
they act like they didn't know, but you would have think because Charles, the landlord, her landlord said he owns 4 of those. Somebody else owned another 4 of those.
Right,
and
but
he's
when
the
he
one
was
that owned
asked
the
who
lot.
owned the field that the kids was playing in, that
That's what
she
I
was
just said.
complaining about all the
Mhm.
time, he said he don't know.
He said the other guy that owned the other four apartments do is what I thought I heard.
Oh, okay. Well, I
he
misheard
owned
him
4,
then.
another guy owned 4, and the
Oh,
guy
okay.
that
I
owned the
thought
other
he
4
said he
owned the
wasn't
lot.
sure.
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
I heard him say. But what I'm saying, the people that live out there don't seem to know that information.
Right,
They
they don't
think
know.
that is one owner.
Right.
She ain't told me or nothing. But even and all she did was tell the lady to stop yelling at her kids. That lady yells at everybody's kids out here.
Okay. Well,
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
I wouldn't go over there anymore.
Do you hear this shit?
I asked earlier.
Did you hear
in the
that
chat? I wasn't sure if she only targeted AJ's kids or did she bother all the children in the neighborhood?
She targeted
So she
AJ's
messes
and
with
all of them.
So she
Yeah.
just a old grouchy old lady. But
She
no, I didn't
targets
hear
all
what
the
he
children.
said. What did he say?
Man, listen at this. This is ridiculous. His response when what she just said. This lady yelled at her. Well, I wouldn't go back over there. Listen at this.
Okay. Well, I mean, I wouldn't go over there anymore.
Wow.
Stop yelling at her kids. That lady yells at everybody's kids out here.
Okay. Well, I mean, I wouldn't go over there anymore.
They hated her. I just want to slap him in his mouth.
I mean,
Yeah,
I wouldn't go over
Karen's.
there
Yeah,
anymore.
Karen's
like
right.
she ain't the only taxpaying citizen that live in this
Girl,
complex.
listen, they agree with.
We pay taxes
they
here
agree
too,
with Karen.
sir. You work for us too, sir.
Man, they agree with Karen. That's who powered her. That's who need to be in the cell next to her. This kind of stuff pissed me off. Well, they are not even considering to this guy. They trash, including that woman that was talking to him. This is clear racism, Judge. Why you want to pull it out? I'm talking about everybody that showed up on every call should be on this trial. This should be a little bit longer than they actually making it. This is evidence right here.
Yeah, and they should
Ongoing.
actually have them in all kind of training after these videos went viral like this. They should also be taking different trainings on how to deal with situations like this.
You can't train people not to be racist.
So that
They
stuff
know
like
right
this
from wrong.
don't happen again.
Yeah, it do need to be some major training. But guess what?
Mhm.
If they not presenting this, it got to be somebody like more than that work in this field that's looking at this kind of stuff and got to be like, okay, what we gonna do about this? Because this is the root of the problem.
Right. But you know what? You know where it starts. It's I'm not all into that politics and stuff like that, but that's where it starts. They vote for these people. They put them in office to do this kind of shit to you.
Man, this is so upsetting, man. So
Like,
when
who to
somebody
vote for.
asks, when Diane Angie, I think was her name, asked, is it a fair trial? No, because of everything that I'm saying right now. It's not a fair trial because it didn't start fair. It can't be fair if you don't present all the freaking evidence. I'm gonna just let this play. I'm getting irritated.
Nope.
Owens explained the neighborhood children played in an open field next to the home Lorincz was renting. And apparently, Lorincz claimed the children couldn't play or walk their dogs anywhere near that empty lot.
It's funny because I'm the one that never comes outside and says anything to her. But today, I just happened to feel it. First of all, before she moved there, this big open space right here, all the kids, they like to play kickball, football, and it's what she moves in. I don't want y'all playing over there. This is private property, so they don't play there. Okay, fine. I told my kids at least. They're playing over there, y'all don't go. Okay? So we have a dog, and she's always taking pictures of the kids. Oh, I'm going to call the police and have you guys arrested. Always bad for the kids. I'm going to teach them over there. Stay away from here. Don't. Whatever. So we have a dog. My kids take the dog out. The other day, she tells my son, I'm going to have you arrested and you're going to jail. He's 8, so he's terrified. He won't even walk the dog.
Let her know all that.
Okay.
Yeah, see?
See?
That's
now
that's the one I was talking about. I think when I saw it, because back then when I watched it, I think I saw from his angle. I didn't see from the angle we watched yesterday with her hands, but from the black officer body cam, because back then when I watched it, it was his attitude. I remember his attitude because it was another part where he pulls the black officer off to the side where they start talking. And then he tells her, you go deal with her, telling her to go back and talk to AJ, and he's going to go talk to Susan.
Yeah, that's the one. This video was 12 minutes and something. Just these officers.
Yeah.
And it was from
Yeah,
the
I
black
watched it,
officer's
yes.
body cam. The one we did together, it was from her body cam. We were
Yeah.
looking at him. She was picking
Right.
her fingers the whole
Right,
time. This
right.
is my first time seeing it
Right.
from his point of view.
No, but I saw it. But this is the video I was talking about yesterday when I was like, but I remember seeing one a while back. This is the one I'm talking about because in the video that I saw back when this happened, it was a while later on in the video, he pulls the black officer to the side, and they start talking, and then he said, you know what, you go and talk to her. Finish talking to her, like as he's being condescending to the black officer too. The way he was talking to her, it was real nasty and condescending. He's like, "You go over there and talk to her, and I'm gonna go over here." Like he was telling her what to do, and she was just doing it.
Just like yesterday when we was watching this, I said AJ was she was trying to include both of them when she was talking, and this man told her to tell it to her.
Yeah.
He didn't even want AJ to talk to him, but pay attention to what AJ said. That her kid, before Susan moved over there, those kids was playing out there, football, kickball, all that. Susan complained about it. So they start playing somewhere else where they play now.
And that pisses
Susan
me off
is
because
complaining about it.
That's what I mean. The neighborhood, they was too accommodating to her.
Yeah, but also I'm just saying that AJ is explaining that this lady is the problem, yet they don't think that none of this stuff should have been in evidence. I mean, this is tell the whole story that this lady is unreasonable. Even some cops came out there. This body cam footage is it.
Yeah.
And they not
closed
showing
and
this
shut.
in court.
Yeah,
and AJ
shut.
also said a key thing. She said that they going over there. When they go over there, y'all don't go over there. She said that, but I don't know how her kids ended up back over there. I guess at some point she probably got tired of her kids complaining.
But again, that woman went and grabbed his damn iPad. We don't know where she went and picked that iPad up for him. She talking about it was on her property. No, you went out your gate, went out over to the grass, and went and picked that damn thing up.
Well, the guy that got on the stand that plays with the kids, he said that remember when he said that
he asked him to
watch it, so he said it was over in the grass, so it wasn't
that's
in her
what I'm
area.
saying. It wasn't nowhere near her.
She went outside of her gate to get
her own gate over to the grass over there and picked up. And then earlier the video we watched that I said it looks cringing and creepy the way she was walking around her house. This is the same day that the event happened. Everything happened. They went over some videos that they found in her phone from that day. It was like 4 different videos. But Miss V, in the videos, it's just creepy. Why are you walking? She's inside her house, not outside. Why are you walking? And she's inside her house, creeping around in the dark. Okay, walking around with her phone camera, watching the kids outside. They found 4 videos in her phone. In her phone, 4 videos. Of her, yes, of her walking around, in her house. I said that is creepy as hell. Look at her in the dark, in her house, watching the kids. This led all the way up to the 911 call. So it's like, wait, so you was looking for a reason. You was walking around inside your house, waiting for the moment to go outside and go grab that baby's iPad. To go, when you watch this, go back and watch it earlier from after you left, you're going to see the parts I'm talking about. It's 4 videos they show. Each video is probably like 20 seconds long, maybe 30 seconds long, but it's showing her inside her house, walking around, creepy as hell, looking between the screen of her window, watching the kids play in the field.
They showed us this in court?
Yes, this is all in court, yeah.
Okay, good.
Because I was doing reactions to it and I was talking about it like, that shit is creepy. Look at this.
That's wild. Shout out to Realist. Thank you for coming in. And Davis, Angie, if you got a YouTube account, come check us out over here too. Thank you for tuning in on Facebook, though. I appreciate it. She said, "Yep, I
Yeah.
agree." Let's play this out, man.
Okay.
This really upset me, this encounter. I brought it back a little bit because he didn't even want AJ to talk to him. But when he went over there to talk to Karen, it was all love, baby.
Yeah.
All love.
Mm-hmm.
Just let her know all that.
Okay. So she's terrified. I won't even walk the dog anymore.
If you don't want to hear it, go away.
So he's walking the dog on this side. Now you live on this side, okay? You don't want him over here, fine, but this is joint area. You can't tell them they can't walk him on this side. So they're walking the dog and he's all the way back towards the fence. I'm standing here. Come on, she comes outside to go to the car or something. She sees him. Oh, I told you I'm going to have you arrested. I'm going to have you arrested today. She has her phone out like she's taking this picture. Now he's trying to run back to the street. So I said, I'm sorry, what are you saying to him? And so I go over there. So this is my private property. You can't have the dog over here. I told her, first of all, he's not on your property. He's on this side. You don't own it. And even if it was on this side, you don't own this either. You're renting this. She's like, I went over here just like they went over there. You don't own this. You can't tell them technically if they're not in your personal space that they can't walk the dog or even throw their football over here.
This was just the start of Lawrence's calls to law enforcement, claiming the neighborhood kids were trespassing and causing a public disturbance. Over the next year, she made nearly a dozen calls to the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
Now, okay, so the close of that, for the people that might not know, the resolution was that they wrote AJ up for battery for throwing the trespassing sign. The white cop that told her to tell it to the black cop, he instructed the black cop to go talk to Susan, or they went over there and said something to Susan, which it was all in her favor. They came back, and after he checked the black cop, they didn't agree with the trespassing thing because, like AJ said, it ain't her property. AJ felt just like we did about them trespassing signs. You went and bought them. They don't mean a damn thing. Take your paper sign on. So she didn't take her trespassing sign serious. But the police, they made it gold for her. This is what gave her power when the police honored those trespassing signs, and they went back and told AJ that is her property. They are not to go back over there. It's trespassing. You could be arrested if you go back over there.
No, Davis, Angie. They didn't arrest her, but they gave her like tickets, basically, that she had to go to court for. She had to pay a fine.
Now
She didn't do it because she, of course, disputed it because the woman don't own it. So I don't know the outcome of what happened in court of that outcome.
Or if they made it to court.
Oh, right. Or if it even made the court, because when that happened, 2 months later, we were there.
Exactly. Well, this one is the one from February. This is February.
Oh, no. Okay, so 8 months later then.
So this thing, what I'm saying is they powered Playgirl with them signs. Now, we finding out in court that the landlord that she keep talking about, Charles, who put the signs out, he don't own the lot. But we don't hear them in court talking about this.
Right.
This is just stuff that I'm putting together as I'm watching this. So I'm trying to figure out who's advocating for this type of thing, because those cops is a huge part. They are the reason AJ is gone. So they need to be brought in on something. And this is what pisses me off, because it ain't right. AJ ain't do nothing wrong, but they blamed her. Now the other part, had that witness. Now this same film, when they was just talking to AJ, they went and found tried to find a witness with a camera to see if they could see AJ throwing that sign. Had they been able to prove that, AJ would have got locked up for that.
Right. No, Tracy, they didn't. Well, they charged her because they basically took her word. Oh, and the kids, remember, it was a couple of kids yelling out there like, no, she did throw it real hard. And the mother was like, no, she didn't. Y'all stop saying that or whatever. They basically believed her that when AJ tossed the sign, it touched her.
And then when she went to say, it hit me. And then when she looked at her leg, if she had a bruise, girl, it didn't even have a white scratch on her. I just can't stand people like her. You see, if you around people like her, get away from them. as fast as you can.
Mhm.
Don't even play with it. Cause I mean,
Yeah.
AJ did. I was glad to hear that AJ did say her kids wasn't to go back over there, but they were back over there. So just
Well,
like
they
most
kinda
mothers,
wasn't though, Miss V. They was playing. She took his iPad.
they was playing with the guy. They were on shit. Like
Oh,
one
you
of the
mean that part, that side of the
they,
field? She
yeah, they
told
were
them not to
across
go
the
back
street.
over there.
Yeah, they
Oh,
were
yeah,
across
okay,
the
yeah,
street.
she
Is
did
what I'm
say that.
saying. My
Oh,
kids
yeah.
would have never went back over there. That lady, so she took it harder out on AJ because in this Karen's mind,
Mhm.
her kids shouldn't be on this side of the street because they
Right.
live across the street. We
Right.
know for a fact because she keeps saying it.
Mhm.
So that's how they all thinking. AJ is thinking just like we thinking. And so that the police is wrong in this, but let's get to it. This crazy.
Kids keep running back and forth over here. When the kids are out front, I don't, it's really noisy. The way the
Noting the date on this is a different 911 call from the one we just listened to. This one is from 8:10 to 22.
the way my apartment's set up, you can see it ends here. They're screaming, yelling. I don't get a break from the kids at all. They don't have children. I've asked them, please, the kids all live on that side of the street. For some
Clearly,
reason,
you
they
don't
like
have
to play over
children.
here. I'm like, guys.
Probably because it's open.
I understand that. I have migraines.
I love that
Horrible
cop.
migraines. I had a
I know, but let's look at this, y'all. Even though they didn't why is
She
it
said
even?
probably because it's open.
I don't know why they got to blur
Like,
over this,
duh.
right? Exactly. You see all this damn grass that ain't
Right, all
Susan.
this space.
Y'all
So
see
there's
where
nothing
Susan's
but
standing
space
at?
and opportunity for these kids.
Y'all see that sidewalk Susan on and that light behind Susan? If she stepped back, that's the only property that she got that she paid her rental for.
Right.
Anything else, Susan ain't got
Right.
nothing to do with Susan. But she
Right.
wants to be the guardian over this
Right.
and the yard in front of her. See,
Right.
you
No,
know-
Miss V. Remember yesterday how she checked the cops and sent them and shooed them away?
Yeah, maybe we'll get to that part while we here, because this around the same time. She gonna come out like she batting flies and gnats.
Right.
Can y'all go over there? Like the dog is barking. Well,
That
we
was
can't
the
do that.
funniest thing. And she waved, shoot her hand too, like go.
Stupid
And they
fraud.
left. And they left.
They did and
They
laughed about
laughed
it.
it off. Yeah, they laughed
Had
about
that
it,
been
but
somebody
they actually
else,
did what she said.
had they really been in the hood, a black man would have had his face on the pavement. But old Karen, it was funny.
Oh yeah, that was
Auntie
funny.
Karen, that
Chuckle,
was funny,
chuckle. Yeah, that was chuckle,
Yeah.
chuckle.
very bad car wreck. I had my nephews. I need more back surgery. I don't want to hear these children. I've asked them, please, keep kids away. There's other.
Now, I'm gonna write every little ailment she got. Maybe I don't care that much, but this woman had told us about her wobbling knees and her rusty elbows and her migraines and what else, all of these. We don't give a damn. Her pressures, because her blood pressures is up 200 over.
Earlier, I
said Girl, you wanted all the smoke, Debo.
Yeah, she got
Now
all
you
of these
wanna-
elements that's wrong with her, but
We don't give a damn.
it didn't stop her
Karen.
from bending over, all fussing with them kids, cursing out them kids, throwing their toys. She had good aim throwing them toys to hit them kids with, throwing umbrellas and everything. But now all of a sudden you can't lift this, you can't bend that, you can't do that, girl. Please.
Neck infusions, kidney aneurysm. No, what? Listen, bro, I don't give a goddamn what you got. What you what it looked like
part.
She was eating real good. Now we can see you might be a little weak and sick now. Karen,
Now,
but right here, baby, she wanted all the damn
court
stuff.
trying to look all broken. Girl,
Karen is tougher than the average gang
Look,
member. Okay,
how he said, oh, God, the person was tougher than a mule. I got kicked by a mule, Paul.
And she is a mule. That's
She
a
the
damn
mule,
mule.
God damn it, yeah.
God dang on right, Karen.
They can play. They don't have to play here. They're screaming, yelling at me, telling the kids are not hurting anybody. The kids, they're not damaging anything. Well, they're damaging me because the migraines are so bad. Most days I could barely stand.
I bet you eat on them days you can't stand. She probably held herself up by her elbows with that fork on the table. You ain't missing not one damn meal. We don't care about all that stuff.
Exactly. And her lawyer up in court still keep trying to bring up AJ Wait because she's sitting there looking like that. No. Play the videos. Let everybody see what she used to look like just 2 months ago.
Man, 2 of them.
I'm on Pyramate. I'm on Purasets. I'm on Sumatriptan. It's horrible for me. I'm in pain. I have the children. I'm not trying to be a, but you know, it's not fun. You
Okay.
know?
Well, have you talked to your landlord?
Yes. There's no trespassing sign.
Okay.
You know, and they're saying that this guy is giving them okay to be on the property. He doesn't own the property. Someone up in North Carolina owns the property. I'm a real estate agent. Looked them up. So I don't know where they're getting their information from. It's just.
Oh, so she
So
knows
she
who owns
do
it.
know. Oh, look. So she do know, yeah.
Oh, Karen. So you was purposely, because she said,
Yeah.
nobody knows the owner. He lives
Yeah.
up in such and such and such. You
See?
sure do know a lot, Karen.
Yeah, because
So,
with the way she was acting, she had to do her due diligence with all the mess she'd been creating for a year and a half. I knew her, the person she was. She definitely was finding out who owned that lot. And I'm telling you, they probably said they didn't have a problem with the kids playing in that field.
So she made up a story. This is premeditated. That even more with that. She knew all the information about the lot. Dude knew he didn't own a lot. She knew nobody knew who owned it. So she just tell him everything. And she's powering these trespassing signs up with her landlord who don't own
the
it.
judge with like how Angie asked earlier, do I think that the judge is being fair? This is one of the reasons why I feel like I don't think the judge is being fair. Because it's these type of things that he's helping them keep out. Away. This type of information is the stuff he's helping them keep away from the jurors to help to find her guilty or not guilty. If they don't have, like Ms. V said earlier, if they don't have all the evidence, they're only going to go from what they see. And when you watch, you're going to see they tried earlier to say that the prosecution didn't make their case earlier, which I don't know what the hell they watching, but okay.
They're not allowed to go by anything other than what's heard in court. So no, the judge is not fair. No, this trial is not fair. Because if they ain't play all this stuff, then no, it's not fair. And I get mad every time I think about that part.
The judge denied it. He said no.
Well, he shouldn't have denied the damn body cam footage.
That's why.
Like, come on, man.
That this judge. That's why I just think that they just, it's kind of
this
like
body cam footage. The case is clear and uncut, and they didn't. Why? I mean, this should be the trial right here. Every time she called the damn police.
Like, well,
how many times did AJ
gonna get a
call?
settlement anyway? The city gonna end up settling out with them anyway, so they'll get paid. We'll let her sit probably a year or 2. She'll be out in like 10 months.
No, she better get her years.
That's not true. I don't want to be intimidated by them screaming and yelling at me, telling me I'm a bitch, calling me Karen. They're calling me names. Really, we're going to, devolve to this simple bullying. I don't want to face this.
As body camera video shows, Lorincz is in near constant contact with the Marion County Sheriff's Office, even calling them by phone to report the neighborhood kids allegedly stealing her things.
They stole the do not trespass sign. They've been coming, throwing bottles of water against my sliding glass door. They've actually banged on the door so hard they broke the, the casing around the door. And I look out of my truck, there's...
Wait a minute, now, is this the story she was telling in interrogation, how her door got fixed and why her landlord had to fix it? But she said AJ did it. So who was they? This is what I'm saying.
Well, remember,
I can't be smarter than the lawyers and the judge, though.
But remember, the landlord got up there and said when he asked her what happened to the door, she didn't tell him what happened to the door.
Yeah, so that's another lie. But we got it recorded right here. What happened to the door?
A lie that she told.
And so ain't nobody don't nobody see this? Yeah. Like what? Okay. Yeah.
Screaming at me. As soon as I went to the truck, they come up to me and just scream like idiots. And I finally lost my nerve.
I got this again, y'all. In interrogation, she said
not
AJ
like idiots.
In interrogation, she said AJ tore up her door already and it already had to be repaired. And she did not say that right here in body cam footage. What is this from? 11/10/22 or 11/19/22.
Oh,
My
that's
first time
November.
seeing
That's
this.
before.
This
That's
woman, nah, man. Mm-mm.
That's before that.
Wow.
Yeah, she had this planned out.
No, I'm gonna have. Yeah, we gonna
All
come
her
and visit
complaints.
this.
I just couldn't take it anymore. I called
Okay. Yeah.
the kids retards. Then the mother comes screaming at me, "Don't call my children retards. I'm going to put you in a nursing home." Like, why? I mean, I don't understand what's wrong with these people over here.
But you the one calling
Oh my
retards though. But you don't
gosh.
understand
And
what's wrong with these
idiots.
people.
And she's talking to the 911 operator like it's not on recording.
I mean, it looked like she's standing outside their door talking to them. They in the car.
Oh, I thought she was on a call.
Nah, that, you know, she looked like she's standing at their car.
I've never had.
Or talking to her buddies over the phone. Like, which is it? I don't know what they're covering up here.
Right.
Area where I lived in where they've been so, I don't know, aberrant in behavior.
Right.
Is there anything I can do?
I think she on the phone. He got her on speaker, and they don't want us to see her phone number. That's what
information, right?
Yep.
With these people.
These people, girl.
I mean,
yeah, these people.
the one thing I would say is if you have a smartphone or anything like that, or if you have outside cameras, you know, getting it all recorded and documented. That way, when we do come there, then they can. It's not the neighbors. Oh, he said, she said type thing. You have video evidence of, like, if you have an outside camera, the kids throwing stuff at your house, or anything in that, or if you're getting out of your truck or going to your truck and they're doing that. Just, if you have a smartphone, just start recording and say, hey, what? I'm recording y'all of y'all's actions. And try to keep a level head with it and everything like that. And then just tell them, like, if y'all keep continuing, law enforcement will be involved. And then that way you have that video and everything like that. That way when we get there, neighbors are not siding with her side or anything like that. So we have that proof.
On another.
See, she got the police telling her exactly what to do. So Karen, where's all your footage, ma'am? So Karen, where's all your footage? Because we know that she had she supposedly had a camera taped to the inside of that sliding door right there. So where's all your footage, ma'am? Because don't she listen to the police? This lady should have, if she was so afraid, she should have all this recorded. We shouldn't even be going by no hearsay. We should have recordings. I believe she was so aided and helped. They probably helped her delete the shit. Like, where's it at?
Yeah, and you know what I noticed?
Somebody stop me.
It looks like she's the only damn house on that damn complex with a fence.
I don't know.
Like, she sheltered herself, closed herself in to, like, make sure, like, y'all don't come here. When y'all come inside this fence, y'all stepping into my territory.
I think they might all be like that.
No, because when we was watching those other videos, no.
Maybe it's because it's on. She on the corner, so maybe the one's on the corner. I don't know though. I really don't know, and I can't say that she the only one with this setup either.
I don't know. Next time it come up and when you
we'll pay attention.
Be in the videos, right?
Call. Lorincz tells sheriff's deputies that her no trespassing sign was stolen again.
What's going on this evening?
Lots of children screaming their full heads off, running around.
Y'all see what I'm saying? By this time, they have gained a relationship. What's going on, Susan?
Yeah.
And
first
they
name
basis
and shit.
They love Susan, Auntie Susan.
Right.
Truck and parked in front here, so I didn't have to listen to the screaming and yelling. As soon as I moved the truck, the kids are coming up. I'm like, guys, stop. They know they're not supposed to be over here. They've been told.
They know they're not supposed to be over here.
Trespassing sign.
Lorincz then says someone approached her front door, threatening her.
And the little kid tells me to shut up to my face. I said, don't be disrespectful to me. And we're just exchanging words back and forth. I'm like, listen, my name is Dr. Lorincz. Don't tell me to shut up. And he was calling me names. I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. I said, go wherever you live listen, you're not going to knock. His mother comes over here. If you treat my son like that again, I'm going to rip your ass out and go beat you up. Excuse me? I don't bloody well fence line. And I said, see that no trespassing sign? Get off my porch. And no, I'm not going to. I said, no, I'm calling the sheriff's department. And I don't know who the hell she was, but
Do you know where she lives?
I guess somewhere in there.
Do you know what she looks like?
She was black, in 20s, 30s, but I'm not going to take this.
As this recording continues, the sheriff's deputy looks for the woman who allegedly threatened Lorincz. In the process, he hears from some neighborhood kids who describe their interaction with her.
So,
Now we're clear.
were you the guys that this lady was mad about?
Yes, and I just want to say that
Okay.
every time, like even
Hey,
if we're not.
hold on. Let's bring it down.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're okay.
Every
You're
time, even if we're not on her property and we're just like being loud and playing basketball over there because there's a basketball hoop.
I got you.
Like she just calls us names.
Okay.
Yeah, like literally, all the kids, because that's an open spot right there.
Yeah.
All that is not her property.
I got
The
you.
guy that I was just telling this officer right here, this guy has said numerous times,
Whichever.
y'all come over here and play, because they all like to play football and stuff.
Okay.
So he's okay with it, and that's where they mainly are. They're more on his side.
What kind of names is she calling you guys?
The B word.
The B word.
The P
Okay.
word. Everybody, like one time the kids were playing right there, and it was his dad outside. And then she came
Your
out
dad?
yelling at
Cowboy?
Yeah, my dad.
She came out yelling, and she was talking about a little girl getting raped and stuff. Like, she's crazy. Like, she'll
Okay.
come out just
Yeah,
yelling
she
about.
just says weird. Like I have said stuff to her before because one time I was just happened to come outside and she was calling them. I'm like, hey, like relax. I'm
Yeah.
like, these are kids here.
But if you guys have permission to be over there, then I can't really get on you guys too much. But if someone's going on her property, which is just her porch, it's not okay. I'm not saying you did. She's claiming you did.
Yeah.
I wasn't here to see it, so I can't go one way or the other. All right.
Yeah,
If she starts screaming at you guys, I want you to go tell an adult. Okay. I don't want you to antagonize her. Okay. Because what happens is when you guys antagonize her, she can make you guys look bad, and you guys are just out here playing, right?
But in a separate recording from that same evening, Lorincz says her landlord said the kids weren't allowed on her property.
They've been told by Charles not to come on the property. Charles is the owner of the building. They were told that he said, kids, like I said, they stole the trespassing sign.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I see the other fence, Miss V.
Sheriff's deputies explained that every time Lorincz calls law enforcement, reports will be documented from both sides.
Instructing the kids to not bother you, okay, or if you come out and you say something to them, they're supposed to go get their parents, and what about the celebration and grandmas and beat? Well, that's not according to her. Oh, no, that, honestly, God, she said that. We've also explained to her that if there's any future problem, that either she calls or now we're going to come and get it. If there's a future problem, she calls. Okay. It is going to be documented that, okay, that's what you're saying, she said, but it's also going to be documented what she does.
Moving into 2023, Lawrence's complaints continued.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Aggravated.
Okay. So what's going on?
Okay, I've got young ladies who just keep coming by and think it's hysterical while I'm working to bring their animals, and
This was 2 months before she lost her life.
Yeah, isn't this the one where she checked the cops? So shoot them off?
Yep.
scream while I'm on the phone. There's signs, no trespassing by the windows for a reason. There's no trespassing because they can't be here. And then they're standing there telling me, okay, no, enough. They need to be trespassed the hell out of here.
So what I'm looking at, where they're at, you can't trespass anybody from that location.
They're right in front of my windows.
But here is showing them in the parking lot.
The whole area, this whole thing is private property.
Yes. The issue is that the parking lot is a common area.
But then they don't live here.
If they live in the park and they just cut through the parking lot,
No, they're not in the parking lot. They're on the grass.
that's technically part of the parking lot. So unless they're like in here or
But this is
in
all
grass.
part of the whole thing is private property. You understand this whole development is private. Even the road is private, okay? I have my real estate license, trust me. This is all private. Even the road is privately owned by the owners in this development. Okay, so everything is private, all privately
Well,
owned.
first of all, you can't trespass somebody from the road.
Oh,
Right.
she is
I was
giving the
just about
police
to
the
say
lesson,
that.
baby. She's
Like,
a
how
real
you gonna
estate agent.
trespass
Trust me,
somebody
she
from
knows.
a road? She full of shit.
Yeah, well, she knows because she a real estate agent. He a cop. He definitely don't know the law. I mean, I'm so serious. They don't. And so we don't know what's what. We know Susan a damn lie, and the private property wasn't hers, and they
Right.
had no right to stop.
No,
them
she's
kids
trying to
from
say
playing
like they
nowhere.
own all that, like
Right.
all that. The kids can't play on none of that.
Charles said,
Right.
I mean,
Even
they in the front.
outside the fence.
So look at this though, right? AJ live across the street. So even if they was across the street in front of her house, she would have a problem with that too.
Right.
Because they
Yeah.
loud. So she
Yeah, they
wanna be
loud.
the Gardine of the side of the house with the lot and the front with a parking lot and a
Yes.
lot. And yeah, this broad
Yeah.
she's unreasonable.
Yeah.
And all of these people aiding her, they listening to her. They are
Right.
her buddies.
That's what's baffling.
It's annoying.
Okay, but they were still on the property. That's private.
The other main issue is they're not here, so I can't trespass them anywhere.
Yeah, because she was like, I want them
This time,
trespassing
sheriff's
now.
deputies explained to Lorincz that she doesn't control the neighborhood, and what she considers trespassing is actually legal.
You don't have sole control over the parking lot. There's 4 people here.
Yeah, but those children don't live here. I mean, they literally live across the street on the other side.
AJ's kids is the target. Those are her, the ones across the street. She got the biggest problem. But no, she got a problem with all of them.
They don't.
I understand what you're telling me, and I get it. But you don't have sole power to say, hey, they can't be in this place.
She's so pissed.
But he's asking them to leave. I mean, you can call Charles. I mean,
damn Charles.
Look, y'all could call the landlord and ask them.
The first time's civil because it doesn't become criminal until they're warned.
okay, but he's already told them no trespassing.
Who's he?
All right, and he's just
Charles.
trespassing right now. He's trespassing right now. He's trespassing.
He came over to come ask us a question.
And he's been
What do you need us to do?
Okay, but why didn't he tell her that he ain't trespassing?
No, he said he came over to ask us a question.
Yeah, but she said right now he's trespassing. And
Yeah, and the cop
he
said-
came to ask us a question.
Yes.
Why didn't he tell her he ain't
But
trespassing?
she put her head down, Miss V, like saying, you still don't get it.
Look, you talking about that part when she cringing? Oh, the
Yeah,
migraine.
I'm telling you. Like,
Anytime
it's just-
Karen hears something,
Yeah, it's not
that she
going
don't
her
wanna
way.
hear.
She can't take it.
Yeah, she can't take it because she's so privileged and used to running
Yeah.
everything,
Yes.
being in control of
Like,
everything
like,
except
why
for
are
her,
y'all not understanding
her
this?
portions of food. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
You want to
right.
control something, broad, control that.
Right.
Expect the girls not to come. They can't come on when I'm on the phone. I mean, literally.
While she on the phone.
Right.
I mean, I can talk to them if I can figure out who they are. But
And he'll talk to him about it. Susan is on the phone. Even though this cop, from what he was saying, didn't agree with her, he's still gonna talk to them on this ridiculous shit she talking about.
Right.
Data problem. That's all we showing y'all. Data problem.
Yes.
And they all need to be on trial.
Right. The neighborhood kid.
I mean, he's good because he's screaming all the time too.
Okay.
Like a
He's
tantrum.
telling on the man. See, now let's remember, this is a woman who's claiming that she feared for her life and that everybody messed with her and that she's so fragile and afraid. This woman clearly won't smoke with the whole neighborhood. She even said he's loud too. He be loud too. Like everybody need to be quiet.
Everybody. She started talking about the
children,
man, the
police,
father.
dogs, everybody.
Because he's disagreeing with her.
And
because he got children in the neighborhood too.
They should have told
basically
this
like
broad,
leave these kids alone.
I'm yet to hear the footage to say, ma'am, have you ever considered moving the hell about this neighborhood? I'm still waiting on that body cam footage.
I mean, I just don't know what to do with these kids. I mean, it's ridiculous at this point. I mean,
You're ridiculous.
They can't come when I'm on the phone. It's a HIPAA violation. I mean,
A HIPAA violation.
Hold
girl.
on, man.
So they
Wait a
gonna hear
minute.
her all the way. Look, even the cop
Wait a
laughed. He
minute
chuckled. Even the cop
Wait a
chuckled,
minute.
Miss V, when she said
Please.
that. Like, come on now, lady. Now, come on now. She's just trying anything, not a HIPAA violation. So, like, they're gonna be outside and they're gonna go, oh snap. So Miss Irene, that live
Wait
in
a minute.
Maryland, they said she got a STD. So what?
I'm trying to figure out how is it gonna be a HIPAA violation. Okay, let's say her customer heard them yelling outside. Are they yelling test results? You know what I'm saying?
No, the kid's gonna hear.
Are the children yelling?
Yeah, the kid's
test
gonna
results?
hear her giving them oh no, because she's a real estate agent, right? So how the hell that got anything to do with HIPAA?
I didn't know the HIPAA. I thought HIPAA was only medical.
You're right. That part.
I mean, now how she said she was a nurse, doctor,
Right.
some type of
I
insurance.
just peeped that. She said she's a real estate agent.
So how she listen? These body cam footages show that she is unreasonable. She is living in another world, delusional. This lady need mental help, but they didn't put these in the evidence. She said a freaking HIPAA violation.
Right. That's HIPAA
now.
violation.
If her phone was on speakerphone and everybody could hear the person outside talking about medical stuff, then that would be a HIPAA violation. But this woman is ridiculous, man.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
What is that?
Are you inside the house?
I'm inside the house.
Can they hear you on the phone?
Absolutely.
How can they hear you on the phone?
Because I told them to leave and they told me to go off and I can hear them through a window.
So they can hear your phone.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Sweetie.
The only thing I can suggest would be maybe try and soundproof the room so they don't hear the phone call.
Damn, that ain't the only suggestion.
She gotta put her head down in this one too now. She gotta do that again.
Sir, that is not the only. The other one is get the hell out the house.
Oh, those houses. Davis, Angie said those houses are Section 8.
Yeah, I thought they were some type of low income housing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I thought it was some type. I mean, because it's in the hood, it's like a bunch of kids. Wherever there's kids, and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I figured it went by their income some kind of way, but I was not sure. But this lady right here, the other thing she could do besides soundproof her whole damn house, she could also move. She could move.
Right, because nobody forced her to live there.
She could work outside of the home, like spend some time walking, go to the park or something, get out a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because just think about it. If you had kids,
she can't. She worked from 9 to 9,
and then she sleep from 9 p.m.
Yeah, she can't.
Well, I mean, she don't probably find time to eat or anything.
Right, nothing. She don't got time for anything because the kids, they out there screaming.
But also,
all day she can't work.
The other part I heard,
keep calling the police.
The other part I heard was a window. She's at the window, and
I
guarantee you the window is also raised.
Yeah, so that she could be. Yeah, because the screen, when you watch the video from the court, she is inside the house, walking through her house. You see her walking through the damn house. You could tell she's looking outside through her screen from inside her house, watching these kids. It's creepy, man.
What was their reason for showing that to them?
Because they wanted to show, they was talking to the detective, and they wanted to show the videos that the detective found during their forensics, when they did the forensics search in her phone for videos.
So did they find any videos of AJ?
So that's what the videos they said. The only videos they couldn't see was they specifically talking about the day of the incident, right?
Why?
So they said they can see. Well, they talked about other videos, but specifically what they was in court for while she was on trial. They was like the videos that happened from her videos from her phone from that specific day. Were they able to get any video footage from that day? They said yes and no. Basically, the night videos they weren't able to see, but all the way up of what happened throughout the day, the kids playing, the whole everything that transpired throughout the day, they were able to see that from her angle because, of course, She did try to, I guess, delete little pieces of the video, but they were able to get 30-second videos from it, 20-second videos from it, where you literally see her. It's creepy as hell, Miss V. I'm telling you. She's in the damn house. It's in the daytime at this point, right? She's in the house, walking through her house, and you can see her opening up, like expanding the screen so that she could see the kids like a real creep. Watching the kids play kickball in the field. Then she goes out to the side of the door and she's like watching them. Then it's saying that you can see where the sun is setting. It's like the middle of the day now. You see her in the house, creepy as hell, going to another window, watching from another angle. Now it's nighttime. This is like, I think they said this was probably like maybe 10 minutes or 15 minutes before the altercation, because it was getting dark, but it wasn't quite dark yet. So you could see her in the house looking out the window. And I'm like, why the fuck is she still looking out the window like that? It's nighttime. Why are you still watching these kids? And she opens her door at this point. And then that's when they were saying it was right after that the altercation happened.
But was there audio to these videos?
No, because they showing you from her phone that, you know, this is what they took from her phone.
No, I mean, they show them from her phone because she had a door cam. And
no. This is her cell phone, Miss V.
I know, but when you have a door cam, the video
No,
is on
she's
your cell phone.
talking with the cell phone in the house. You know how you recording something and you got your cell phone?
Oh, she was recording from her phone?
Yes, she's walking through her house recording. And they found these videos on her phone. Yeah, they found them. And that's what I'm saying. Moments before the altercation, not moments, they said minutes before the altercation happened, before the phone call, before the 911 phone call, you see clear as day. It's nighttime, but it's not quite night. She walks through her house. It's night. It's dark in her house, but you can see the daylight a little bit shining from outside from her phone. You can see it. And she opens the door, and that's when they stop the recording stops itself, but you hear the prosecution ask the detective. So it's at this point is where the altercation happens, right after this. In the video where the 911 calls happen, they take you to the 911 call where they show you the time stamp where she called 911. Yeah, girl, you went out there and started. She went out there, Miss V, and started with those children. She went out there, took that baby's iPad, did all that, created that chaos so that she could do it, because she'd been watching those kids all day. From the daytime inside the house.
Y'all. She's going to prison with me hearing this because, look, first of all, in interrogation, Susan said she didn't even open her door, so she lied. So I'm going to have to go listen to the interrogation again, look at that portion of the video, because also what I'm hearing is, okay, let's remember, all this woman keep talking about is she feared for her life, she's going to kill me. That was her biggest fear, right? But Karen, if you were so worried and you got all your other, allegedly, your T's crossed and your I's dotted, ma'am, why wouldn't you have a light to accommodate the camera? For a woman in fear, she would have had a well-lit. This woman clearly wasn't in fear by her actions, so they could use that.
She was in the dark, walking around in her damn house in the dark. You could tell she was walking in the dark. You know how you use just a little light from your phone? Right. You could tell she was walking in the dark inside her house.
She called AJ a creep. She called AJ a creep. That's the thing that I'm thinking about when you were saying that and calling her creepy. She used her with those words about AJ. She's the real creep. She's the one that was harassing and targeting them.
She was.
All this evidence that you
That's
talking
what
about
makes it even more creepy, because this is the same day that she took this woman out. You get what I'm saying? So from that daytime, you've been watching, waiting for your moment to come out there and create some chaos between those kids.
She going to prison.
You've been watching them from your window.
And maybe he didn't even want it put in because you don't need it. Because if they got surveillance videos of her and then some stuff deleted, she ain't got everything. And I know for a fact she had a camera glued or stuck on her door there on the inside. She has footage. If she did anything to alter that footage or change it or delete it or whatever, this woman thinks she's smart and she's
I think the reason why they specifically talked about those videos is because that's what through their
Leading up
forensics,
to it.
that's what they found that she called herself deleting.
Yeah, and
they found them.
I couldn't help but notice they kept asking her, you know, well, where was she at? Where was her phone at and all this?
Yeah.
So with that being said, you just telling me that right before this incident, she was walking around
all
recording.
that day. Yeah, they got like 4. They're gonna show like 4
I'm
different
trying
videos.
to get to a point though. You said right before this incident, she had her phone. So was that before or at like when she turned?
No, she had it because when they talked about that very last video, it was nighttime. Like it was dark outside.
No, but what
she
I was
opened the door. She opened the door, and the video stopped. Yep.
Right.
So the detective, so the prosecutor asked detective on the stand. He said, "So was it at this point when the video ended? How much time lapsed before the 911 call? If I'm not mistaken, it was minutes. I think he said like minutes." Because I remember reacting off of that.
That's
who was in the video. Who was in the video and talking about that.
That's key evidence right there because they got the timestamp of the 911 call. So she got a video showing what she was doing minutes before calling 911. This woman going to prison, y'all. She ain't getting off. Not with that. She's not getting off. There's no way she gonna get off because everything that she's saying didn't happen. She's saying the reason why she pulled the trigger is because she said she was gonna unalive her and all that. And we don't know. Do they got evidence? Did they even have audio of did we hear any audio of AJ? Because they act like they had some audio. Possibly.
No, and from the way it looks today, it looked like the judge is sending the jury out after tomorrow to deliberate. He's gonna give them some instructions.
That's interesting. So that's interesting. Y'all, this is a whole lot. I don't see this woman getting off. But I'm gonna go ahead and finish playing this because what I was about to say though, as far as her cutting off that right before opening the door when you supposed to be fearing for your life. If minutes later she didn't open her door, now you're calling 911. Her story is just got unfolded. Period. Like because then let's just remember that she said she had to go look for her phone after she fired at AJ, and this is only 2 minutes. So first you're recording, you open a door, the thing go off, you call the police. At what point did you lose your phone?
But wait, let's not forget.
And was your weapon in your hand already or not?
And let's not forget that she said they were yelling. The kids was yelling at her through the window, and that she was trying to work that day. They were yelling at her. Wait, you got 4 videos showing throughout that day from your own phone. You recording this yourself. Daytime, afternoon, nighttime. You get what I'm saying? Evening. Sunset, all that. You recording these kids playing and having fun, not even thinking about you.
She was harassing them, and she got proof that she was the one.
Yeah,
she was the problem. All of this right here.
One video, I think one video the kid yelled back. She said something to them though from her doorway or window, wherever she was at. She yelled at them from her window, and they one kid yelled back something at her or something like that.
I don't remember like when she called 911. I remember, I'm trying to figure out at what point did she grab her weapon. At what point did she call back? Where was she positioned at? Like that when they was asking her all that stuff, it makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Because I believe
she's too busy walking through the house recording the kids.
I wonder if they could see if she had a weapon in her hand at that time. Because like if she opened the door and the camera went off, I would think that would have been the time when she, go get your mama. She started some stuff and then she got herself in position waiting on AJ to come and knock on the door.
I'm telling you, I really think when that camera ended, I think that when she was walking through her house, looking out the window through the screen, whatever she saw, because it's a point in the video where she goes to the screen. It's nighttime. She goes to the screen, she do a little opening, and you can see something, but I can't see. It's kind of blurry. You can't see through the screen because it's dark. So I get what the detective was saying. You can't see that good. But she saw something out there, and when she walked out to open that door, I think that's when she messed with that baby's iPad.
Really?
I think that's when she walked outside, took his iPad, and did that mess and created that chaos.
Man, now this thing want to be froze up on me.
Then went in the house and called 911, start talking about the kids yelling at her and doing all of this stuff. to her. And by this time, their mother done came over there. AJ done came over.
Can you converse with the chat right quick? I'm about to as a matter of fact, can you pull this up? Because I don't know. This thing is circling on me right now, and I do want to get through this video.
Oh, this one?
Yeah. I'm gonna have to.
Let me see.
Can you talk to them? Because I'm gonna have to go down so this could fix quicker. I'll be
Okay.
back.
Okay. What's your thoughts thus far on this trial? Angela said, I hope you're right, Ms. V. She needs at least 20 years in prison. I hope she get the max. I hope she get the full 30, Angela. It's just I'm not so sure of it. I just don't think so. I'm seeing too much of it's just looking like they're trying to protect her to me. That's just what I think. Yeah, she took the iPad and then threw it at him and then picked up his skates and threw the skates at the other son and it hit his foot and was calling them all kind of racial slurs and told them, go get your mammy. Go get her. Trust me, the woman that y'all looking at in that courtroom is not the woman that's been harassing these kids. And been harassing them for a year and a half. Because I believe she targeted that woman, AJ and her family, when they moved into the neighborhood. That's just my opinion. Because when you listen to the stories that AJ tell, I think AJ lived in the neighborhood before her, because in one of the videos, AJ was telling the officers that when they came out, that before Susan moved in that neighborhood, the kids used to play across the street in that field. So I think AJ and them lived there first, and she came into these kids' neighborhood trying to run shit. Which video is that for? Let's see. Trying to see if I could pull up the video Ms. V was just. Oh, I won't be able to pull it up though, right? Because Ms. V still have to share it. I'm sorry. I think I'm froze. Yeah. You know what? I don't think it would have mattered if I think she did have a boyfriend or something, because in one of the videos, Susan mentions the boyfriend, AJ's boyfriend. So I don't even think that would have mattered, Angela. I think she did have a significant other though, because one of the videos I remember Susan telling the officer something about AJ's boyfriend. I think with her, it's like Miss V said, I think that woman just didn't like kids.
Nope, especially black ones.
Mm-hmm.
You want to pull that video up? Well, I guess I could go back in and pull it up and finish it out because I want to.
I was looking.
I was thinking.
I was trying to see the name of it again, but
yeah, I was trying to think that it might have had. It did have a bit of information that I hadn't heard, so I want to see what else is gonna be said. But let's also see what they doing. Did they end for the day or?
Yeah, they ended for the day.
They did end? Okay. Because I see it's still long.
Is it? Let me see. Let me refresh.
Something else though. And then like what? Shout out to everybody in the chat. What y'all thinking? I don't know what y'all was saying. But I think that we are pretty much in agreement with this as far as how we feel about the trial and different things not being omitted. Wait a minute, where's the okay, so what I want to do, y'all, I just want to finish out the video that I just had up. So I'm
okay.
Do that. And we still at our pause it. Let me pause it. We gonna pull it back up. I'm not gonna stop it. We gonna play it all the way through.
Okay, I'm gonna mute.
Okay, it's me that keeps stopping it. I'ma just quit. I'ma just listen. It's so hard with this ridiculous stuff this lady says out of her trap. You know.
I'm trying to give you options. I can't control everybody 100% of the time.
Sheriff's deputies then speak with the neighbor who Lorincz originally said was trespassing. According to him, Lorincz threatens kids playing outside.
And that's something that's when I figure she's not over there, because every time the kids are playing here, we're doing jump ropes, whatever. She gets her vehicle, she goes, I'm like, lady, you gotta be careful. Yeah, I mean, that's when I say like.
Was it your kids?
It's the whole neighbor, man. We always play here, So we do jump rope, we do a little bit of everything. This is just an open field, you know. It belongs to both property. You know what I'm saying? So if the kids want to play there, whatever. And that's what I keep telling her. Hey, as long as you don't get in her door, you don't start throwing rocks, don't be cursing at her. It's okay. She can cut the cups whenever she wants. But and I was trying to reason with her one day because we were all playing here. You know, the kids, everything jumping. All right, let's go. And she's like, hey, you know what? One day you guys are gonna die. And I'm like, and that's when I like, whoa.
As this conversation is ongoing, Lorincz even comes back outside to interrupt.
Hey.
I'm getting too much feedback on the phone from the dog.
I'm sorry?
Go someplace where he's not barking. Please, I'm getting too much feedback. I can't hear my customers. Dog. Tapping.
It's a dog. We can't stop the dog from barking.
Yeah, but too much feedback. At least go someplace where I'm not getting too much feedback.
That's
all right, well, you have a good one. Apparently, we can't stay here and have a conversation with shit.
That's what I'm saying.
So.
That's what I'm saying. She's not over there, right?
On yet another call, Lorincz reports a neighbor kid wanted to show her a puppy, and she disapproved.
Okay, what's going on?
The kid's from across the street and his little buddies. They're over here. They're stepping on the signs and stuff. He brings out a puppy. He wants to put his puppy in my truck. I don't go for that.
In the bed of your truck?
Yeah.
Who?
This little child who posed for me because he thought he was being so bloody cute. That little child.
But this same day, sheriff's deputies hear the other side of the story too.
And they're playing over. Bastards. And then the boys are playing. She tells us to F off and stuff. And she calls us an N-word.
So she lived right across the street, though.
No, she lives right there.
That's what
We
I'm
play
saying.
right here. We play right here. She's over
But
there.
you see what it's like,
She
kick
come
off
out and
gas.
start
She doesn't
saying,
want us right there, but it's a problem when we
Get off my F4 property.
It ain't her property. We ain't worried about it.
Yeah, that's why
She be
We just coming out here.
She be
Coming
trying to
out here to yell at y'all, that's all.
She had she asked.
Oh, yeah.
Because every time I walk past, she thinks we're trying to steal her truck or buy her truck.
We're not even.
How old are you?
We're 11.
Okay, yeah.
We're 11. We're up to 13, 11.
Do you even know how to drive?
No.
We explained to her that there doesn't need to be a call for service every time the kids are playing in the road or in the yard.
Well, apparently they've been stomping it. I mean, that one looks like it's been stomped out too.
Okay.
Apparently they've been stomping out her signs and like running past her windows and screaming and like ding dong ditching her and knocking on her door.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have like 20 kids that are under like 15.
Yeah.
I mean, not to say that it's perfectly fine that they should just deal with it, but there does come a point where you kind of have to accept that you live with a bunch of kids. I mean, frustrating, sure, but listen, I was a little rat kid too. I'm not gonna act like I wasn't.
Right. That's why he understand.
Dinging up for shit.
I mean, I think we should talk to the parents. And that's a big dog.
Yeah.
I think we should talk to the parents and tell them.
Wait, hold on, Miss V. Pause that a second.
All them damn
All
trespassing
this leads
signs.
us to June 2nd, 2023, when
Hold on.
Owens
I knew
was shot and
Sister Girl
killed
wasn't gonna
after
be able to
getting
do
into
it, y'all.
Yeah, because look, did you hear that? You got one officer he gets it. You got one police officer, he get it. He like, man, kids gonna be kids. Is it annoying? Yeah, but at some point you just got to realize that you moved to the neighborhood where there's a bunch of kids.
Exactly.
And then you got the other officer with his asshole ass going to talk about. Well, I mean, I think we should go talk to the parents. I think we need to tell the parents.
Again.
Yeah, that's what he just said.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we should talk to the parents and tell them to at least keep an eye on their children because it seems like the children just run wild.
All this.
Okay.
See? Yeah, we could talk to the parents and at least tell them to keep an eye on their kids and don't let them just run around. So what are they supposed to do? Just sit like soldiers and just stand like statues?
It's outside, sir.
Right. Don't go play. Don't go ride y'all bikes and play. Hell no.
Yeah.
How dare y'all laugh and have fun like y'all happy kids? How dare y'all?
It was more in the police department that agreed with the guy that said they should watch their kids not have to just run rampant because they all aided old Susan, and we only heard a couple that was like
instead of his own partner trying to tell him. You heard him. You heard
it's
his
a dog.
own
You
partner.
can't control a dog, ma'am. Like
His own partner telling him, he like, man, listen, I was a little jerk ass kid too myself, ding dong ditch, and so I don't doubt that the kids probably it's been annoying her because she bothered him. So they probably have done little things to her because she's the lady in the neighborhood that just want to get on everybody's nerve. So I'm not going to doubt that some kids probably been unruly
of course, because she started
her. But she, it's not that serious that she got to keep constantly calling the police day in and day out.
And hoping for a police-involved shooting. That's what she keep calling for. That's what Karens do. That's why they became Karens. The Karens in the park calling the police on a black person because they know what our fate is when the police get involved, or hoping that you get arrested. Hope you got a felony.
And you know what's crazy? That second officer would be that officer, the one that was talking about we should go talk to the parents.
Yeah, that one and the one that told the black woman that crap.
Yeah, go talk to her. Right. Mm-hmm.
I feel like every last one of these cops on this body cam footage need to be talked to. And they should have been put in court if they didn't. Like, they seen all of this leading up to it. And I don't want to hear that. Well, that's irrelevant to the
Your job is to de-escalate.
Exactly. And they get in there and agree with this unreasonable person.
Yeah.
So we're going to try not to stop it again.
Okay.
This leads us to June 2nd, 2023, when Owens is shot and killed after getting into another altercation with Lorincz about her children.
Well, I got some bad news to tell you. Mom's not coming back anymore. Come. No. Come here. Come over here. Listen to me. No, I know. Okay. It's okay.
They just
I
showed
know.
us,
According
man.
to an affidavit,
Oh,
one of
no.
Owens' sons was playing in the field near Lorinc's home and left his tablet behind. When he
my
went back to
God.
get it, Lorincz apparently threw the tablet back at the boy, along with a pair of roller skates. Owens then approached Lorinc's door when one of her sons heard a loud bang. Officials say Lorincz shot Owens through a locked door, hitting her once in the chest. She died shortly after.
I hate her. Oh. She's in jail for good.
Body camera
No
video
way.
shows Marion County Sheriff's deputies arrive at Lorinc's home and take her into custody.
6403 Marion, I'm 97. I have one down. I have one elderly female barricaded in the house with a signal 0. I'm in front. I'm in front. Sheriff's office, come outside with your hands up. This is the Marion County Sheriff's Office. Come outside with your hands up. Show me your hands. Show me your hands. Turn around. Turn around. Where's your gun at?
You got hands? You got hands?
You're going to be detained.
Is there anybody else in the house?
There's somebody else in the house. Can I just get my
No,
daughter?
no, not right now.
All right.
You're not under arrest. You're being detained.
Okay, I understand.
Come over here.
Oh, wait, can you close the door? I have two cats inside.
Hold
I
on.
don't want the cats still running out.
She worrying about her damn cat.
As Lorincz is loaded into a squad car, first responders rush to Owens and begin CPR.
Get over there and assess her. I will bring the bag over. Here, I got to sit you in the back here. Go assess
I
the
just
person down.
noticed that, Miss V. They didn't even
Okay,
work
you
on
just
her
sit there.
yet. They was too busy
Right.
helping her.
Hey, I need
Exactly.
someone give her
And
aid.
they,
Right there.
Oh
She
my
needs med-
they said that
gosh.
in court. AJ could have survived if somebody out there knew CPR
Yeah,
properly that could have
they-
helped her
nobody
before they
told her
got
son
there.
She wasn't coming home. Yeah,
Girl,
not-
that right there triggered the
and
hell
they
out of
didn't
me.
even
I
help the
wasn't
mom. They didn't
expecting
even think to help her.
to see them babies on there, man.
That's messed up.
Mm-mm.
Adequate, over there. Sit inside. I need you all the way inside.
I need help though. 'Cause
Okay.
I have a bad back.
I need you to hurry though, okay?
Okay.
I know, understand you need help. Where's she shot at?
In her, right here in her arm. Right here.
Chest. Right side of chest.
Okay.
There's no exit.
Just keep, if she needs CPR, keep doing CPR. I don't see a lot of blood here.
Yeah, I don't see the blood either. It's probably like a 22 or something.
Early on, first responders speak with Owens' sons about the moments leading up to the shooting.
Hey, who all was out here when it happened? Hey.
I left my iPad over there because we were
Okay,
playing
bud.
games. I went to get it. I said, give me my iPad to her. She threw the.
Just stand right here so I know who was out here when it happened, okay?
I left
Okay.
my iPad over there because we were playing games, and I went to go get it. I said, "Give me my iPad," because she had it. She dropped it, tried to throw the skates at me, and and then I got my brother. He said, "Come hit me with the skates," and then
All right, bud. Give me a minute. Just hang out by my car, okay?
First responders soon speak to Owens' other son, too.
she came and banged on her door, her window.
Okay.
Slide door. That she banged on that, and then the door.
Okay.
And then I was on my electric scooter right here, and then I don't know where I hear a big bang.
Okay.
I was running.
Did you actually see anybody with any kind of gun, anything like that, or did you just hear?
I was here running.
Okay. What did you see after that?
I don't know. I came outside and I saw my first mom on the ground.
Okay.
Just minutes after the body cam recordings begin, Owens' sons received terrible news.
Today has been a very bad day. There's something bad that's happened. And y'all seen it, y'all understand it, y'all experienced it, right? Okay. Y'all love me? Okay. Y'all love mom. All right. I got some bad news to tell you. Mom is not coming back anymore. Come, come. No, come here. Come over here. Listen to me. No.
That is so horrible. And see, it's that type of thing right there that the jury should see.
Wow.
They should see that. The jury should see that.
I wasn't expecting
because
to see
that's first reaction of what happened that night from the neighbors and the witnesses who was literally right there and saw it happen. That was fresh memory of her son saying, I had my iPad, we was playing over here, my iPad was right there, she picked it up, she took it and threw it at me, I went and got my brother. You hear how he just telling it right there as it's happening. Right there, this is what happened. I went and got my brother said, come on, and then she threw my brother skates.
I don't think that part should be on here.
What?
And I can't.
With the kids?
I can't watch that.
With the kids?
Yeah.
They passed it now, Miss P.
It's gonna be chaos, man. You know what I mean? It's everyone's pretty beat up.
I'm very familiar with
That shit
this
is
lady.
wow.
I don't work this zone anymore.
Yeah.
But I'm very familiar with her. So I know the situation and what she has done and everything. But like I said, we're waiting on the major crimes detective to get here so he can continue his investigation.
That's sad, man. I just feel sorry for the kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
Susan Lorincz was ultimately arrested on June 6, 2023, and charged with first-degree felony manslaughter. If convicted, she could spend up to 30 years in prison. Lorincz pleaded not guilty, and opening statements are expected to begin in her case on Tuesday.
I like that narrative, the way that they put things, how they put things together so that you could perceive things a certain way when they put it together on these channels and stuff.
Yeah.
Like how they played that little piece right there with the police officer talking to the dad. Well, the neighbor. We know in the full version what the cop really was saying and what happened that night, if you watch the full version of it, because they wasn't so nice that night. They wasn't that kind. They wasn't that kind to the neighbors. They wasn't that kind to the kids.
Nope.
They really wasn't. I watched it. I seen it.
The body cam?
Yeah, that cop was not that nice.
Which footage you talking about?
From this right here that you just watched, I see how. That's why I said I like how they did the narrative, but those are bits and pieces from other parts of other videos. You get what I'm saying? That's not the one full body cam video of when the cops got there and when it when it happened. Because the one I watched, they was not nice. They was yelling, cursing at the neighbors, yelling at the kids. You see how that officer cut the son off in the middle right while he was talking?
Yeah.
That was
the
son.
Like
that was the victim.
I didn't
he
like
was talking to like that. But they was pretty much like that night. Chaotic like that.
I mean,
they
they've
wasn't
been
listening
like that
to those kids. They wasn't talking to the neighbors. They was being real condescending to them, shutting them down, walking off, going over there. I forgot totally about that part where they didn't even start working on her. And what they not talking about and showing, they didn't take her, they put her in a cop car, but they took her out. She got tired of sitting in the cop car and kept sitting for the sergeant. And finally, he said, "Go on, let her out." But I just don't want nobody out here to do nothing to her. They was more concerned about the neighbors hurting her.
They detained her, and the first interrogation video was from that night, I believe, or the next.
No, Miss V, I watched it.
You watched what?
When they put her in the cop car, the full version of that, she was complaining. She kept complaining.
Oh,
She
that's
kept asking. Yeah, she kept asking for the sergeant while she was in the back seat.
okay.
Yeah, they kept coming over to the car, telling her to calm down, relax. You're not under arrest. You're just being detained, and all of that. She was saying she kept calling for the sergeant. Finally, after probably about 20 minutes, 30 minutes, they finally was like, went over there. It's like she's complaining. She's saying her hands are. They finally took the handcuffs off her, but they told her she still had to stay in the cop car because they was concerned for her safety.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they didn't take her to no precinct that night. Like, no.
So she went in her house that night.
Yes.
So that also proves that she wasn't in fear for her life.
Right. No, right. No, I agree. When you were saying
You didn't.
yes,
Wait a minute though. My thing. So you was in fear before AJ passed. You know all these people for AJ, but you went back in your house and these people still ain't touched.
Because what happened
that
was
tells you a lot.
They started even yelling at the son who got really upset. Well, you know, they blurred his face, but when they told him about his mom, if you watch the full version, you're gonna still hear the son yelling, really angry about his mom, hearing the news about his mom while she's in the cop car. You're gonna hear the detectives over. You're gonna hear not a detective, but an officer. They go over and start yelling at the kids. Yeah, they was yelling at the other kids. They was yelling, and then that dad, the father whose son was a witness.
Mm-hmm.
That conversation with that cop that he was having with him, they was over there talking because that father didn't like the way that the family was being treated. That's why they was even over there talking to him and that officer. And that officer was being smart alecky to him too. And that's why you hear him say, well, I just feel sorry for the kids. Well, he ended up saying about play the whole thing. That's why I don't like when these news only give you their narrative.
Yeah.
Play the whole thing. They was having that conversation off the side like that because the father didn't like the way they was treating the family and the other neighbors. Because all the people was doing was trying to tell the cops what happened.
Yep, and they
and how
it's so much going on, so they get irritated with everybody talking at once and all of that stuff. But this is
just
your
like
first
that.
responders. You should be used to this, and the last thing you want to come with is attitude.
And then you that part, Ms. V, and then you got her in the car, handcuffed, complaining about being handcuffed, and complaining about being in the car. It kept.
What I'm saying though is her behavior. Her whole thing is she feared for her life. She's showing us she thug as hell. She don't fear for nothing. So her whole just all of that, all of her actions that she did, should be biting her in the ass right now. Like that, all of that should be played in court. I'm not understanding.
That's why I agree with you 1,000,000%.
Really upsets me.
That's why I don't think
our tears don't mean nothing to them.
For the judge to not let so much evidence that would show that how the racist this woman was for the jurors to see. I'm telling you, that judge know what he doing.
They see if they take out that narrative, then they don't have to bring in certain evidence. You see what I'm saying? Because they didn't want to judge it off of that. They know it would have been closed and shut.
But even watching today's trial, though,
all of this is a joke, man.
Even watching today's trial, I think like 2 or 3 times it was something brought up that was pertaining to racism, where it was like racist. That the judge still like kind of like put a pause on, like no, because if y'all let them hear that no, I don't like the way that
all of them hate that word. Even YouTube don't want you saying it. You say something, you type too much with black and white, it's gonna get held. You know what I'm saying? Like it really is really upsetting. That is something that they don't want to admit to, but you know this been going on forever and ever. You know this.
Right.
You notice, I mean, I am just so that really made me emotional. Seeing I can't watch babies hurt and crying like that. That broke me down. I can't.
But the reason why I feel like the jury should have seen that is because that gives them right there first impression of how those kids felt in that moment and what that baby endured in that moment, because he was the one that was standing next to his mother.
Yep, the 9-year-old. So sad, man. This poor baby. All these kids, man. And you know at some point they gonna blame themselves. My heart goes out to this family and those kids. They'll never get over this. they'll never stop blaming themselves. And Susan can't get enough time. You know, and if this lady get off,
I agree.
It just tells me already a lot about the world, and this is the part that really upset me.
But we see it. We see it.
I know we see it. We know it exists.
I'm not surprised.
It always.
I'm disappointed again.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, I was oblivious that this could happen. It's just like every time I just be like, wow, like
I know, right?
Every time
it's like you can't. You're never numb to it. But
no.
it just gives you this like a wow factor.
I'm never like, oh, this is what they do, and I'm cool
right.
with it. No, every time I'm like, wow, they doing this like in our face.
Like right. That's what makes you more angry though, because it's like, when will it ever stop? Will it ever stop? And I just don't think so. I just don't see that. I just don't see it.
Man.
Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You're going to jail. You're going to jail.
Please subscribe and press that notification bell and thumbs up.
Man, this has been real.
Yes, I gotta go back. I'm so mad I missed like 2 hours of my own live stream.
Right.
But I'm so happy that you had time and you really into this case just like me. I love it. So shoot, I gotta work tomorrow.
But again, thanks for having me.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much for
I'll see you tomorrow. What time the trial start again?
Well, it starts at 9 a.m. and I'm like thinking before I even get off of work, it might be over. I don't know if you go.
Well, maybe what we could do is maybe we could do a reaction to it if we missed it in the morning or whatever.
Yeah, because
we can watch it and react to it.
Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll come home like soon as I can, and I'm gonna go live and we gonna play whatever we missed and stuff.
If I'm live before, if I got everything set up and I'm live before, and you see me live, jump in. I'll pull you up on my end. It don't matter.
Yeah, okay.
It's just depend on the time. Like, I don't know what time you're gonna get home. I'm just saying, because I might want to get on like probably about 1 or 2, but you might still be.
No, it'll be before that. I get up.
Okay.
Yeah,
well then okay. Well then no, it'll be all right. Well then that's fine.
So we'll jump on when it'll be before noon.
Oh, okay, then that's perfect.
Unless they convince me to stay over or something weird like that.
That's perfect.
So we'll be back tomorrow, y'all.
Be back tomorrow, guys.
We might not catch it while it's live, but we gonna do just like we did. We wasn't here for the beginning today, and we still, when they went on break, we were able to catch up and everything. So thank y'all for hanging out. Thank you, Angela, for participating so much in the chat. She has a lot to say about this. And Davis, Angie, who's
I was just about to say it from Facebook. Yeah.
Thank y'all so much for all of the input in the chat.
Yeah.
Everybody that came through. That's what we love to see. You know what I'm saying? So the more that we have of that, we'll just set aside a time to really talk with the chat.
Yeah.
Make sure y'all get our thing out. Also, tomorrow I'm gonna have a call-in line. So y'all can call in and give your opinion about what happened.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yep. So,
all right. See y'all then.
See y'all tomorrow. And see you tomorrow, sister girl.
Okay.
Thank you again.
Stay blessed.
All right. So we out of here, y'all. Peace and love. Woo. Thank you, Miss Patty, for hanging out. And PFF, we did a whole different
Make this go higher, higher, higher. Burn this on fire, fire, like a pyro.
Peace and love, y'all. We out.